Chapter 525. In front of everyone's eyes, the old demon spouted nonsense in front of these 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, causing everyone to stare at him curiously. Ignorant fool! Yang Li Ting coldly snorted, waving his hand and sending out a palm strike. Under this palm strike, the old demon couldn't help but shrink back, almost falling to the ground, but he still managed to hold on. On the other hand, the blood demon puppet not far from him suddenly exploded, just like Xiang Chu, disintegrating into nothingness. The old demon's eyes suddenly flashed a cold light as he glared at Yang Li Ting. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters all looked startled, none of them having expected the old demon to have such a strong ability to resist pressure. Even if Yang Li Ting hadn't used his full strength, it was still not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could resist. At the very least, the blood demon puppet should have spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. However, the old demon had only shrunk back slightly. This was not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could accomplish. Although Yang Li Ting had long been dissatisfied with the old demon, he was still one of the top masters here. Since his first attack had failed, he couldn't bring himself to continue attacking the old demon, so he just coldly snorted and ignored him. The old demon grinned fiercely as he stared at Yang Li Ting with a dangerous look in his eyes. The blood demon puppet was not easy to refine, but it had been smashed to pieces by Yang Li Ting with a single palm strike, so he was naturally annoyed. Considering Yang Kai's current state and situation, the old demon could only swallow his anger, not daring to tangle with him any further. Senior Yang. Xueqi Meng called out cautiously, her heart uneasy. Pursing her dry lips, she whispered, Yang Kai is currently in the process of breaking through. If you have any advice, can you tell this Junior first? Junior will definitely pass on your message later. She could tell what Yang Li Ting was thinking, but she didn't dare confirm it, so she could only use such words to buy some time for Yang Kai and hope that Yang Li Ting wouldn't be too harsh on him. However, Yang Li Ting didn't care about her at all. His eyes were still staring straight at Yang Kai, who was receiving the baptism of the power of heaven and earth. His expression was as cold as before. Ever since Yang Kai's consciousness had entered his mind, the evil energy within the unyielding golden skeleton had been continuously pouring out. At this time, not only did it not show any signs of stopping, it was actually becoming more and more intense. Yang Li Ting's brow furrowed while the expressions of the other 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters also became ugly. Brother Yang, I'm afraid that this kid has really become the demon race. The fat old man sighed. What a pity for such a good seedling. He had already asked Yang Lighting to stop Yang Kai's riot, but Yang Lighting didn't listen. It had been delayed until now, and there was no turning back. But why is there such a huge amount of evil qi in his body? The other person frowned and was puzzled. It was impossible for a 9th stage Yuan qi cultivator to possess so much Yuan qi. Yang Kai's dantian and meridians were not bottomless pits. Such a huge amount of energy was almost comparable to that of a peak immortal ascension boundary master, and it was still bursting out. It seems that he has been cultivating this evil secret art for quite some time. An old man with a dark red face said, turning to look at Yang Li Ting. Brother Yang, what are you going to do? Hurry up and make a decision. If we let him continue like this, I'm afraid the tens of thousands of people in War City will fall into the demon path. Although he is a descendant of your Yang family, we can't allow him to cause so much suffering. I don't need you to tell me. Yang Li Ting coldly snorted, apparently having a plan. Senior, what are you going to do? Xueqi Meng quickly stepped forward and asked, her heart becoming more and more uneasy and worried. Xueqi Meng frowned and slowly stretched out his hand. Xueqi Meng suddenly felt herself being bound by an invisible force and pulled towards Xueqi Meng. Grand Elder. Xueqi Meng's beautiful face paled. This is the Yang family's business. Don't interfere. Xueqi Meng slowly shook his head, and as he spoke, he sent a wisp of energy into Xueqi Meng's body. Xueqi Meng suddenly froze in place, unable to move or speak, only able to watch helplessly, her eyes filled with panic and anxiety. You little brat, shut up for me. The above immortal ascension boundary master from the Hua family saw Huastars act recklessly and quickly pulled him to his side to imprison him. Huastars couldn't help rolling his eyes. The 2 young lords and young ladies from Yang Kai's 8 great families instantly lost their right to speak, causing the rest of the people present to immediately realize that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. These 8 people obviously wanted to do something to Yang Kai, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to do so. Brother Yang, There's no time to lose. If you want to act, then act quickly. Someone urged. His face filled with impatience. They had all been sitting in the seal temple and only cared about their own cultivation, hoping to pry into a higher realm while they were still alive. But now that they had been disturbed by Yang Kai, they had no choice but to act. So naturally some of them were unhappy. Not everyone was like the fat old man. Xueqi sympathized with Yang Kai's situation and felt sorry for his poor aptitude. Yang Liting nodded gently and glanced at the leaders of the younger generation gathered not far away from Yang Kai. Get out of the way. At this critical moment, Dong Qinghan stepped forward, his slightly chubby face filled with nervousness, but he still firmly stood in front of Yang Kai, cupping his fists in a neither servile nor overbearing manner as he asked, "What does Senior want to do? Can you tell us?" The Hu sisters also stepped forward and stood beside Dong Qinghan, staring towards Yang Liting seriously. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley, Xuefeng from Pure Heart Palace, Chu Jingshan from Soaring Feather Pavilion, and the 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duanmu family. Everyone stepped forward and lined up in a line. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters couldn't help feeling surprised. None of them had expected Yang Kai's popularity to be so good. Even at this critical moment there were still people who dared to speak up for him. They believed that if Qiu Yimeng and Xinghua hadn't been imprisoned, they would definitely have been one of them, and would have even been the 2 leaders. Yang Liting didn't become angry, just nodding gently and patiently saying, "I want to stop him from breaking through." Hearing this, Dong Qinghan asked in amazement, "Why? If Yang Kai's breakthrough was stopped here, his cultivation may be completely crippled and he would be reduced to an ordinary mortal. Falling from the cloud's end to the lowest level of the world, such a blow was likely unbearable." Yang Liting slowly shook his head. He has already become the demon race. Once he breaks through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, he will become an existence like him. Saying so, he pointed to the old demon and continued, "My 8 great families are sworn enemies of the demon race. We cannot allow such a person to appear in our family." "Is this just Senior's conjecture?" Dong Qinghan frowned. Yang Liting's expression suddenly became unpleasant, coldly snorting. "This is the experience of this old master and others, something that has happened before." Among the 8 great families, it wasn't as if there had never been someone who cultivated an evil cultivation technique. Every person who cultivated an evil cultivation technique would grow as their strength grew. The stronger they were, the more evil they would become. Once such a person appeared, the 8 great families would take advantage of the time when they were still young to destroy them or cripple their cultivation to prevent future troubles. Just because it happened before doesn't mean it will happen this time. Dong Qinghan's mood also became agitated. Because of this reason, these 8 people actually wanted to kill Yang Kai, who was at the peak of his cultivation? In any case, he couldn't accept this. "This old master didn't come here to reason with you. You don't have the qualifications." Yang Liting's patience had reached its limit. The only reason he had explained so much was because he had seen how loyal they were to him, so his heart had been moved. Now, a group of young people were actually standing in front of him, not allowing him to clean up the sect. How could Yang Liting not be angry? "I believe that Yang Kai will control his own heart and will not fall into the evil Tao," Dong Qinghan shouted. "We also believe." The Hu sisters shouted in unison. "So do we." Hearing these 2 voices in unison, everyone couldn't help but feel slightly moved. Yang Zhao was momentarily stunned. The forces he had gathered were several times greater than Yang Kai's. However, Yang Zhao felt that if he were in Yang Kai's position right now, the people he had gathered wouldn't be as determined to protect him as Dong Qinghan and the Hu sisters. His relationship with these forces was only a matter of future interests. On the other hand, his 9th brother seemed to be sincere friends who could share weal and woe with him. Perceiving this, Yang Zhao's mouth filled with bitterness as he stared at the unconscious Yang Kai wrapped in black qi, a look of envy flashing across his eyes. Yang Zhao also wanted such a friend. Yang Wei frowned and bowed. "Grand Elder, just now 9th brother was also surrounded by demonic qi, but disciples saw that his consciousness was quite clear and he had not lost his mind. How about? There's no place for you to speak." Yang Liting shouted coldly. "Yes." Yang Wei helplessly shut his mouth. "If Senior really wants to destroy Yang Kai, he will first have to pass through us." Dong Qinghan took a deep breath and calmed his expression, showing an unflinching expression. The others also did the same. Qiu Yimeng, who had been imprisoned, couldn't help but shed some tears as she stared at these people with satisfaction. Huistars also looked excited, his blood boiling. It was more appropriate to describe the current situation as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But for some reason, this seemingly overconfident confrontation had won the favor of the eldest son of the Hua family. It made him wish that he could stand on the other side himself. He was excited and knew that he was courting death, but he still did not turn back. The Hua family young lord suddenly felt like he was being cheapskate. Just with you lot? Yang Li Ting slowly shook his head, his expression indifferent. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master, so although these people had a lot of people, wanting to stop him was nothing but a fool's dream. If they aren't enough, what if we join in? A voice suddenly called out and 7 figures quickly flew over. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk these 7 people were like meteorites falling from the sky, bringing with them a violent aura, landing in a line in front of Dong Qing Han and the others. Dong Qing Han's eyes lit up and his tense mood couldn't help relaxing. Because these 7 people were none other than Yang Kai's 7 blood warriors who weren't qualified to participate in the inheritance war. Led by Tu Feng, Chu Gao Yi, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yan Lingxing, Wu Ju, Fu Tsong. All of them had come. Chapter 526. The appearance of these 7 masters suddenly made Dong Qing Han and the others relax a lot. Just relying on a group of young people to fight against an above immortal ascension boundary master was enough to frighten them. But now that 7 masters had appeared, they couldn't help feeling like they had a backbone. Tang Yuxian also flew over to Tu Feng's side. In addition to Ying Jiao, who was currently missing, the remaining 8 were gathered here. Facing 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, none of them showed any fear. 8 against 8. Although the number was equal, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The 8 people facing them were all above immortal ascension boundary masters, the grand elders of the 8 great families. Of the 8 blood warriors, 4 were immortal ascension boundary 9th stage masters while the other 4 were immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters. Mad Tyrant blood skill. As soon as Tu Feng and the others arrived, they didn't hesitate and directly used the Yang family blood warriors' forbidden technique. A violent energy fluctuation spread out, causing a red glow to appear on each of their faces as their vitality rapidly soared. Yang Zhao and the spectating cultivator were all dumbfounded. 7 blood warriors using Mad Tyrant blood skill together. What kind of spectacular scene was this? Blood warriors were synonymous with powerhouses and were basically invincible within their own ranks. When they fought, unless they encountered some special circumstances, they would only use their forbidden techniques, otherwise they wouldn't use them. It could be said that seeing a single blood warrior use Mad Tyrant blood skill was already a feast for the eyes. But now, 7 of them were simultaneously using it. The combined momentum and energy almost caused the entire War City's world energy aura to become chaotic. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters were also slightly shocked, none of them having expected them to be able to achieve this level. Impudence! Yang Li Ting roared. Do you know what kind of status you have? Grand Elder, please forgive us. Tu Feng's face flushed red as his vitality soared. Although Grand Elder is a Yang family Grand Elder, we are also Yang family blood warriors. But since the Elder Hall has ordered us to follow the Little Lord, we are his people. At this moment, naturally we must protect him. In your eyes, his safety is more important than the family's honor? Yang Li Ting looked ahead with a cold expression. The 8 blood warriors nodded at the same time, Tang Yuxian quickly saying, Grand Elder, according to the Elder Hall's orders, we are now only loyal to the Little Lord. His safety is naturally more important than the family's honor. If anything happens to him, even if we die 10,000 deaths, we cannot absolve ourselves of blame. If this Jin Ri has offended you in any way, I hope Grand Elder can forgive us. How dare you? Yang Li Ting laughed in anger, his face twitching slightly. With his status and strength, no one had ever dared to disobey him. The Yang family's blood warriors were the Yang family's golden signboard, synonymous with loyalty. But he had never expected that today, the blood warriors who were regarded as the Yang family's right-hand men would actually go all out to oppose him. Especially under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yang Li Ting suddenly felt that his dignity had been violated. Foolish loyalty. The above immortal ascension boundary elder who had previously urged Yang Li Ting coldly snorted, somewhat disdainful of the blood warriors acting so foolishly. In his opinion, although the masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall were powerful and loyal, in certain situations they appeared somewhat stubborn, such as the current situation. We have no intention of rebelling, but if seniors want to embarrass the Little Lord, we Won't agree. Tu Feng stared at the 8 people in front of him and slowly shook his head. Even if you add on, you aren't qualified to stop this elder. Yang Li Ting shouted angrily, seemingly determined to clean up the sect here. What if you count this old man in as well? A voice that seemed to be faintly discernible came from afar as it approached. Hearing this voice, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders couldn't help looking towards the source of this voice. From the darkness, there seemed to be a figure floating like an immortal, leisurely walking over. His expression calm and confident. This figure didn't walk very fast, but after only a few steps, he arrived in front of the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders. Whether it was intentional or not, the position this figure stood mid-air was higher than the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders. Standing still, this figure looked down at the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders with a calm expression. Yang Li Ting's expression became dignified as he stared at Meng Wuya, his brow gradually furrowing. Although this person in front of them was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator, they felt that he wasn't simple. The few steps he took seemed to be taken casually, but they were actually in harmony with the heavenly way, impossible to trace. This kind of mysterious feeling was difficult even for these above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders from the 8 great families to comprehend. How could a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator have such a profound understanding of the martial Tao? Everyone was secretly shocked. Regarding the existence of Meng Wuya, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders were well aware. After all, he had been in War City for some time now, but their understanding of him was limited to his cultivation. All of them thought he was just an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator. But now that they saw him, the 8 of them realized that this peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder was not ordinary. Facing him, even someone as strong as Yang Li Ting felt a sense of crisis and pressure from the bottom of his heart. As if they were to fight one-on-one, he wouldn't be his opponent. There's also this old master. Another voice called out. This time, the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders from the 8 great families couldn't help feeling a little frightened. When Meng Wuya appeared, they were more or less aware. The powerful divine senses of the 8 Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders permeated every corner of War City, so naturally they were able to detect his aura. However, the person who spoke now seemed to have appeared out of thin air, not leaking the slightest bit of his aura. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders absolutely wouldn't have been able to detect him. Being able to hide from them, there was no need to guess the cultivation of this person. An above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder. Only an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder could accomplish this. An above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder had actually been hiding in War City. If this person had the intention to harm the younger generation of War City, the consequences. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this person didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Turning their heads, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders saw an old man with white hair and beard walking out from the other side. Just like Meng Wuya's appearance, his appearance was eye-catching and shocking. What made the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders slightly puzzled was that the heavenly way this old man's footsteps seemed to be somewhat similar to the one who had just appeared. The old man stood a few dozen meters away and stared at Meng Wuya with a smile. Treasurer Meng smiled bitterly and shook his head. I knew you were in War City, but now you finally couldn't hold back, right? The old man smiled apologetically. I've troubled Brother Meng this time. It was really inconvenient for me to appear. I know. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. I must also thank Brother Meng for discussing the martial Tao with me these past 10 years. Since breaking through, I've benefited greatly. Many things I didn't understand before are now clear to me. No need to be so serious. Meng Wuya smiled lightly. There's no need for the 2 of us to be so polite. Seeing these 2 disregarding all the heroes in the world, instead reuniting here and chatting happily, the faces of the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders from the 8 great families suddenly became ugly. These 2 clearly didn't put them in their eyes at all. Although they were annoyed, from the brief conversation between these 2, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders also heard something unusual. These 2 seemed to be old acquaintances, and this above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder seemed to be quite polite to the one who had appeared first. What was going on? In terms of cultivation, shouldn't the latter be lower? What qualifications did he have to discuss the martial Tao with the former? Why should the former be so grateful? Yet he still acted as if this was a matter of course, not taking credit for himself. Everyone couldn't help feeling confused. Dare I ask for your honored names? Qiu Dao Ren asked with a dignified expression. Although they were certain that these two had no malicious intentions and had only come out to protect Yang Kai, facing such powerful masters, they still wanted to know their identities and origins. Meng Wuya smiled lightly and said, High Heaven Pavilion's Contribution Hall Treasurer, Meng Wuya. This self-introduction made all those who didn't know Meng Wuya's background feel like their cheeks were cramping. Treasurer? A trivial treasurer actually had such an imposing aura and cultivation. Was this High Heaven Pavilion really a sect filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers? And this one? Taking a deep breath, Qiu Dao Ren turned to the other old man. The old man nodded lightly. High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master, Ling Tai Su. The faces of the 8 great families' masters all changed dramatically. High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master, Ling Tai Su. The only master from a second-class sect who was able to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. In all of the world's historical records, this was a unique distinction. There had never been a record of an above immortal ascension boundary master from a second-class sect. Even the Liu family's Liu Si had only broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary after the Liu family had been promoted to a first-class family. It was also thanks to the guidance and promotion of the Qiu family's masters that he was able to achieve his current achievements. Ling Tai Su. These 3 words represented a legend, a living legend. Moreover, he had an apprentice. His apprentice was the current demon lord of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. He controlled a 10 million kilometer radius and had 6 great evil kings as his subordinates. When the demon lord was enraged, the heavens and earth would change and countless lives would be lost. So when they heard Ling Tai Su's name, the 8 of them couldn't help feeling tense up, especially Qiu Dao Ren. His Qiu family had led people to High Heaven Pavilion and burned down their sect. Now that their sect master was standing here, it was clear that there was some enmity between them. If a fight really broke out, War City would likely be finished. However, what the 8 of them couldn't understand was that this Ling Tai Su had clearly broken through not long ago. So how could his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao be even deeper than theirs? If not for this, how could they not have noticed the existence of Ling Tai Su? These 8 people, each of them had been promoted for at least 50 years. In these 50 years, it could not be said that their strength had not improved at all, but compared to Ling Tai Su, that little bit of improvement was simply insignificant. How did he do it? So it is Brother Ling. Qiu Dao Ren calmed his expression and nodded gently. I have long heard of your great name. I wouldn't dare. Ling Tai Su smiled gently, not intending to pick a fight, instead acting extremely humble. If we really want to talk about it, all of you are this Ling's seniors. I am indebted to seniors for thinking so highly of me. Calling me Brother Ling is this Ling's honor. Chapter 527. Seeing Ling Tai Su's attitude, the masters from the 8 great families couldn't help smiling, the fat old man quickly saying, Brother Ling is too modest. The above immortal ascension boundary doesn't have seniority, all of us treat each other as equals. Speaking of which, the seniority of the 8 of us is quite chaotic. Yes. Someone chimed in. After a few words of courtesy, the atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. For what reason has Brother Ling appeared here? Yang Li Ting still wore a cold expression, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Naturally, it's for this little brat. Ling Tai Su smiled lightly, pointing to the position where Yang Kai was standing and saying, No matter what, I am still his Grand Master. At such a critical juncture when my disciple is breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, I naturally have to take care of him. N. You also want to protect him? N. Ling Tai Su nodded lightly. Yang Li Ting suddenly felt a bit awkward. The above immortal ascension boundary Ling Tai Su, Meng Wuya with his strange aura, the old demon with his demonic qi, and the 8 blood warriors using their mad tyrant blood skill. The combined strength of these people was not something he could ignore. After an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage blood warrior used their mad tyrant blood skill, they would be able to exchange a few blows with an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The strength of 8 blood warriors couldn't be underestimated. Ling Tai Su's strength was obvious to all. Yang Li Ting estimated that if he were to fight him one-on-one, he would be at a disadvantage. That Meng Wuya was even more mysterious. Even Yang Li Ting didn't know how to evaluate his combat effectiveness. On top of that, the old demon was also eyeing him covetously. This battle. If they really fought, even if they could win, it would lead to the destruction of War City. Yang Li Ting's eyes, which had always been as sharp as an eagle's, finally trembled as they pierced through the endless darkness towards Yang Kai. He couldn't understand how this young man from his family could actually gather so many powerful experts to speak up for him and help him deal with the situation. "Friends, may I speak a few words?" Ling Tai Su's expression became solemn. "Please speak." Brother Ling Qiu Dao Ren nodded. Facing an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator like Ling Tai Su, these people no longer had any status or status. Ling Tai Su was qualified to speak to them as equals. "The reason several of you want to prevent my grand disciple from breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary is because you are afraid that after he obtains great strength, his temperament will change and he will fall into the demonic path, becoming neither human nor ghost and wreaking havoc everywhere." Everyone nodded, admitting that Ling Tai Su was right. The old demon rolled his eyes and muttered discontentedly, "Those who can't control their own power and are enslaved by their own power are the true disciples of the evil devil. What's the big deal about practicing the evil arts? So what if you're full of evil qi? It's just that everyone's way of pursuing power is different. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths should not conspire together. Cultivate your own path. Why deny and suppress others? A bunch of short-sighted people. Speak louder." At some unknown point, Xue Ling had run over to Old Demon's side and urged him, "If you speak so quietly, they won't be able to hear you." The old demon glared at her and grinned strangely. "You little girl, don't try to fool this old master. Don't think this old master can't see through your origins." Xue Ling was startled and asked in surprise, "You know?" "Humph, of course this old master knows. Not only does this old master know, that old fart Meng Wuya also knows. We all come from the same sky." The old demon coldly snorted, his face filled with pride. Xue Ling's eyes suddenly lit up as she grabbed onto Old Demon's arm, her face filled with tears as she excitedly asked, "Senior, do you know how to go back?" The old demon swept his eyes over her for a moment before chuckling meaningfully. "What's wrong? You can't go back?" "I've been trapped here for a long time and haven't been able to figure out how to go back. If Senior knows how, can you tell me?" The old demon laughed proudly, his harsh laughter causing Xue Ling to feel as if her heart was being scratched by a cat, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, but she couldn't help putting on a pitiful appearance and begging for sympathy. "I won't tell you." The old demon suddenly waved his hand. Xue Ling was startled, her red lips curling in disappointment as she asked, "Why?" The old demon shrugged his shoulders. "Because this old master wants to wait for young master." "Wait for him?" Xue Ling was stunned. "Do you think he can break through the shackles of this world?" The old demon snorted, "If young master can't, then no one can." Xue Ling's expression became dignified as she stared towards Yang Kai, nodding softly after a long time. "If it's this man, then it really is possible. Just wait and see, the longest is 10 years, the shortest is 3 or 5 years. Young master will definitely reach that point," the old demon said confidently, clearly looking forward to Yang Kai's future. Xue Ling's face went black and her body couldn't help softening. "That long? If you want to go back, you can wait. But whether young master wants to take you with him or not is not something this old master can decide. After all, you had some disagreements with him before, young master. Is someone who holds grudges." The old demon glanced over at Xue Ling and slowly shook his head. Xue Ling thought about it carefully and suddenly felt that with this man's cruel temperament and realistic personality, he probably wouldn't be kind enough to take her with him. So she quickly bowed and respectfully said, "Please enlighten me, senior." The old demon laughed, "Good, good." After a pause, he whispered, "Young master, although he holds grudges and his methods are fierce, he is also very kind to his friends. You've been in War City for so long, you should be able to see through his temperament." Xue Ling nodded gently, her eyes becoming slightly blurred. What happened this time was the best example of that. Xue Ling didn't know the specifics of what had happened, but she could roughly guess. For the sake of a single High Heaven Pavilion disciple, Yang Kai was willing to go to such great lengths, even giving her the soul-capturing curse in exchange for her help in capturing Xiang Chu. From this, it could be seen that this young man was a man with a true temperament, cruel and bloodthirsty to his enemies but generous to his friends. "Since you've seen through this, don't you know what to do?" The old demon looked at her meaningfully. Xue Ling's brow twitched and she immediately understood, quickly nodding, "I know, I also want to make him treat me as a friend." As long as she could become his friend, when the time came, would she still need to worry about him not taking her with him? Heh. The old demon laughed strangely. "Young master has never refused a woman, especially a beautiful woman. You shouldn't have any problems. I think with your background, you're a good match for young master, So make sure to work hard. Xue Ling's face reddened as she glared at the old demon. What are you talking about? How could someone like him be worthy of this young lady? The old demon sneered. 10 years from now, you won't have the qualifications to say such things. Xue Ling was stunned, secretly feeling that Xueqi demon was a bit too blindly optimistic about Yang Kai, so she didn't say anything more to him, instead making up her mind to build a good relationship with Yang Kai. While the two of them were talking, the other above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also discussing. Ling Tai Su said, "This Ling feels that even if this grand disciple of mine breaks through, his temperament won't be affected." "What makes you think so?" Yang Li Ting coldly snorted. "Because he grew up right under my nose. I understand him better than any of you." Ling Tai Su smiled lightly. He was different from the others. He had seen Yang Kai's demonic chi before and had also discussed this issue with Yang Kai, so he naturally had confidence in him. "What you say makes sense." Qiu Dao Ren nodded gently, stroking his beard as he pondered for a moment before asking, "But what if things develop as we expect? At that time, there will be no need for any of you to take action. This Ling will clean up his own sect." Ling Tai Su's expression became solemn as he shouted, but suddenly his expression became somewhat gloomy. "My sect has already experienced such a situation once. I will absolutely not allow it to happen a second time." The masters from the 8 great families couldn't help frowning, knowing that the situation he was talking about was definitely the demon lord's, and couldn't help understanding his mood. "You can't even wait for this little bit of time, right?" Ling Tai Su looked at the 8 of them and asked. "Good." Yang Li Ting nodded heavily. "Then we'll do as you say. After he breaks through, if his temperament really changes, we'll have to trouble Brother Ling to take action. Rest assured, if that really happens, I'll cripple his cultivation." "I didn't want to take his life." Yang Li Ting snorted lightly, no longer saying anything else as he and the other 7 waited quietly. Even if Yang Kai's temperament really changed after breaking through, he was still just an Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. With so many masters here, could he grow wings and fly away? So waiting for a while wasn't a big deal. On the other hand, Ling Tai Su gently shook his head, not showing the slightest tension on his face. Obviously, he had full confidence in Yang Kai and wasn't worried about any accidents. After the two sides reached an agreement, the Blood Warriors, Dong Qing Han, and the others who had been blocking the 8 masters all breathed a sigh of relief. Only after letting out this sigh did everyone realize that they were soaked in cold sweat, the cold wind blowing past them, causing them to feel extremely cold. Confronting an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master was something none of them had ever dared to think about before, but today, they had no choice but to do so. Ling Tai Su and Meng Longye both nodded slightly to them, causing everyone to quickly return to the Earth Travel Temple. Qiu Dao Ren released Qiu Yimeng, who had been imprisoned, while the Hua family master also released Hua Xing. The two of them quickly returned to their respective camps and commanded everyone to retreat. The cultivators from Yang Zhao's mansion also couldn't help retreating a certain distance. A moment later, only Ling Tai Su, Meng Wuya, and the 8 masters from the 8 great families remained beside Yang Kai. Just now, everyone had either been negotiating or watching the show and hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai. But now, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Kai. Only now did they realize how terrifying the baptism of world energy he had just endured was. A huge amount of energy poured down from the clouds and bombarded Yang Kai's body. This kind of world energy was enough to cause any peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master to faint, but Yang Kai had been quietly floating below the clouds, his body producing a crazy suction force, like a bottomless pit, absorbing all of this world energy. There was no waste, nor was there any hardship. His body was able to cope with all of this with ease. Chapter 528. Not only that, but his body was also constantly exuding an evil energy. This absorption and release of energy caused the energy in his body to strangely reach a state of equilibrium. Everyone present paled, secretly shocked. None of them could figure out how a mere Yuan Qi cultivator breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary could cause such a magnificent phenomenon. Good seedling, good seedling. The fat old man's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, seemingly very annoyed that such a character had never appeared in his family. But when he thought about Yang Li Ting's previous attitude and actions, the fat old man couldn't help feeling a little sorry for Yang Kai. The indifference of the Yang family's affection, he didn't know if this little brat would be bitterly disappointed. If this little brat was one of his descendants, he would definitely take good care of him, teaching him everything he had learned in his life and providing him with all the family's resources. The patriarch of the Yang family was nothing but a fart. Looking at this little brat's momentum, he would definitely grow to the peak of this world in the future. At that time, the patriarchs of the 8 great families, grand elders, and above immortal ascension boundary cultivators would all be nothing in front of him. Yang Li Ting, you're really stupid. The fat old man couldn't help cursing in his heart. Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in his sea of consciousness, surrounded by darkness, as if War City was shrouded in demonic chi and dark clouds. It was even darker than War City at this moment, as if there was no light at all. Just like before the heavens and earth opened, in this darkness, there was nothing. However, some strange changes were quietly taking place. In the darkness, there seemed to be some kind of power gathering, like a seed buried in the soil, about to germinate and grow. After an unknown amount of time, a ray of light suddenly burst out from the darkness, as weak as a firefly's light, like a candle in the wind and rain, flashing and disappearing. However, this sudden flash of light dispelled all the darkness at this moment. Kai Yang's attention was focused on that spot, and he felt like there was something there that was attracting his attention. Concentrating on that spot, he could vaguely make out a vague outline of something. Another ray of light burst out, but the color of this light was slightly different from the previous one. The next moment, the light was annihilated, and Yang Kai's soul was no longer calm. With the appearance of this light, some mysterious fluctuations appeared. A third color appeared, followed by a fourth color, a fifth color. When all 5 types of light appeared, this process was repeated endlessly. Subtle and weak lights, like newly born spores after the rain, used their fragile bodies to push open the cover of the soil, wanting to tear apart the chaotic darkness. The frequency at which the 5 colored lights burst out became faster and more intense, and Yang Kai's soul fluctuations also grew stronger. The entire chaotic dark space seemed to be unable to support itself any longer as the 5 colored lights continued to illuminate the surrounding space. Suddenly, 5 different lights lit up at the same time. A 5-colored lotus flower, emitting a gentle light, appeared in front of Yang Kai out of thin air and spun around. Yang Kai was shocked. 5 colors soul-warming lotus. This supreme treasure that nourished the soul finally revealed its full appearance, spinning around. As it spun, strands of gossamer-like energy were released from its interior and spread around at an incredible speed. Soon, it filled the entire dark space, making this space no longer chaotic and empty, but filled with countless exuberant vitality. These gossamer-like energy were his own soul power. Yang Kai understood. When he was promoted to the Yuan Qi stage, Yang Kai had already cultivated soul power. But soul power was invisible and formless. Like Yuan Qi, it needed a place and carrier to store it. Yuan Qi was stored in the Dantian and meridians, while soul power was stored in the Sea of Consciousness. But Yang Kai's Sea of Consciousness had not yet been formed, so the 5-colored soul-warming lotus served as the carrier. Now, Yang Kai was relying on the soul power that he had cultivated over the years to open up his Sea of Consciousness. A series of subtle, almost imperceptible threads of soul power were being released in a steady stream. With the release of these threads of soul power, Yang Kai felt as if he had broken free from some of his shackles and his soul power was growing several times faster. Although the soul-warming lotus was rare, in the end, it was only a foreign object, a carrier that carried Yang Kai's soul. Through this carrier, Yang Kai could also use his soul, but he couldn't display its full power. Now that this carrier had completed its task as a transition station, Yang Kai's soul power could be fully improved. Extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's Sea of Consciousness and instantly filled the entire War City. The masters gathered around him all paled as they felt the strength of this divine sense, all of them raising their eyebrows. The masters from the 8 great families all wore dignified expressions while Meng Wuya and Ling Tai Su were both surprised and excited. The fluctuations of Yang Kai's soul power had completely exceeded the level of his current cultivation, leaving behind any other cultivator in the same realm. Inside Yang Kai's mind, the 5-colored soul-warming lotus was still rotating, and the spiritual energy stored inside it was constantly being released into the outside world. Time passed by. At a certain moment, the spiritual energy stored inside the soul-warming lotus finally burst out. The originally chaotic and dark space was now filled with threads that exuded a soft light, as thick and viscous as a swamp. Yang Kai clearly saw that these spiritual energy threads, under the influence of some kind of mysterious force, were suddenly changing. The spiritual energy threads began to shine brightly and gradually converged into a more powerful one, then converged again, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. This cycle repeated over and over again, never stopping. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the scene in Tang Yuxian's Knowledge Sea when he saw her display the opening of her Knowledge Sea. Compared to his current situation, it was very different. Tang Yuxian's opening of her Knowledge Sea had been done bit by bit, step by step, difficult, but slow. But at this moment, Yang Kai's Knowledge Sea was blossoming rapidly and fiercely. In the entire chaotic space, spiritual energy was converging in every corner, causing a qualitative change to occur at an extremely rapid pace. Walala. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Looking around, Kai Yang saw that from all directions, there was a clear stream of water that was gathering towards the center of the cave. That was the position of the soul-warming lotus. The converging water turned into a small stream, which in the blink of an eye became a river, and soon a lake, and then a sea. The wind rose, rolling up waves 3 meters high. Inside this sea, Yang Kai's terrifying spiritual energy was hidden. The soul-warming lotus floated quietly above the sea, exuding a soft multicolored light that enveloped the entire sea. The sea was so clear that one could see the bottom. With a single thought from Yang Kai, many reefs suddenly appeared in the monotonous sea. The waves hit the reefs and scattered into spray. In the sea, a variety of strange fish suddenly appeared and swam freely. Birds flew across the sky, and this world suddenly became wonderful. The sea breeze brushed against his face, refreshing his mind. Yang Kai's soul avatar floated mid-air, quietly watching all this, unable to help his mood fluctuating. Stretching out his hand, the soul-warming lotus suddenly became an isolated island in the sea, its whole body exuding a multicolored light, as eye-catching as a treasure island. Everything here could be transformed at will by Yang Kai, as they were all created by his spiritual energy. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt that in the depths of his soul, something was immersed in the sea. Secretly examining it, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually the memories in his mind. Inside his knowledge sea, there was Yang Kai's entire life, filled with traces of his life, his experiences and insights, his cultivation methods and martial skills, as well as the tribulations he had suffered. Everything, big or small, was recorded here. Glancing around casually, Yang Kai saw several past events, as if they were replaying in front of his eyes, as if he was experiencing them again. A cultivator's knowledge sea contained all their secrets, so unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would open their defenses to others and allow others to enter their knowledge sea to spy on them. That was tantamount to presenting oneself completely naked in front of the other party. Shan Qing Luo had let Yang Kai see it that day, so it could be seen that she really did not put up any defenses against Yang Kai. His knowledge sea had been formed. At this moment, Yang Kai's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. In the dark, he seemed to see himself climbing up the rugged mountain road of the martial Dao by a large margin. Suddenly opening his eyes were shining brightly, as sharp as an eagle's. Everyone was shocked, their expressions dignified. At first glance, Yang Kai saw Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya looking at him with gentle eyes, smiling with gratification. Nodding to them, Yang Kai's face was full of gratitude. Although he had just broken through, Yang Kai could still feel their arrival and knew what kind of efforts they had made for him. His heart was filled with warmth. Sure enough, Grandmaster supported him unconditionally and believed in him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai withdrew the fluctuations of his divine sense. His whole person suddenly became ordinary, like an ordinary person who had not cultivated at all, except for the evil energy that was still emitting from his body. The dark clouds in the sky had not yet dispersed, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth continued to baptize Yang Kai's body. Although his knowledge sea had been formed, the baptism of his body had not yet ended. "Are you a human or a demon now?" Yang Li Ting asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and answered his question with practical actions. After taking control of his body, under Yang Kai's guidance, the unyielding golden skeleton's devouring ability had become countless times stronger than before. All of War City was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind. With Yang Kai's body as the center, a huge suction force spread out, sucking in all the evil energy that had been released. Even the power of heaven and earth hidden in the thick dark clouds in the sky couldn't escape. A violent tornado took shape, with Kai Yang standing in the center of it all. The dark clouds in the sky swirled and were sucked into the vortex, disappearing into Kai Yang's body. After a quarter of an hour, War City suddenly became clear. The sky was clear and the evil aura that had been suppressing everyone's heart had disappeared. An invisible shockwave rushed out from Yang Kai's feet, rolling up a cloud of dust. Chapter 529. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai, their expressions extremely strange. The shock Yang Kai's breakthrough this time was simply indescribable. Everyone's heart was filled with great doubts as they stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Could breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary cause such a terrifying heavenly manifestation? How could a cultivator who had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary and opened up his own knowledge possess such a powerful spiritual energy? Those who witnessed all of this were almost unable to comprehend it. The central capital's first young lord, Lu Qingyao, who had always been as calm as an ancient well, finally smiled bitterly. He found that at this moment, Yang Kai was giving him a tremendous pressure, making him feel as if he couldn't stand up to him. It was as if with his current strength, he wasn't even qualified to touch the corner of this young man's clothes. With a bitter expression, Lu Qingyao whispered to Yang Wei, who was standing next to him, "Eldest young lord, you were right, your ninth brother's achievements are much greater than mine." Saying so, he shook his head. "He's really a monster." Yang Wei's face filled with pride. The masters from the 8 great families all frowned, their expressions extremely dignified. If they hadn't known that Yang Kai had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary first stage, they wouldn't have been able to see through his depths. His tyrannical spiritual energy had completely isolated them from prying eyes. This discovery made all of them tremble. Being able to isolate them from prying eyes meant that Yang Kai's spiritual energy at this moment wasn't any worse than theirs, at least on par with them, possibly even stronger. How did he do it? How did he cultivate? Each of them was over 100 years old and had cultivated their spiritual energy for countless years, yet now their spiritual energy was actually comparable to that of a 20-year-old boy. No matter who it was, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of shame. Whether this little brat is a cultivator or a demon, I think Big Brother Yang should be able to tell, right? Ling Tai Su smiled and said to Yang Li Ting. At this moment, Yang Kai's aura was very ordinary. There was no sign of Yuan Qi flowing out, nor was there the previous state of being full of evil. His eyes were clear, black and white clearly distinguished. He couldn't be more normal, except for his abnormal power. Yang Li Ting was truly blind if he still wanted to force the misfire to become the demon race on his head. Coldly snorting, Yang Li Ting said, "I'm afraid the fact that he was able to regain his consciousness now is only due to luck. There will be a day when he can't control his own strength. At that time, don't blame this old master for not showing mercy." After saying that, he turned into a streak of light and rushed toward the conferred god temple. He didn't want to stay here any longer. As the Yang family's grand elder, this time he felt like he had become a villain. He was only thinking about the honor of his family. He didn't want the Yang family to have an evil disciple appear. However, not only did he fail to clean up the family, he was also hated by many. No matter how good Yang Li Ting's mentality was, he was still somewhat unbalanced. As soon as Yang Li Ting left, the other 7 elders also had no reason to remain and quickly left. Before leaving, Qiu Dao Ren frowned at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Don't cultivate that evil secret art anymore." The fat old man also reminded Yang Kai, "Listen to me, cultivating that evil secret art is not good for you. With your aptitude, no matter what secret art you cultivate, you will have a great future. There is no need to pursue some kind of quick method." The fat old man obviously thought that the reason Yang Kai was so strong at such a young age was because he cultivated that evil secret art. Although this wasn't the case in the end, he was just being kind, so Yang Kai could only nod gently and not explain anything. He had never cultivated an evil secret art, and the evil chi in his body was only because of the unyielding golden skeleton. What's more, he didn't want to distinguish between good and evil so clearly. It was just that everyone followed a different path. Strength was always cultivated by oneself, and where this strength was used was the most important. "Yang Kai, congratulations." Qiu Yimeng stepped forward with a smile and said. The other blood warriors also quickly stepped forward and congratulated Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled at the crowd and said sincerely, "Thank you all." Even though he was still in the process of breaking through and his consciousness wasn't very clear, Yang Kai could still feel how much effort these people had put in for him. Facing Yang Kai's thanks, everyone felt at ease. Looking across the crowd, Yang Kai also nodded gently to the 8 blood warriors. The 8 blood warriors, who were originally awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant, now all looked pale and weak. This was the price they had to pay for using their mad tyrant blood skill. Although they had paid a great price and were unable to fight with Yang Liting and the others in the end, their unwavering determination to protect Yang Kai to the end had played a big role in their success. If they hadn't acted so tough, Yang Liting and the others would not have backed down. Although they were weak, the 8 blood warriors still smiled happily. Finally, Yang Kai turned to Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya and respectfully bowed. "Grandmaster Treasurer Meng." "Rise, rise." Ling Tai-su stretched out his hand and stroked his long beard. "It's good that you're safe." Treasurer Meng snorted. "Smelly brat. Don't cause this old master any more trouble in the future." Of course, of course." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. During this time, he had also troubled Meng Wuya many times, making him feel a little guilty. Turning to Ling Tai-su, Yang Kai asked, "Grandmaster won't be leaving, right?" Yang Kai didn't know that Ling Tai-su was hiding in War City, nor did he know when he had arrived. It was likely that only Meng Wuya knew a little about this matter. After such a long time, there had been no news from him. Seeing him now, Kai Yang felt relieved. Ling Tai-su nodded. "I don't plan to leave for the time being." "Good." Yang Kai smiled. "Disciple has already found Su Yan and the others. I'm afraid they will arrive in War City soon. With Grandmaster here, I can rest assured. The disciples of High Heaven Pavilion will need Grandmaster's guidance. Don't be afraid of my flattery. This old master will stay behind to accompany Brother Meng." Ling Tai-su smiled lightly, turning his head to look at Xueqi Meng and suddenly saying, "I remember your aura. It was you who set fire to my sect." Xueqi Meng was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. In a moment of desperation, she pulled Luo Xiaoman over and blushed. She also had a part in it. Luo Xiaoman was about to cry, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Ling Tai-su just laughed and didn't continue to pursue the matter. Xueqi Meng finally understood that the other party didn't intend to settle accounts with her at all and was just casually speaking. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before turning his head and glancing off into the distance, taking a deep breath and saying, "Second brother, I'll be taking my leave." On the other side, Yang Zhao's face was completely ashen, as if he had lost his soul. Even after Yang Kai and the others had all left, he still didn't show any reaction. Yang Wei glanced over at him and slowly shook his head, knowing in his heart that his second brother had suffered a terrible blow this time and probably wouldn't be able to accept such a result in a short time. Nan Shang and Xiang Chu, he couldn't protect them. Yang Kai had killed them right in front of his mansion, right in front of his eyes. This was secondary. The charm and potential that Old Ninth had displayed this time was what made people feel the most terrified. Once someone fell into trouble, countless people would stand up for them, but who could do such a thing? Even when facing an above immortal ascension boundary master, no one had taken a single step back from beginning to end. The cultivator in Yang Zhao's mansion wouldn't do such a thing for Yang Zhao, and Yang Wei felt that the people in his mansion wouldn't either. This time, it wasn't just Yang Zhao who had suffered a blow, Yang Wei had also suffered a severe blow, but in comparison, his ability to withstand such a blow wasn't bad, at least he hadn't collapsed directly. This inheritance war. Is it really necessary to continue? Yang Wei's expression, which had always been firm, suddenly became confused. After 8 to 9 months, from the looks of it, Old Ninth is far ahead in terms of methods, strength, aptitude and connections. None of his other brothers were qualified to be compared to him. Perhaps in the early days, his brothers were still ahead of Yang Kai and had more cultivator allies than him, but as time passed, his mansion had grown into a behemoth, and under his leadership, his cultivator allies had an unparalleled cohesive force. The Yang family needed such a person to be its patriarch. In the current environment and contrast in strength, there was really no need to continue the inheritance war. With a sigh, Yang Wei suddenly felt a little disheartened, saying goodbye to Lu Qingyao before hurriedly leaving with his blood warrior. "Second young lord, let's go back." The blood warrior who had fought with Tang Yuxian before pursed his lips and tried to persuade him. Yang Zhao remained motionless, his face extremely pale. "Second young lord, please forgive my sect for not being able to participate in this inheritance war." A young blood warrior walked up to Yang Zhao and said with a look of shame on his face. Nan Shang and Xiang Chu had only wounded one of Yang Kai's subordinates before being killed. What was the point of participating in this inheritance war? Who would dare become an enemy of Yang Kai again? The two blood warriors' expression became cold, but just as they were about to open their mouths and shout, they suddenly restrained themselves. From their standpoint, the two blood warriors could understand how difficult it was for them to make such a choice. After such a long time of hard work, withdrawing at the last moment, not only would they not obtain any benefits, they would also be forced to bear the consequences of their actions. However, compared to their own lives, what did this matter? The two blood warriors could look down on them for being weak, but they couldn't accuse them of adding insult to injury. In Yang Zhao's current situation, they had chosen to leave. Goodbye. After the young blood warrior finished speaking, he didn't have the face to remain and hurriedly led his subordinates away. Second young lord, I'm sorry, we won't be able to participate. Another blood warrior stepped forward, apologized, and immediately left. In less than a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Zhao's cultivator force had shrunk significantly, about half of them leaving. Before each of these forces left, they would inform Yang Zhao, but he didn't say a word, as if he hadn't heard them at all. Who else wants to leave? If you want to leave, then leave quickly. One of the blood warriors suppressed his anger and shouted coldly. Immediately, a few more forces who had been hesitating left. Is there no one else who wants to leave? The two blood warriors swept their eyes over the crowd coldly. Everyone stood ramrod straight. Good. The two blood warriors nodded lightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on their faces as they looked at those who were willing to stay with a new light. However, Yang Zhao still had a dazed look on his face. Chapter 5:30. Today he had to go out and wouldn't be able to return at noon, so there was no need to wait. Among the crowd, Yi Xianrou's eyes were filled with disappointment as she stared at Yang Zhao. She hadn't expected that the Yang family's second young lord would become like this after experiencing such a setback. For no apparent reason, she couldn't help feeling a burst of irritation and resentment. In order to win Yang Zhao's favor, she had paid a lot, but now she couldn't see any hope of him winning the inheritance war. Looking up in the direction of Yang Kai's mansion, Yi Xianrou's eyes flashed a strange light, her pretty face filled with excitement as she bit her thin lip, seemingly thinking of something, her cheeks blushing slightly. In Yang Kai's mansion, less than half a day after everyone returned, someone came to report that more than 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion had arrived. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly went out to greet them. Su Yan and the others had already arrived. After Xia Ningchong received the news, her face flushed red with excitement as she ran out of the pill room. The two girls hadn't seen each other for a long time, and now that they were reunited, they naturally had a lot to talk about, especially since there was a common man between them. As they talked, the topic gradually shifted to Yang Kai, whispering and laughing while pointing at Yang Kai. Qin Zhe of Medicine King's Valley quickly chased after them. He wanted to grab Xia Ningchong and take her back for alchemy, but after seeing her happy expression, he decided to go back alone. He also didn't have the heart to disturb Xia Ningchang's conversation with her acquaintances. In his memory, this young martial aunt of his seemed to have few friends. Besides spending her days in the pill room performing alchemy, she had nothing else to do. Such a young girl, in addition to alchemy, she should have more important things to do. Qin Zhe sighed. The mansion was lively, and the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were familiar with High Heaven Pavilion, so everyone quickly became friends. Yang Kai secretly glanced at Su Yan and Xia Ningchong who were standing nearby and talking, suddenly feeling a little pleased and satisfied. Brother-in-law. Sassafras rushed over. After taking the myriad drug milk, his injuries were quickly healed. Quietly approaching Yang Kai, he asked in a low voice, "Why do I feel like senior sister Xiao's relationship with you isn't ordinary?" Yang Kai snorted and cast a sidelong glance at him. Children shouldn't ask about these things. This is the master's world. Sassafras pursed his lips. You're not that much older than me. Yang Kai straightened his face and said lightly, the people who hurt you are all dead. If you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, bear with it as much as you can. Do you understand? Sassafras chuckled. Got it. Shaking his head, he said, it's a pity. Originally, I wanted to cultivate hard and personally find them to take revenge, but now it seems that there is no chance. Those two guys don't look very powerful. Did you obtain some kind of opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him with a smile on his face. He and Su Yan obtained the final inheritance in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The Hu sisters also obtained the twin spirit shared spirit divine art. Even Lon Chudai had some gains. If Sassafras didn't obtain any kind of opportunity there, Yang Kai wouldn't believe it. His cultivation speed in the past few years had been very fast, making him seem like a completely different person. Sassafras chuckled a few times, scratching his head and nodding. A little. I also told elder sister about it. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but didn't inquire too much. Work hard. Don't waste your opportunities. The opportunities in the Heaven's Cave inheritance are not ordinary. What do you mean? Sassafras didn't understand. It's nothing. Just remember it. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't explain. He also faintly felt that the things in the Heaven's Cave inheritance seemed to have transcended the level of this world. Whether it was his and Su Yan's joyous unification art or the Hu sisters' twin shared spirit divine art, they shouldn't have been created by this world's cultivator. Moreover, during this time, Yang Kai had also seen a lot of unexpected things, greatly broadening his horizons. Naturally, he was able to judge some extraordinary information. The people from High Heaven Pavilion were arranged to stay in Yang Kai's house by Xueqi. In War City, Ling Tai Su wasn't the only one. The remaining 4 great elders of the sect were also in War City. Under Ling Tai Su's protection, they had not been discovered. After Ling Tai Su's appearance, the 4 great elders also came to Yang Kai's house. After 2 or 3 days of hustle and bustle, Yang Kai's house gradually calmed down and everyone went about their duties in an orderly manner. After experiencing the hardships of a few days ago, the forces in Yang Kai's house had become more and more cohesive. Even though they belonged to different sects, they all got along peacefully like brothers and sisters. There was no such thing as unequal distribution of benefits. In some situations, such as when a new batch of pills came out, everyone would give in to each other and the atmosphere would be harmonious. In the past few days, Kai Yang had only done one thing: clean up the Bamboo Knot Gang. The news of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' hiding place was leaked by the Bamboo Knot Gang. After Pang Qi returned to the central capital, he immediately found the culprit, Mu Nando. The next day, Mu Nando's head was personally delivered to Yang Kai's house by Pang Qi. According to Pang Qi, the reason why Mu Nando had sold out was only because the Yi family's Yi Xian Ro had promised him some benefits and sent him 2 young and beautiful maidservants. Because the 2 maidservants were from the Yi family, Pang Qi didn't dare act rashly and simply sent them over for Yang Kai to deal with. For a short-sighted person like Mu Nando, Yang Kai didn't want to waste too much effort. Since he had already killed him, naturally there was nothing to say. As for the 2 maidservants, Yang Kai didn't kill them and simply kept them in the house. After all, they had no choice but to be used as a bargaining chip for Mu Nando in this whirlpool of right and wrong. Pang Qi immediately returned to the central capital to gather supplies for Yang Kai. After Pang Qi left, Xueqi found Yang Kai, pulled him into his room, closed the doors and windows, and wore a dignified expression. Looking at her nervous expression, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. If this was seen by others, they might misunderstand. Xueqi had also been busy for several days. After the war, there were many things that had to be dealt with, such as counting the casualties, comforting the injured, arranging accommodations for the High Heaven Pavilion members, and so on. After the 2 of them sat down in her room, Yang Kai reached out and poured a cup of tea for his niece. Xueqi gulped it down and let out a sigh of relief, seeming to relax a lot. What do you want to say? Yang Kai asked softly as he sipped his tea. Xueqi sighed and said, about Nanshang and Xiang. Do you think I went too far? Yang Kai interrupted her. Xueqi nodded gently and said truthfully, after all, they are the future heirs of first-class families. If you kill them so carelessly, how do you plan to clean up this mess? Do you think the Xiang and Nan families will give up? They won't. Yang Kai shook his head. Before killing Xiang Chu and Nan Shang, he had already expected this, but he still killed them. But the Xiang and Nan families can't do anything to me. Yang Kai chuckled. If they really dared to take action against me, I would admire their courage, but they don't dare. Not to mention that the Yang family was a behemoth that the Xiang and Nan families could not compete with. Even with so many masters gathered in Yang Kai's house, the Xiang and Nan families were no match for him. 8 blood warriors, an above immortal ascension boundary master, and 2 peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Even if the Xiang and Nan families wanted to avenge their dead heirs, they still had to consider whether they had enough weight. You. Xueqi stared at Yang Kai with a look of both love and hatred, smiling lightly. But to tell you the truth, Xiang Chu and Nan Shang were killed by you. I also feel very good about it. Those two were truly insidious and despicable. If the Xiong and Nan families had really been inherited by them, they would never have been able to rise again. Yang Kai snorted, those two, even if I didn't kill them this time, they would have been killed by others in the future. And that's true, but the problem is that the Xiong and Nan families absolutely won't compromise now. The Yang family will probably be put under some pressure. In the inheritance war, there has never been a loss of a first-class family's heir, so this matter could be a big deal. However, in my opinion, with the Yang family's domineering arrogance, they may not care about them, but it's also impossible for them to cover up for you. In other words, the Yang family will not intervene in the grievances between you and those two families. I naturally understand that. Xueqi Meng's expression became dignified. If I were them, I would wait for an opportunity to strike. When you're down, I'll hit you when you're down. Do you think you'll fall? That's hard to say. Yang Kai shook his head. Xueqi Meng raised her head and stared directly into the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, whispering softly, "It looks like we're both worried about the same problem." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Women who are too smart aren't very likable. Do you like stupid women?" Xueqi Meng stood up and turned around. "Xiao Man is stupid, but that doesn't mean you like Herb. I like her. Her breasts are so big, twice as big as yours," Yang Kai said without hesitation. As he spoke, he stared at Xueqi Meng's chest, suddenly sinking into contemplation, rubbing his chin and muttering, "If I bury my head in there, I wonder if I'll suffocate." Xueqi Meng's face went black as she hurriedly crossed her arms in front of her chest, angrily shouting, "Be serious." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he helplessly said, "This time's matter was beyond my expectations. I didn't expect that breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary would cause such a big commotion." Exposing some of his strength and heritage was one thing, but the key point was that he had also aroused the vigilance of the 8 Grand Elders from the Seal Temple. This was not something Yang Kai wanted to see happen. "Ha, you're too careless." Xueqi Meng also smiled bitterly. She and Yang Kai were both worried about this matter. The 8 great families and the demon race were like fire and water, so Yang Kai's evil side naturally made them fear him. Once someone from the 8 great families cultivated an evil secret art, they would either be directly destroyed or have their cultivation crippled. This time, Yang Kai being able to survive was thanks to Ling Tai Su and the others, not because Yang Li Ting cared about blood ties. "It can't be hidden." Yang Kai shook his head. "There are no walls in this world that don't let the wind out." Being able to hide for so long, Yang Kai was already very satisfied. According to the situation at that time, even if he hadn't become the demon race before, when he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the energy inside his unyielding golden skeleton would have erupted uncontrollably. At that time, the 8 Grand Elders would also know about this. Chapter 531. Unless Yang Kai could find a place far away from War City and avoid their eyes and ears. Now that the situation had developed to this point, whether or not the inheritance war would be affected, Yang Kai didn't know. If because of this, the family decided to deprive him of the right to participate in the inheritance war, it wasn't impossible. Xueqi Meng was worried about this, so she pulled Yang Kai close the door and quietly discussed this matter. However, no matter how worried she was now, the family's decision wasn't something Yang Kai could interfere with. Just like with the issue of the Blood Warriors before, if the family said he couldn't participate, then he couldn't. No matter how Yang Kai resisted or argued, in the end he had to compromise. Although he had obtained a lot of benefits at that time, things didn't develop as he had expected, which was really annoying. Discussing with Xueqi Meng and Xueqi Meng was fruitless, so he could only take precautions. "Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." Yang Kai hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave. Xueqi Meng stared at him for a moment before suddenly snorting. "Are you in a hurry to find that icy beauty?" Her words were full of jealousy. Ignoring her, Kai Yang stepped out of the room. "Pay attention to your body, don't overwork yourself," the Cho family's first young lady said sarcastically. "Why do you care so much about me?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly, pausing his steps, staring at Xueqi Meng with a burning gaze. "You don't really like me, do you?" Xueqi Meng blushed and snorted, "So what?" Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected her to admit it so bluntly. Suddenly, he didn't know what to do. Although he had repeatedly flirted with Xueqi Meng before, that was only a verbal tease. Now that he had suddenly received such an answer, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uneasy. Standing in place, he didn't know what to say. Xueqi Meng, on the other hand, wore an indifferent expression and snorted. Liking you doesn't mean I want to be with you. Unless you can marry into the Qiu family, then I can give up everything and follow you. Do you think you can marry into the Qiu family by being a good wife and loving mother? Yang Kai shook his head. That's right, so between the two of us, I only like you to this extent. In the future, I will marry one of the young lords of the central capital, and then my Qiu family will form a marriage alliance with his family so that we can help each other. We'll support each other and work together to bring down your Yang clan and trample it under our feet. At that time we might become enemies. Xueqi Meng said calmly, as if she was talking about someone else. Perhaps she will marry someone like Stars Hua, En, Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, Lu Qingyao, Meng Shanyi. Anything is possible. They don't deserve you. Yang Kai shook his head, suddenly feeling a little bored. Xueqi Meng giggled. The corners of her eyes overflowed with tears, but she didn't wipe them away, instead turning her head and whispering softly, "What does it matter if they don't deserve you? I'm not worthy of you, am I? You're so powerful, your future is bright. You have means, you have charm, and you're so strong. There is almost no woman who can match you. Before, I was a man who looked down on the world, but now, I can only look up to you." Yang Kai suddenly felt that he couldn't continue talking to her. If he did, this strong and wise woman would really cry. Grinning, he said, "Let's not talk about feelings, we can just play around." These words were worse than a beast, so Yang Kai couldn't help but despise himself for it. "Not now, wait until the day I get married. I'll find you." Xueqi Meng shook her head solemnly. Yang Kai stared at her blankly. "Are you kidding me?" Xueqi Meng smiled charmingly. "What do you think? I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly fled. In the corridor, a crisp sound rang out, and under the moonlight, a graceful figure reclined on the handrail of the corridor, looking up at the star field, holding some hazelnuts in her hands and chewing them with relish. A head of light blue hair that caused Yang Kai to be a little dazed, a beautiful but slightly charming face that was captivating, a small red mouth that opened up and down, revealing her pearly white teeth, a pair of slender legs that were mostly exposed to the air, and her skin as white as jade, an eye-catching sight. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared at the woman in front of him. "Do you want some?" Xue Ling stretched out her hand, but her mouth didn't stay idle, still chewing the hazelnuts skillfully. "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. "Why are you here?" "I live next door." Xue Ling pointed to the room next door. "I was bored at night so I came out to look at the stars. I asked you why you're in my house." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "What's wrong? Your house is so big. What's wrong with me living here?" Xue Ling pouted, whispering softly, "You can't be so stingy, right? Don't try to play tricks with me, it doesn't matter if you live here. But if I find out you have any ulterior motives you'll dive." "Aya, I'm so scared." Xue Ling bit her thin lip, staring at Yang Kai in horror, her two big eyes filled with fear. Humph. Knowing that she was just putting on an act, Yang Kai didn't probe further, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Did you hear what I said just now?" Xue Ling continued chewing the hazelnuts and giggled. "I didn't hear the first half, but I heard the second half." "Go accompany her." Yang Kai signaled with his eyes. The hazelnuts in Xue Ling's mouth slid down silently as she cried out, "Are you serious? Either go accompany her or get the hell out of here right now." "You!" Xue Ling ground her teeth and quickly rolled over, stuffing the hazelnuts in her hand into her sleeve, puffing out her chest and glaring at Yang Kai, hatefully saying, "I'll remember you." Saying so, she stormed into Xueqi Meng's room. A moment later, the sound of two young girls chatting came from inside the room. Yang Kai leaving with a satisfied expression. Xue Ling had returned to the house with everyone 3 days ago. Yang Kai knew about it but didn't bother with her. This woman's origins were mysterious, and her cultivation was not in line with her age. Furthermore, she had a head of light blue hair that stood out from the rest. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like an ordinary woman. She said she came from Water Spirit Temple, but Yang Kai had never heard of this sect. While he had asked the old demon to pay attention to her movements, Yang Kai also wanted to investigate her secrets. He could feel that Xue Ling had no malicious intentions towards the people in the house. As such, he had acquiesced to her living here. However, he hadn't expected that Xueqi Meng would arrange for her to live in the room next to his, obviously intending to personally monitor her. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, the night wind blurred. Yang Kai came to his little senior sister's room. Su Yan was also here. In the middle of the night, suddenly seeing Yang Kai visit, the two young girls were a little shy. Su Yan was fine, but Xia Ning Chang's face was red to the neck. During the time that Su Yan wasn't here, she had often shared a bed with Kai Yang and Kai Yang. Although she had never done anything out of line, at this moment, Xia Ning Chang still felt ashamed. Lowering her head, she didn't say a word. Su Yan glanced at Yang Kai and asked softly, "Why are you here?" "I've always lived here," Yang Kai replied frankly. Su Yan suddenly had a look of understanding on her face as she pursed her lips and giggled. She didn't oppose the relationship between Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang. It could even be said that in terms of relationships, she had never restricted Yang Kai or asked him to do anything. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, with Su Yan's cold temperament, she wouldn't have such needs. On the contrary, Yang Kai cultivated a yang attribute secret art and was a hot-blooded young man, so his needs were definitely stronger than hers. Yang Kai's status wasn't low, so it could be said that he could have as many women as he wanted, especially in the house. Now that there were so many beautiful women, there were many who had a good impression of him. However, as far as Su Yan knew, Yang Kai had only had one woman, and that was her. For such a man, Su Yan wouldn't ask him to do anything. "Do you want to rest?" Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Dual cultivation, we didn't dual cultivate last time," Yang Kai said. Oh, Su Yan blushed as she also remembered this. "I'm going to rest," Xia Ning Chang suddenly said, falling directly onto the bed and covering his face with the quilt, motionless, as if he had fallen asleep in an instant. Yang Kai and Su Yan glanced at each other and couldn't help laughing, recalling that Xia Ning Chang had often acted like this in the cave mansion under High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Shaking their heads, they didn't explain too much. Yang Kai and Su Yan sat down cross-legged facing each other and stretched out their palms. The joyous unification art had already reached the second stage, so there was no need for them to dual cultivate. The yuan qi in their bodies merged in a strange way in an instant, flowing from Yang Kai's body to Su Yan's body, then from Su Yan's body back to Yang Kai's body, an endless cycle. A few days ago, a great battle had caused the entire war city to boil over, and even now it had not completely calmed down. The Yang family's ninth brother, Yang Kai, had suddenly displayed his unparalleled strength, killing Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng in front of Yang Zhao's house and openly breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. This evil energy had spread throughout War City and finally attracted the attention of the 8 masters from the Seal Temple to stop it. But in front of Yang Kai's incredible connections and strength, the 8 masters had no choice but to compromise. After that, Yang Kai successfully broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, and the 8 masters from the Seal Temple retreated. The front of Yang Zhao's house was in ruins. The next day, eldest brother Yang Wei announced that until the end of the inheritance war, he would not make any more moves. When this news came out, War City was in an uproar. Yang Wei's meaning was obviously that he felt he couldn't win the inheritance war, so he had taken such passive measures. However, everyone understood and didn't blame or despise him. In the face of Yang Kai's overwhelming power, even if Yang Wei resisted, it would be useless. As long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could instantly defeat Yang Wei and eliminate him. Chapter 532. News of Yang Wei's passive response spread. Although there was no news from Yang Zhao's house, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, his situation was undoubtedly the worst. Masters like Nan Shang and Xiang Chu had been killed in front of Yang Zhao's house. After that battle, the forces in Yang Zhao's house had shrunk significantly. Many forces withdrew from the inheritance war and left Yang Zhao's house. After only half an hour, Yang Zhao's house was completely deserted. At this moment, the remaining forces in Yang Zhao's house were less than half of what they had been at their peak. In terms of number of cultivator, Yang Zhao's house had instantly fallen from the most powerful to the last. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, Yang Zhao's house couldn't be compared with Yang Kai's house. There were even rumors that Yang Zhao himself had lost all of his former glory since that day, spending his days in a daze, almost like a walking corpse, a tragic sight to behold. The remaining cultivator in Yang Zhao's house were also listless and had no fighting spirit. The inheritance war had lasted until now, and the outcome had basically been decided. Just as Yang Wei thought that day, there was no need to continue this battle for the position of future patriarch of the Yang family. Most people in War City, including those in the central capital, felt that Yang Kai would definitely be the next patriarch of the Yang family, leading the 8 great families and holding great power in his hands. These days, Yang Kai's mansion could be said to be bustling with noise and excitement. Guests came and went like a river, countless of them. These people all wanted to use this final moment to establish a relationship with Yang Kai. Although they hadn't helped much in the inheritance war, and some of them were even former enemies of Yang Kai's house, seeing that the inheritance war was about to end, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this final opportunity. They didn't really expect to reach an agreement with Yang Kai or form an alliance, but at the very least, they wanted to be acquainted with him. This way, when Yang Kai became the patriarch of the Yang family in the future, it would be easier to negotiate. These people all brought a lot of gifts, hoping to see Yang Kai and exchange a few words with him. There were also many people who came to act as matchmakers. Of these large and small forces, which one of them didn't have a few young ladies? Yang Kai was also a man. Men liked beautiful women. This was an eternal truth. If Yang Kai were to take a fancy to one of her daughters, she would become the mistress of the Yang family when she marries him. Who wouldn't be jealous of such an honor? The threshold of Yang Kai's mansion was almost broken. In the face of these people's visits, Xueqi was once again overwhelmed with work. Originally, she wasn't prepared to entertain these people. Towards these opportunistic people who changed faces faster than flipping the pages of a book, Xueqi abhorred them. However, after Yang Kai heard the news, he actually asked her to entertain him. Although Xueqi didn't understand why, she could only comply. All the great forces who came with gifts were personally welcomed into the house by Xueqi. After a few words, they would leave their gifts behind and scram. As for the matchmakers, the Cho family's eldest young miss had rudely blocked them outside the door and refused to receive them. In just a few days, the Yang Kai prefecture had welcomed more than 100 forces and gathered a large amount of wealth and materials at an incredible speed. Xueqi was deeply shocked. Even if she was the Cho family's eldest young lady, she was still shocked by the quantity and quality of these materials. 5 days later, Yang Kai's mansion gradually calmed down. Everyone who was busy suddenly felt a tyrannical aura spread out from the depths of the mansion. This aura was mixed with energy fluctuations that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. All of them couldn't help but look towards the source of the aura with a slightly changed expression. A moment later, many people had gathered together. "What's going on?" Xueqi shouted. He had just obtained a new artifact from Treasure Instrument Sect and hadn't had time to refine it before encountering the situation, so he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "It seems that someone has broken through." Xueqi frowned slightly, "and it's not just one person. I also felt it. 2 people broke through at the same time." Dong Dong nodded gently. The aura that had spread out was intertwined and didn't belong to just one person. "But why do I feel young Lord Kai's aura?" Xueqi didn't understand. Yang Kai had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary a few days ago, so even if his aptitude was outstanding, it was impossible for him to break through again in just a few days, right? How could others still survive? "Let's go take a look." Xueqi couldn't help feeling curious and led a group of young people over. After walking for a short time, they arrived at Xianing Chang's room, but before they could reach out and knock, the door opened. Yang Kai walked out from inside, followed by Su Yan. Although the 2 of them looked calm, anyone could see the joy and excitement in their eyes. "What's going on? Why are there so many people here?" Yang Kai frowned. "Who broke through here?" Xueqi peeked into the room but didn't see anything, so she couldn't help using her weak divine sense to sweep Yang Kai, her beautiful face suddenly changing color. "You actually, among this group of young people, in addition to Xueqi, there were also a few who had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary." Noticing the abnormality in Xueqi tone, they also used their divine senses to investigate and were immediately shocked. Yang Kai had actually broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 2nd stage. In other words, the aura that had spread out when he broke through was indeed caused by him. Pairs of eyes instantly bulged as everyone stared at Yang Kai incredulously, their faces filled with shock. "Breaking through a minor realm, what's all the fuss about?" Yang Kai snorted. "Fuss about nothing?" Xueqi screamed. "Young Lord Kai, do you know when you last broke through?" Who didn't know this question? The last time Yang Kai broke through, Dong Meng had been there to protect him and had even contradicted 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters. That was something that happened 7 days ago. 7 days, in just 7 days, He had broken through another minor realm. This kind of cultivation speed could no longer be described as abnormal. It was simply monstrous. She broke through with you? Xueqi Meng stared at Su Yan. Yang Kai nodded. This time's dual cultivation had allowed both of them to make significant progress. Yang Kai had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd stage while Su Yan had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage. Moreover, both of their cultivations had directly stabilized. In terms of gains, Su Yan's was even greater than Yang Kai's. After all, Yang Kai had just broken through a great realm not long ago. Xueqi suddenly said, "You've been staying in your room these past few days, shouldn't you be?" Before he could finish his words, Su Yan's cold eyes stared towards him. The Hua family young lord suddenly went silent. Although he was quite interested in women with cold temperaments and noble appearances, towards this Su Yan, Xueqi instinctively felt some fear. This woman was extraordinary. Perhaps even the Lu family's Lu Qingyao was not her opponent. For some reason, Xueqi was extremely confident in his guess. What's more, she was Yang Kai's woman. Towards Yang Kai's women, even those who had a good impression of Yang Kai, Xueqi had always consciously avoided them, never daring to have any improper thoughts. If you have time to ask this and that, just go and cultivate. Yang Kai scolded. Although his breakthrough this time was too abrupt, it was the result of a long period of preparation. Everyone was embarrassed by this, and they hurriedly scattered like birds and beasts. All of them hardened their hearts and swore to enter into closed-door cultivation to break through their current bottlenecks. Xueqi Meng also blushed slightly. She had the heart to cultivate, but after all, she had many things to do and didn't have much time. "Little lord, I have something to say." Xiang Tianshao didn't leave and instead stared at Yang Kai with a serious expression. Since the end of that day's battle, Xiang Tianshao had been looking for an opportunity, but Yang Kai had been so busy that it wasn't until now that he had a chance to speak. Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded gently. "I'm going to find junior sister Xia," Su Yan said, turning around and leaving. Su Yan didn't want to intervene in Yang Kai's affairs. Only Yang Kai, Xueqi Meng, and Xiang Tianshao remained. The atmosphere suddenly became a little dignified. Xueqi Meng seemed to realize what Xiang Tianshao wanted to say and quickly said, "Second young Master Xiang, I hope you can carefully consider what you are about to say." Xiang Tianzhao's expression was indifferent as he nodded slightly. "What is it? Speak." Yang Kai looked at him. Xiang Tianshao took a deep breath and said concisely, "I want to leave here and withdraw from the inheritance war." Xueqi Meng sighed deeply. Although she had already warned Xiang Tianshao, he still said this sentence, making her feel a little sad. "Have you thought about it?" Yang Kai didn't seem too surprised, as if he had already known. "Since you've thought about it, then go." Yang Kai didn't try to persuade him to stay. Xueqi Meng was shocked and stamped her foot. "Yang Kai." Yang Kai turned to look at her and said lightly, "No matter what, I killed his eldest brother. If second young Master Xiang still stays in my house and works for me, I'm afraid he will be criticized. Leaving here is the best choice." Xiang Tianzhao's expression changed and he couldn't help showing a trace of gratitude. Although Xiang Chu was his eldest brother, the struggle between the two brothers was no secret. In order to get rid of his younger brother, Xiang Chu had done everything in his power, but in the end, the two were still brothers. Xiang Chu died at the hands of Yang Kai, so it was really inappropriate for Xiang Tianshao to remain here. Even if the people in the house understood him, and those who knew what happened to him understood him, with so many people in the world, how could they all understand him? Listening to Yang Kai's words, Xueqi Meng's expression froze, not knowing how to persuade him to stay. Others were now desperately trying to squeeze into Yang Kai's house, but none of them had the opportunity to do so, nor could they. However, at the critical moment when victory was imminent in the inheritance war, Xiang Tianshao chose to leave. At first glance, such a choice was quite irrational. However, Yang Kai knew that Xiang Tianshao had his own principles and wasn't the kind of person who was driven by personal gain. If he was such a person, he wouldn't have joined him when he was at his lowest. The number of people Xiang Tianshao had brought with him was indeed not many, and their strength wasn't high, but after many battles, they had put in all of their efforts. "Many thanks for this half a year." Yang Kai nodded gently to Xiang Tianshao. Xiang Tianzhao's face, which had always been expressionless, suddenly showed a smile. "During this time, I was also indebted to little lord for taking care of me." The pills in the pill room and the artifacts refined by Treasure Instrument Sect had also been divided among the Xiong family cultivator. Thanks to such good fortune, the standards of the Xiong family cultivators had risen by several levels. Xiong Tianzhao's smile gradually converged and he restored his usual cold expression, his voice becoming low. Little lord, when we meet again, we will be enemies. When that time comes, I won't show any mercy. Farewell. I'll send you off. Chapter 533. Outside the mansion, Xiong Tianzhao led his family's cultivator to bid farewell to Yang Kai and Xueqi Meng. As the sun set, Xiong's second young lord's back was straight as he strode forward. He had a clear conscience. Behind him, there were less than 10 people following. When he came to Yang Kai that day, he had brought 4 boxes full of supplies and more than 20 cultivator, but after so many battles, his number had dwindled. Everyone else had died in battle, using their own flesh and blood to forge Yang Kai's glorious victories. Watching his second young lord and the Xiong family disappear, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze. Of those people, he only knew the name of Xiong Tianzhao. As for the others, he hadn't even spoken a word to them, but this still couldn't erase the respect and gratitude in his heart. Not only for the Xiong family, but also for the cultivator from the other forces in the mansion. Yang Kai was very grateful to all of them. If these people hadn't gathered together, even if he was strong, he wouldn't have been able to make any waves in the inheritance war. Xueqi Meng suddenly felt a little sad. This was the first group of cultivator to leave Yang Kai's mansion, not because of a dispute of interest, not because of a life or death grudge, but because of morality and family constraints. With Xiong Tianzhao leading the Xiong family, things should be much better. Yang Kai took a deep breath. At the very least, he was more reliable than someone like Xiong Chu. If he were to inherit the Xiong family in the future, Yang Kai wouldn't mind forming an alliance with the Xiong family and turning weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Xueqi Meng brushed her hair back behind her ear and chuckled. So you're right. You've done a good deed for the Xiong family. Unfortunately, the Xiong family won't appreciate it. Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly. Let's go back. Turning around. But before she could enter the mansion, her expression suddenly became cold and she reached out to the side. That hand seemed to have unknowingly lengthened, and an energy invisible to the naked eye shot out like a rope. A soft cry rang out, causing Xueqi Meng to be startled. Xueqi Meng couldn't help frowning. Dozens of feet away, there was a person wrapped in a black robe. Her body was suspended in the air and she was struggling. Her neck seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and her legs were flailing wildly. However, she couldn't escape Yang Kai's grasp. Xueqi Meng was surprised. Just now, when this person's exclamation entered her ears, she felt a sense of familiarity. But when she couldn't see her face, she couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a beam of energy that blew away the bamboo hat that covered the face of the captive. After seeing her true face, Kai Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a cold light flashing across them. However, Xueqi Meng's expression, she calmly looked at the struggling posture of the person in front of her and giggled. Why is it you? Meng Meng Ji, Meng Meng. Meng Meng ignoring Xueqi Meng's teasing, she glared at Yang Kai, her face flushed red, her towering chest heaving up and down violently, sending out waves of seduction. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to go too far, he just felt someone approaching him without warning, so he suddenly acted. Waving his hand, Yang Kai released the woman, causing her to cry out in alarm and fall to the ground. After standing up, she glared hatefully at Yang Kai. There was a trace of hidden resentment in her eyes. She had never been treated like this before. Eldest young lady Yi. Xueqi Meng gracefully stood beside Yang Kai, looking at Yi Xianro across from her and saying in a strange tone, Why aren't you staying in Yang Zhao's house and serving the second young lord? What are you doing here? Hearing her words, Yi Xianro's heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face, simply smiling softly and saying, Elder sister Qiu, what are you saying? Little sister is just an ally of second young lord. How could I serve him? That's a matter for the servants. There's no need for me to intervene. Really? Xueqi Meng looked surprised. I heard that since little sister and second young lord formed an alliance, your relationship has been getting better and better, to the point of even discussing marriage. Yi Xianro giggled, covering her mouth as she said, Elder sister must have misheard. Little sister isn't someone who casually marries off. Elder sister, on the other hand, you're not young anymore. Shouldn't you consider finding a good home? If elder sister is interested, little sister can speak a few words on behalf of elder sister to second young lord. Recently, second young lord has been quite depressed. If he hears this news, won't he be able to cheer up? No need. Xueqi Meng chuckled, turning her head to look at Yang Kai. If I want to marry, I already have a candidate by my side. Yi Xianro was stunned. She hadn't expected Xueqi Meng to be so bold, directly expressing her love in front of Yang Kai. After a moment of silence, she said with a look of admiration, "Elder sister is really extraordinary. Little sister is too embarrassed to say such words. Little sister's face is quite thin." Xueqi Meng's expression was warm, and Yi Xianro smiled faintly. The two women's eyes met, creating a series of invisible sparks. At the entrance of the mansion, there were two gods from an unknown faction standing there. Hearing the two of them calling each other elder sister and younger sister, they were more affectionate than anyone else. Their tone was also very gentle, as if they were really harmonious sisters. However, for some reason, they still felt an illusion of swords and blades. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. "If you have something to say, then say it. I don't have time to listen to you bickering here." Yang Kai impatiently interrupted their verbal confrontation. He had something on his mind but didn't have time to deal with it, so naturally he was a bit anxious. "Why is little lord so cold?" Yi Xianro said with some dissatisfaction. "But since I've come here, I must have something to say." Yang Kai just stared straight at her without saying anything. Yi Xianro was stunned. "You wouldn't want me to say it here, would you? What's inconvenient about that?" "Of course it's inconvenient," Yi Xianro said with a depressed expression. She had come here in secret, so if someone really saw her contacting Yang Kai here, it wouldn't be a good thing for her. After all, she was on Yang Zhao's side. Xueqi Meng obviously also considered this point and stood on her tiptoes, whispering something into Yang Kai's ear. She was worried that if news of her meeting with Yi Xianro were to spread, she would be used by others. If that happened, not only would it be bad for Yi Xianro, but it would also be bad for Yang Kai's reputation. After listening to Xueqi Meng's words, even though Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant, he could only say, "Then let's talk inside." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xianro, wrapped in a fragrant wind, rushed into the house, and when she passed by Yang Kai, she giggled and threw him a flirtatious glance. Yang Kai's expression became strange, suddenly feeling that this Yi Xianro was completely different from what he had imagined. "Do you think she's a pure woman?" Xueqi Meng coldly snorted. "I think so," Yang Kai nodded. Whether it was Yi Xianro's name, appearance, or the few times he had met her, Yang Kai felt that although she was an enemy, she wasn't bad at all. Now it seemed that he had misjudged her. "Humph, be careful, don't let her eat you until there's nothing left of you," Xueqi Meng warned with a sour tone. "Am I that kind of person?" Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. Xueqi Meng couldn't help laughing, feeling that she was overthinking things. If Yang Kai was really a perverted hooligan like Starshua, she might have to worry about being unable to resist the temptation of Yi Xianro. But although Yang Kai was somewhat hateful and lecherous, in the end, he was still a very principled person. If she tried to seduce Yang Kai, she estimated that Yang Kai would not refuse and would eat her up, but Yi Xianro, she didn't have that ability. Xueqi Meng's heart suddenly filled with pride. Walking into the house, outside the side hall, Xueqi Meng stopped and chuckled. "You can talk to her yourself. I don't get along well with her. If we meet, we'll definitely quarrel, so it's better not to see her." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had just experienced this and knew that what Xueqi Meng said was not false. The two of them were both young ladies from the central capital's 8 great families, so naturally, they would compete with each other. But Xueqi Meng's fame was undoubtedly overwhelming, so Yi Xianro simply couldn't compare. Inside the side hall, Yi Xianro had already taken off her disguise and was gasping for breath, her face relaxed. It was clear that she had put in a lot of effort to dress herself up. She was beautiful to begin with, so at this moment, she gave off a radiant feeling. Her 2 snow-white arms were exposed, her skin white as snow, her chest full, not too big nor too small, just right. Her waist was graceful, her buttocks were round and perky, and her legs were long and slender. At the ankles of her 2 jade feet, there were also some bell-like ornaments, and although they didn't make any sound, they were small and lovely. Moreover, the first impression she gave off was that of a little bird, docile and delicate. However, when Kai looked at her at this moment, he could see the charm hidden in her clear eyes. If you have something to say, just say it, Kai said impatiently. Little Lord really is an indifferent person. Xueqi smiled sweetly. Then you're wrong. Kai grinned wickedly. I'm not an indifferent person. I'm also interested in beautiful women, but I have something to do right now, so I don't want to waste time. Is Little Lord praising me as a beautiful woman? Xueqi's face lit up as she bit her lip and asked. Everyone has their own preferences. In my opinion, you're a beautiful woman. Kai nodded, but even if you're a beautiful woman, you can't waste my time. If that's the case, then I'll speak frankly. Xueqi didn't want to be entangled. She understood Kai's character and knew that he was a strong person. Strong people didn't like to be led by the nose by others, so if she tried to change the subject, she was afraid the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Kai put on an expression of listening attentively. In the battle 7 days ago, Second Young Lord has completely lost his will to fight. Although I am Second Young Lord's ally and should support him at this time to restore his confidence, I think that even if I try, there is nothing I can do. In other words, Second Young Lord is destined to be eliminated from the inheritance war. What do you mean? Kai smiled playfully. Could it be you want to abandon my second brother and join me? Chapter 534. Inside the main hall, Xueqi blinked her big eyes and stared at Kai for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. As she laughed, she said, Little Lord is looking down on me too much. How could I possibly betray Second Young Lord and seek refuge with you? If I really did so, what kind of person would I, Xueqi, be? What would the world think of my Yi family then? It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Kai smiled and shook his head. He also knew that it was impossible for Xueqi to do such a thing. The inheritance war was hosted by the Yang family in order to select the next patriarch. Many forces in the world, large and small, were participating, most of them wanting to take this opportunity to latch onto the Yang family's thighs. However, the other 7 great families of the central capital didn't have such intentions. They had a strong heritage and powerful strength. Even if they weren't as strong as the Yang family, they weren't far behind. Moreover, they shared an inextricable connection with the Yang family in the central capital, so there was no need for them to curry favor with the Yang family. The young lords and young ladies of the 7 great families participating in the inheritance war were mainly honing themselves and honing their abilities. They didn't care much about winning or losing the inheritance war. If they won, they would be happy, but if they lost, it wouldn't be a big loss. Therefore, although the current situation in Kai's house wasn't very optimistic, Xueqi couldn't betray him and instead seek refuge with him. Doing so would cause a great loss to her Yi family's reputation. Then what do you want to do? Kai stared at Xueqi with burning eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been waiting outside for a few days, right? It didn't make sense that she would find him so soon after he left the house. The only explanation was that this woman was waiting for him to show up. Actually, I don't want to do anything. Xueqi shook her head. It's just that the current situation is clear. It's only a matter of time before Little Lord wins. It can even be said that if you want, you can defeat the other 2 opponents right now. Kai remained silent, but a trace of vigilance flashed across his eyes. He didn't know if this Xueqi was here to inquire about information. The future patriarch of the Yang family will undoubtedly be Little Lord. Xueqi's beautiful eyes flashed as if she could already see Kai's domineering demeanor. Her breathing quickened slightly as an intoxicating blush appeared on her face. It just so happens that I'm more interested in the strong. The Little Lord is such a person. You're really boring. Kai curled his lips, his face full of disdain. A cold light flashed across Xueqi's eyes, but she quickly restrained herself and giggled. Let's get straight to the point. This time, I only came to ask for one thing. What is it? When the little young lord becomes the head of the Yang family, please take care of my Yi family. Kai's expression became strange, squinting at Xueqi. Your Yi family is still one of the 8 great families. You don't need me to look after you, do you? Xueqi slowly shook her head and said with a sad expression. Little Lord may not know, but the 8 great families are now going downhill. Many of the family's masters are nearing the end of their lives and the strength of the new generation of young lords is mixed. Most of them are domineering and incompetent. In the last battle with the ash-gray cloud evil land, our side suffered heavy losses but was unable to eradicate the evil land. The prestige of the 8 great families was also greatly damaged. I don't know how long this kind of glory will last. I have always felt that Little Lord is a person who can bring about miracles. The entire inheritance war is a battlefield where you repeatedly create miracles. The Yang family, under your leadership in the future, is very likely to become even stronger than it is now. As for the other 7 great families, haha, I don't think anyone has this ability. When that time comes, your Yang family may really dominate the central capital and control the world, not just in name like it is now. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, suddenly realizing that he had underestimated this woman's ability to see far into the future. Worthy of being a descendant of the 8 great families, regardless of her character, she was still quite perceptive. Although the current 8 great families were led by the Yang family, the other 7 great families weren't weak either. Each of them wanted to replace the Yang family. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. However, no matter which family it was, they were all going downhill. The problem Xueqi and Ro mentioned was something Yang Kai had occasionally thought about, but he didn't think too much about it because he felt that this kind of thing had nothing to do with him. Now that he listened to her analysis, he suddenly felt that it made sense. The 8 great families had been enjoying prosperity for far too long. The so-called riches could not last more than 3 generations, and sooner or later they would decline. Now, there were already signs of this. Each of the young lords and young ladies of the central capital thought they were superior to others, forgetting the hardships and dangers their ancestors had faced in order to create such a prosperous world. A person like Qiu Zirua might become the Qiu family's leader in the future. So what hope did the Qiu family have? Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, Meng Shan-yi, Lu Qingyao, and the others all had some ability, but under their leadership, wouldn't their families decline? This was something no one could predict. Perhaps we won't be able to see this happen in our lifetime, but I'm just preparing for a rainy day. It's always better to be prepared than not, right? Xueqi and Ro looked at Yang Kai confidently. Yang Kai gently nodded. In any case, I feel that Little Lord isn't an ordinary person. Under your leadership, the Yang family will definitely be better off than it is now. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to establish a good relationship with you, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Xueqi and Ro spoke the truth, her expression and tone not the slightest bit of falsehood. It was obvious that she really was sincere. I admit that what you said makes sense. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned. But what benefits do I get from doing this? Xueqi and Ro bit her lip and said softly, "What benefits does Little Lord want?" When she said this sentence, her eyes became blurred and her face filled with a seductive light. Her meaning was self-evident. Yang Kai looked at her calmly and slowly shook his head. "I don't know, it depends on what you can offer." Xueqi and Ro giggled, got up, and walked towards Yang Kai step by step. When she was half a foot away from Yang Kai, she stood still, turned around, and sat down on Yang Kai's lap, her arms around Yang Kai's neck as she whispered, "Little Lord, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." "Really?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a look of fascination appearing on his face as he stretched out his hand and pinched Xueqi and Ro's plump breasts. With a soft snort, Xueqi and Ro stared towards Yang Kai and pouted, "Little Lord, be gentle, you're going to break my skin." Her lips were bright red and extremely seductive. Seeing this, a trace of pride flashed across Xueqi and Ro's eyes. Even if Yang Kai was outstanding, in the end, he was still just an 18-year-old boy. Yang Zhao had already been reduced to a subject under her skirt, conquered by her with his body. How could Yang Kai be spared? Xueqi and Ro coldly snorted. Saying so, she quickly left Yang Kai's arms. Xueqi and Ro was an expert at playing hard to get. She knew that if she wanted to whet a man's appetite, she couldn't let him get what he wanted too easily. She wasn't a pure woman. How could she not understand what a man was thinking? Yang Kai didn't try to stop her and just stared at her with a smile, his face full of expectation. Although his eyes were lustful, there was no sign of him being aroused. Just as she stood firmly, Xueqi and Ro's clothes suddenly turned to shreds. Her perfectly proportioned snow-white body was suddenly exposed to the air. It was as exquisite as silk, and it flickered with an alluring luster. It was a breathtaking sight. Xueqi and Ro exclaimed, never having expected such a thing to happen. Suddenly, she realized that when Yang Kai had pinched her a moment ago, he had used some kind of trick, but she hadn't noticed it at all. Panicking and frightened, Yi Xianro hurriedly raised her jade arm to protect herself while covering her lower body with her other hand. Her face flushed red as she glared at Yang Kai. You. Spitting out a single word, Yi Xianro quickly suppressed her anger and stamped her foot. Little lord, how can you be like this? You delivered yourself to my doorstep. Yang Kai snorted, slightly raising his head and saying in an arrogant tone, Take your hands off me. Yi Xianro suddenly wore an embarrassed expression and hesitated. Didn't you just say you could pay any price? Yang Kai sneered. What, were you just joking? Of course I was serious. Yi Xianro's heart was filled with resentment as she bit her thin lip. She really didn't care about her relationship with Yang Kai, in fact, she even longed for it. But before she obtained any tangible benefits in Yang Kai's promise, she didn't want to let Yang Kai take advantage of her. But now, she had no choice but to do so. Hardening her heart, Yi Xianro said softly, Then little lord, please don't laugh at me. Yang Kai didn't comment, still looking down at her with a somewhat superior expression. Yi Xianro slowly released her hands and lowered her head, looking very shy. Yang Kai's eyes were full of aggression, not bothering to hide it as he stared at her with a burning gaze. Her plump, flat, and smooth lower abdomen without a trace of excess fat. Her private area was covered in fragrant grass. Her snow-white body exuded an alluring light that would make any man's blood boil. She was so beautiful that it made people linger and forget to return, making them drool. Yi Xianro was completely naked, standing in front of Yang Kai like a work of art, allowing him to appreciate her exquisite curves and body. Yang Kai had to admit, this woman really did have a lot of capital, especially with her current shy appearance. It made him want to push her to the ground and savor her futile struggle. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Yi Xianro's pure white body gradually glowed with a strange red light and her breathing gradually quickened. Although she wasn't pure, she was still a woman. Standing in front of a man like this, she was somewhat shy. Am I beautiful? Yi Xianro allowed his eyes to wander over her body as she raised her head and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded heavily, breathing heavily. As long as you give me a promise, this is all yours. At this point, Yi Xianro could no longer play hard to get and could only throw out the bait. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance and state, it was obvious he couldn't refuse such a temptation, so she was full of confidence. Chapter 535. Inside the side hall, facing Yi Xianro's blatant seduction, Yang Kai stood up and walked straight towards her. Yi Xianro raised her eyes and glanced at him shyly, her heart beating violently as a faint trace of expectation appeared on her face. Towards Yang Kai, Yi Xianro was indeed quite interested in him. Being able to share the pleasures of fish and water with such a young overlord would certainly be a joyous occasion. As Yang Kai approached, Yi Xianro's breathing gradually quickened. A moment later, Yang Kai brushed past her and a low voice filled with sarcasm entered her ears. Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes. The expectation on Yi Xianro's face quickly converged and her charming face suddenly became gloomy, her tender body trembling as she turned her head and shouted, Yang Kai, stop right there. Yang Kai ignored her and continued to walk out. Yi Xianro was furious and quickly chased after him, but before she could get close to Yang Kai, she was blown away by an invisible wave of qi. When she landed on the ground, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai, you dare treat me like this, I'll make you die a horrible death. Yi Xianro roared hysterically like a madwoman. Outside the side hall, Xueqi Meng stared at Yang Kai strangely, her face flushed red as she said, Aren't you going too far? Treating a woman like this? What's too far? Yang Kai snorted lightly. Not calling Hua Xingchen over is already the most benevolent thing she can do. I've always been kind to women. She's yours now. Hee hee. Xueqi Meng giggled, a look of expectation appearing on her face. Although with Yi Xianro's status, Xueqi Meng couldn't do anything to her, but she could still make her suffer a little. The two women were already at odds with each other, and now Yi Xianro was brazenly seducing Yang Kai, causing Xueqi Meng's heart to burn with anger. After Yang Kai left, Xueqi Meng gently clapped her hands. Immediately, a few bodyguard-like cultivator rushed over, respectfully asking, Sister Qiu Xiaoyu, what orders do you have? Xueqi Meng's lips curled into a devilish grin as she shouted, Stand guard outside the hall, without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. Yes. Inside the side hall, Yi Xianro's beautiful face turned pale. She couldn't help but cry out, Elder Sister Chio, please spare younger sister this time. Younger sister was wrong. Elder Sister Chio. Xueqi Meng muttered to herself, I'm getting old, my ears aren't that good. Did you hear anything? The guards outside the side hall shook their heads solemnly. Then I must have misheard. I thought someone was calling out to me. Xueqi Meng giggled and walked away. The guards immediately felt a chill run down their spines. All of them suddenly discovered that Xueqi Meng also had such a black-bellied side to her. Glancing towards the side hall, they couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. Inside, there was also a fully clothed Yi Xian Ro. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his mood fluctuating slightly. Not because of Yi Xian Ro, but because of what he was about to do next. 7 days ago, when he had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai hadn't noticed, and by the time he did, there were many things he had to do, so he hadn't had time to deal with them until now. The wordless black book had reacted. With a single thought, the wordless black book made from soul calming stone appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Since obtaining this wordless black book, Yang Kai had made great strides on the road of martial Tao, his momentum unstoppable. This was partly because of the wordless black book's help each time it was unsealed, but more importantly, Yang Kai's own efforts were the result. Even now, Yang Kai still remembered it clearly. On the first page of the wordless black book, he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton. On the second page, he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton secret art. On the third page, he obtained the magical incense burner. On the fourth page, he obtained the true Yang secret art, which established his Yuan Qi secret art. On the fifth page, he was guided to Medicine King's Valley, where he obtained the peerless treasures under the myriad drug pond. At the same time, the sixth page was unsealed, opening up the wordless black book space. Until now, the wordless black book hadn't shown any signs of activity, but after breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai felt that the seventh page's restrictions could now be explored. Being able to explore meant that with his current strength and cultivation, he could break through its restrictions, unseal it, and unearth the secrets hidden on the seventh page. It could be said that every page of the wordless black book that was unsealed had greatly benefited Yang Kai. Now that he had reached this point, how could Yang Kai not be excited? Taking a deep breath, calming his fluctuating mood, Yang Kai held the wordless black book in his hand, opened it, and poured his Yuan Qi into it. But soon, Yang Kai discovered an unusual situation. In the past, whenever Yang Kai poured his true Qi into the wordless black book, the wordless black book would completely swallow it, and once it reached a certain point, the restrictions would be undone. However, this time, the wordless black book refused to accept Yang Kai's true Qi and instead rebounded it all back. Yang Kai fell into contemplation. Was the way he poured his Yuan Qi in was wrong? Or was the amount of Yuan Qi he poured in not enough? Or perhaps it wasn't done that way at all. The seventh page's restrictions were only discovered after he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary and opened up his knowledge sea. In other words, his knowledge sea and divine sense were the biggest keys. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. No longer pouring his Yuan Qi into the wordless black book, he instead condensed his own spiritual energy and sent it towards the seventh page. The moment his spiritual energy entered the wordless black book, a faint light appeared, and at the same time, his spiritual energy was completely swallowed up. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately affirmed his own inference. In order to unlock the seventh page's restrictions, he must use his spiritual energy. In for a penny, in for a pound, Yang Kai madly condensed his divine sense and continuously attacked the wordless black book. Every time his divine sense attacked, it would be completely swallowed up by the wordless black book. But Yang Kai could clearly perceive that the wordless black book's restrictions were gradually becoming weaker and weaker, like an iceberg that had been exposed to the scorching sun, slowly melting away. It was slow, but it was noticeable. Time passed, and the sun rose faintly. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but after taking several pills to replenish his spiritual energy, he finally broke through the wordless black book's restrictions. On the seventh page, a series of flickering lines appeared, crisscrossing each other, giving off a complex and mysterious aura. It seemed to be a spirit array. When all the lines on the spirit array were lit up, in the center of the page, a small vortex appeared. This vortex seemed to have the ability to swallow everything, slowly rotating. As it rotated, something emerged from the wordless black book. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of panic. His knowledge sea's soul seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, wanting to rush out of his knowledge seeth. Kai Yang was shocked, but he quickly held his breath and stabilized his state of mind. Only then was he able to resist. If a person's soul was sucked away, they would definitely become a senseless idiot. At this moment, everyone in the mansion, including Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su, felt a sense of unease. This feeling only lasted for a moment, coming quickly and leaving quickly, but it aroused the vigilance of the two masters. At the same time, they tried to sense the direction of Yang Kai, but there was nothing there, as if there was something blocking their divine sense. This made the two of them suspicious. They didn't know why such a situation would occur. Inside the room, Yang Kai stared at the thing that emerged from the 7th page of the wordless black book, a strange expression on his face. This thing was about the size of an egg, with 2 pointed ends, a round middle, and flat edges. There were many lines on it, like the wrinkles of a human, like the crisscrossing gullies on the back of a 10,000-year-old turtle. At first glance, this thing looked like some kind of fruit. But no matter how Yang Kai looked at it, he felt it was more like a closed eye. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart and countless goosebumps appeared all over his body. He didn't know what this thing was. In the past, when the wordless black book was unsealed, a message would spread, letting him know what benefits he had obtained, but this time it didn't. The difficulty of unsealing this wordless black book was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that this thing was an incredible thing, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure out its purpose. He could only feel that it had some kind of connection with his soul. With a thought, the thing in his hand that looked like a closed eye or a fruit disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai noticed that there were some new traces in his knowledge sea. Immersing himself in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai examined it. Sure enough, that thing had already entered his knowledge sea and was now quietly floating above the island transformed from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, without the slightest sign of disharmony, as if he had already refined it. Inside his knowledge sea, in addition to that thing and the soul-warming lotus, there was also a small sword. It was the soul-type artifact he had used to kill Nan Shang. In order to refine this small sword, Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort, but that unknown thing had actually entered his knowledge sea on its own. Shaking his head, Yang Kai couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind this. Hearing a sound in his ear, Yang Kai quickly withdrew from his knowledge sea. The door opened and outside, Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya walked in with dignified expressions. Both of them stared at Yang Kai for a moment before using their huge divine senses to sweep him. But after failing to find anything, the two of them exchanged a puzzled glance before walking out without saying a word. "Young master, are you all right?" Immediately after, the old demon also poked his head out and asked. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that these people were worried about him. His heart couldn't help feeling warm. "It's good that you're fine." The old demon breathed a sigh of relief and retracted his head. "Wait." Yang Kai suddenly called out. "What other orders does young master have?" "Go call Lang Shan over." "Yes." A moment later, Lang Shan of Ghost King Valley was led into the room by the old demon. Looking at Yang Kai curiously, Lang Shan asked, "What's the matter?" "Sit." Yang Kai didn't get up and simply motioned to her. Lang Shan froze for a moment, not understanding Yang Kai's intentions. Chapter 536. I said, when I break through to the immortal ascension boundary one day, I will give you back your freedom. Looking at the suspicious look on Lang Shan's face, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Now, it's time to fulfill this promise." Lang Shan's eyes lit up. Her eyes suddenly filled with expectation. A few years ago, when she was in that isolated world, she and Tianlang dynasty's ZMO had been implanted with a soul brand by Yang Kai. At the beginning, Lang Shan and ZMO had tried every possible means to escape from Yang Kai's control, but after going through trials and tribulations together, Lang Shan gradually changed her opinion and attitude towards Yang Kai. Later, in the evil cavern, Yang Kai had single-handedly saved 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples, causing Lang Shan to shed tears of gratitude. During the Inheritance War, when the Ghost King Valley disciples had come to help, Lang Shan had only wanted to return the favor and thank Yang Kai for his kindness to them. She no longer cared about the soul brand that Yang Kai had planted in her sea. It didn't matter whether it was removed or not. After all, it was impossible for Yang Kai to harm her and use that brand to order her to do things she didn't like. Although she didn't care, when she heard Yang Kai say so, Lang Shan was still a little happy. This man was a man who kept his promises. Nodding gently to Yang Kai, Leng Shan walked over to him and sat down cross-legged. Relax. Yang Kai chuckled, seeing that she was a little nervous. The next moment, a huge amount of pure divine sense condensed and rushed directly into Leng Shan's mind. Leng Shan had now broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage, and although she hadn't yet reached the immortal ascension boundary or opened her knowledge sea, as a living being, her soul was innate. After his divine sense swept through Leng Shan's mind, Yang Kai immediately found a wisp of energy that was exactly the same as his own aura. It was the soul brand that had been implanted in Leng Shan's body for several years. Yang Kai carefully pulled the brand, using his own origin aura to attract it and make it return. For Yang Kai, who had already broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, this wasn't a difficult task at all. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and said with a smile, "It's done." Leng Shan slowly opened her eyes, staring at Yang Kai in a daze, her mood incomparably subtle. Regaining her freedom was a joyous occasion worthy of celebration, but Leng Shan kept feeling as if she was suddenly missing something, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Thank you." Leng Shan stood up and thanked him softly. From then on, she no longer had any contact with Yang Kai. After the end of the Inheritance War, she may take her disciples back to Ghost King Valley, and never set foot in the central capital or war city again. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Leng Shan smiled silently, turned around, and walked out. Outside, the old demon grinned meaningfully and said, "Young Lady Leng, congratulations." But unexpectedly, Leng Shan actually glared at him, causing the old demon to suddenly feel confused, wondering what he had done to offend her. "Old demon, come in." Yang Kai's voice called out from inside the room. The old demon quickly walked in, bowed, and asked, "What other instructions does young master have?" "Sit down." "Ah." The old demon was startled, suddenly realizing what Yang Kai was going to do. His face flushed with excitement as he stared at him and muttered, "Young master, if I tell you to sit, then sit, don't talk nonsense." The old demon quickly sat down in front of Yang Kai, his expression solemn, nervous, and expectant. "Release your knowledge sea's defenses," Yang Kai said lightly. The old demon quickly did as he was told. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense invaded the old demon's knowledge sea, searching for a soul thread that belonged to him. A moment later, Yang Kai and the old demon opened their eyes at the same time, the former with a strange expression and the latter with a look of embarrassment. "Heh." Yang Kai looked at the old demon with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I seem to have seen something incredible." Just now, when he invaded the old demon's knowledge sea, all he saw was a blood-red color. The old demon's knowledge sea was formed from blood and was filled with an incomparable evil qi and demonic qi. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he still felt a little uneasy inside. While shuttling through the blood-red knowledge sea, Yang Kai faintly saw some of the old demon's distracting thoughts, including his previous thoughts of harming him. However, they were both men after all, so Yang Kai didn't dare to pry too much, otherwise it would be too disgusting, so after finding his own soul thread, he hurriedly withdrew. The old demon was embarrassed to death. "Young master, please calm your anger. Those were old servant's thoughts a long time ago. Now, old servant is loyal to young master. Heaven and earth can testify to this." "Enough." Yang Kai stood up. "You don't need to show your loyalty to me. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you go free. Young master is wise." The old demon was moved. From now on, old servant will still serve young master, without any disloyalty. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said no more. The old demon didn't show any intention of leaving immediately, rubbing his big hands as if he had something to say. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. "Young master, old servant must apologize to you," the old demon chuckled awkwardly. "If you're referring to your previous thoughts, there's no need to say anything." "No," the old demon shook his head. "It's about your methods of controlling others." "That's your method?" Yes, it's old servant's method." The old demon nodded repeatedly. Whether it was himself, Lang Shan, or ZMO, it was the old demon's doing that allowed Yang Kai to control the three of them. During this process, Yang Kai was only responsible for providing his own soul thread and reaping the fruits of others' labor. The old demon did all the work. At that time, Yang Kai's strength was still relatively low, so he couldn't use his spiritual energy to plant a brand in others' minds. How should I describe old servant's method? There are advantages and disadvantages. Old Demon quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing him remain silent, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Continuing, the good side of this is that it's much more convenient. Young master has probably already experienced this. With old servant's help, all you need to do is release a thread of your soul to easily control others. And the disadvantage? Yang Kai felt that this was the main point. He had never heard the old demon mention this before. The old demon awkwardly scratched his head for a long time before saying, "The disadvantage is that if one is damaged, everyone is damaged." Speak clearly, Yang Kai frowned. If the controlled person's soul is destroyed, young master may also be injured. The old demon gritted his teeth and explained. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he understood. Because my soul thread is still in someone else's mind, right? Exactly, but fortunately, whether it's old servant or Miss Lung Shan, both of us have been safe these past few days. The old demon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered, "But, it seems, there is also a little girl called ZMO. Yang Kai grinned, knowing what the old demon wanted to say. If young master is still worried, old servant will immediately go to Tianlang dynasty and bring her here, the old demon quickly said. Do you have such ability? Yang Kai glared at him. Although Tianlang dynasty's territory was not as vast as the Great Han dynasties, it was still a place where cultivators gathered. Sen Luo Temple, where ZMO was located, was a super force in Tianlang dynasty with an above immortal ascension boundary master presiding over it. Even if the old demon was powerful, he couldn't snatch someone from Sen Luo Temple. The reason he hadn't told him this before was probably because he wanted to use it to bring him down. Yang Kai understood and didn't pursue the matter further. The fact that old demon was willing to tell him this already showed his sincerity and loyalty. Moreover, in Yang Kai's opinion, this wasn't a big deal. As long as ZMO didn't die, he wouldn't be harmed. When I have time in the future, I'll make a trip there, Yang Kai sighed. Yes, young master. The old demon looked guilty and could only nod. His divine sense thread being planted in someone else's mind wasn't a good idea. Yang Kai could only wait until the inheritance war was over and see if he had free time to find ZMO. Thinking of that bold woman, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling strange. In that isolated world, she had almost been plucked by him. Young and inexperienced, Yang Kai shook his head again and again. 2 days later, early in the morning, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Yang Kai's house. The guard outside the house hurriedly reported, and when Yang Kai rushed to the main hall, he found that Elder Yang Zhan of the Yang family Elder Hall had actually arrived in person and was sitting at the head of the table. Along with him were a number of people Yang Kai had never seen before, all of them possessing extraordinary strength, at least at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. There were about 4 or 5 people in total. Frowning, Yang Kai stepped forward and saluted. Greetings, Elder. Yang Zhan nodded lightly, his expression solemn. Elder these are. Yang Kai looked at the other people and asked. They are all elders of my Yang family. Yang Zhen explained. The members of the Yang family Elder Hall weren't just the few old men Yang Kai had seen before. These people had worked hard and made great contributions to the Yang family. As they grew older, they had been arranged to sit in the Elder Hall, and in addition to dealing with some chores, they spent the rest of their lives enjoying themselves. There was another group of elders who really managed the affairs of the Yang family. These people were the ones who held the most power in the Yang family. Just like the people in front of him. Yang Kai nodded slightly and greeted them one by one. Those people all had lofty expressions on their faces and did not respond. Yang Kai didn't care. Most of the Yang family's elders were like this. Not only the Yang family, but the 8 great families were also like this. May I ask why Elder has come to my house this time? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, a bad premonition in his heart. Last time, because of the Blood Warrior issue, Yang Kai had been summoned back by the family. But this time, several elders had come in person. Obviously, the problem was more serious than last time, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. You already know the answer. Yang Zhan coldly snorted and shouted majestically, in front of tens of thousands of people in War City. You killed the heirs of the Nan family and Xiang family. Do you really think you're some kind of character? Just because of this? Yang Kai stared at Yang Zhan in amazement, chuckling lightly. Aren't elders making too much of a fuss over nothing? Making too much of a fuss over nothing? A man in a blue robe on the left suddenly shouted coldly. Those were the heirs of 2 first-class families, not some random cat or dog you could kill. Chapter 537. To me, they're no different from cats and dogs. Yang Kai turned to look at the man who spoke, a sneer on his face. Arrogant. The man coldly snorted, the others also slowly shaking their heads, disappointment filling their faces. They had been in the central capital all this time, but they had also been paying attention to the situation in War City every day. From Yang Kai's performance in the past, these people had regarded him as a reliable candidate to inherit the position of patriarch. But now that they had met him, they suddenly discovered that he was actually a little brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was inevitable that they would feel disappointed. Although the Yang family was arrogant and domineering, they wouldn't do anything that would provoke public anger. Yang Kai killing the heirs of two first-class families in the inheritance war was undoubtedly a violation of this taboo. As a result, when the Yang family hosted the inheritance war in the future, which family would dare send someone to participate? It was precisely because the young lords and young ladies of great families participating in the inheritance war that there was no danger to their lives and they could hone themselves as well as have investment value. So every time the inheritance war was held, countless forces would rush to participate. Now that Yang Kai had done this, if the Yang family didn't give the world an explanation, no one would dare to participate in the inheritance war in the future. Relying on your status as a Yang family direct descendant, you dare to kill the heirs of other families. Your approach has made the family very disappointed and passive. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in a hoarse voice. She wasn't ugly, and although she was a middle-aged woman, she was still quite charming. But her voice, for some reason, made those who heard it feel particularly uncomfortable. Even if I'm not a Yang family direct descendant. If those two had provoked me, they would have died. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. The several elders kept shaking their heads, the middle-aged woman saying, "It seems that you can't be reasoned with at all." "Elder Zhen, you speak." Yang Zhen nodded gently and said, "Yang Kai, you really went too far this time. You're young and impetuous, I understand. This old master also had such an experience, so I'm not going to criticize you, but as a man, you must be responsible for what you've done." "How do you want me to take responsibility?" Yang Kai laughed. "Don't tell me those two families want me to pay with my life?" Yang Zhan nodded lightly. The people from the Nan family and Xiang family arrived in the central capital a few days ago and entered the Yang family's residence. What's the family's opinion? Yang Kai's lips curled into a playful smile. Naturally, the family will not agree to such a rude request. Yang Zhan coldly snorted. They don't even know their own weight, actually wanting my Yang family's young lords to pay with their lives. What a joke. Yang Kai was expressionless. His family did not reject their request to protect him. It was about the honor of the family. How could Yang Kai not know this? If it wasn't him, but another Yang family junior who committed such a crime, the Yang family would also protect him. Therefore, Yang Kai had no intention of thanking him. However, this matter still has to be dealt with, otherwise the Yang family won't be able to maintain a foothold in the outside world, Yang Zhen quickly said. The family orders you to apologize to those two families. Apologize? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Not bad. What if I refuse? This is the family's order. The man in blue shouted in a deep voice. You dare refuse? So what if it's the family's order? Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. You're rebelling. The man sneered again and again. I've long heard that you're arrogant and unruly, but I didn't expect you to be even worse than the rumors. We've already given you enough face by specially coming here today. So don't play with fire. While speaking, his aura suddenly spread out as he glared at Yang Kai. In the next moment, countless divine senses and powerful auras attacked from all directions. The entire side hall was enveloped. Walala. The side hall shook, and a lot of mud and sand fell from the roof. The aura emitted by the man in blue was instantly shattered under these divine senses and pressure like spring snow under the scorching sun. The several elders' faces paled. They seemed to suddenly remember that Yang Kai had gathered many powerful cultivator in his house. Using force to demonstrate their strength here was a bit like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. All of you back down. Yang Kai shouted angrily. The terrifying pressure dissipated in an instant, and the divine senses were all withdrawn. The man in blue couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He was an elder of the Yang family and held great power in his hands. His status could almost be described as second only to one person and above tens of thousands. He thought that coming to Yang Kai's house to deliver his orders would be an easy task, but now it seemed that it was a very dangerous thing. The prestige of this boy in front of him in the hearts of the masters in the house seemed to have reached a level that no one could match. No wonder the patriarch ordered several elders to come together. Originally, he thought it was a bit of a fuss, but now it seemed that the patriarch was far-sighted. If he had come alone to deliver the order, this boy might not have paid attention to him. "How should I address you, elder?" Yang Kai stared at him and asked. "Wei Qing." Unconsciously, the elder followed up with Yang Kai's words, but after regaining his composure, his face suddenly flushed red. The other elders couldn't help rolling their eyes. Their evaluation of Wei Qing greatly reduced. "Elder Wei." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of disdain as he coldly said, "Please don't show your subtle strength in my house. The people in my house are all dangerous, you know that." Wei Qing's expression kept changing. A particularly interesting one. "Enough!" Yang Zhen shouted angrily as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Although Elder Wei is not from my Yang family, he has made many great contributions over the years. Otherwise he would not have been able to sit in the position of elder. It is not up to you to slander and despise him. Slandering and despising him is tantamount to slandering and despising the elder hall. Can you bear this responsibility?" Yang Kai no longer spoke, his expression indifferent. "Let's get to the point," the woman hurriedly reminded. Originally, on the way here, everyone had already discussed how to put pressure on Yang Kai. Some people were playing the role of the good cop. Others were playing the role of the bad cop, so with several elders acting at the same time, how could they not achieve their intended goal? She hadn't expected that after 2 or 3 sentences, Kai Yang would change the topic to another direction. If this continued, it would be difficult to wrap things up. This little brat really knows how to lead others by the nose. The woman couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with some interest, but his attitude was really irritating. No wonder Wei Qing couldn't hold back. As a Yang family disciple, he actually dared to ignore the family's orders. Daring to contradict an elder of the family. Was he still a Yang family disciple? Yes, let's get to the point. Yang Zhen was also shocked and immediately became vigilant, calmly saying, "Let's not talk about the Xiang and Nan families first. Yang Kai, let me ask you, is there a powerful demon lord in your house?" "Yes." "Is he from the ash-gray cloud evil land?" "No, that's not it. I've already informed that Supreme Elder of the God Conferment Hall." Yang Zhen nodded. "I naturally know this. We have also sent people to the ash-gray cloud evil land to inquire about this matter. Although from the information we received, it seems that he is not a true demon lord. You say he is not from the ash-gray cloud evil land, but information can be falsified and cannot be taken seriously. If you say he is not from the ash-gray cloud evil land, where does he come from?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Wei Qing no longer said anything, but another man in yellow robes coldly snorted. "You don't know, yet you still accepted him? I heard that you and he have a master-servant relationship." "I don't like to pry into others' secrets. Everyone has secrets in their heart. Do you think Elder doesn't? If I were to ask you now, would you be willing to tell me everything about yourself?" "Impudence!" the man roared angrily. He slapped his chair angrily. Yang Zhen stretched out his hand and gestured. He could see that none of these elders were Yang Kai's opponent in a verbal confrontation. As long as this little brat said 1 or 2 words, he would be able to cause these Yang family elders to lose their composure. "Let's not talk about this for the time being. Yang Kai, are you really from High Heaven Pavilion?" "Yes." Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Now he realized what Yang Zhen wanted to do. "The remnants of High Heaven Pavilion. Cough. Are those people in your house now?" "Yes." "High Heaven Pavilion is an evil sect, and there are so many evil sect members gathered in your house, including some from Ghost King Valley, but I won't mention them for the time being. Let me ask you again. Have you ever cultivated an evil secret art?" As he finished speaking, Yang Zhen's eyes gradually became dangerous as he stared at Yang Kai aggressively. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile as he playfully asked, "If I said I had never cultivated an evil secret art, would elders believe me?" All the elders slowly shook their heads. Less than 10 days ago, when Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the evil energy that burst out from his body had spread throughout War City, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Everyone believed that Yang Kai had cultivated an evil secret art, so even if he denied it now, it would have no effect. "Then I don't need to answer. They had already determined that he cultivated an evil secret art, so saying anything more would only be a waste of saliva. I'll take it as your acquiescence. Yang Zhen took a deep breath, his expression somewhat gloomy as he said, Yang Kai, to be honest, in the inheritance war, this old master wasn't very optimistic about you at first because the strength you showed was too little, but you have repeatedly created inspiring miracles. This old master is more and more convinced that the next patriarch of the Yang family should be inherited by you. The Yang family is huge, but it is also bloated. Only in the hands of outstanding people can it go further, and you are such a person. Elder's praise is too high. Yang Kai nodded slightly. But now, this old master has to ask. Yang Zhen took a deep breath and asked, Yang Kai, what exactly do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at him calmly, not saying a word. Yang Zhen stood up and walked towards Yang Kai step by step, saying, You took in a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, have a close relationship with Ghost King Valley, and have an unknown demon servant by your side. You cultivate an evil secret art that nearly caused you to become the demon race, but you still remain stubborn. A few days ago you just broke through, but now you've already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage. Your evil secret art is truly amazing. Yang Kai, tell this old master, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you want to turn the central capital upside down and overthrow the 8 great families? Yang Zhen walked over step by step, counting one by one, and when he arrived in front of Yang Kai, his eyes flashed like a hawk's as he stared at him. Chapter 538. Turning the central capital upside down. Turning the 8 great families upside down. Yang Kai had never considered this. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the family and had participated in the inheritance war simply because he wanted to restore the sect's reputation, he hadn't thought to rebel to such an extent. Listening to Yang Zhen's harsh questioning, Yang Kai quickly realized something. Does the family think of me like this? Yang Kai stared at Yang Zhen in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Yang Zhen's face filled with grief as he shook his head. Don't blame the family for thinking too highly of you. It's your performance these past few years that made the family think in such a way. It's undeniable that you are indeed a good seedling, but if such a good seedling were to become an evil monster, the family wouldn't mind purging you to maintain the family's purity. After a pause, Yang Zhen sighed again. If it's just the family's concern, it's easy to discuss. At worst, we can ask the family's elders to use their secret arts to help you resolve the demonic qi in your body. However, do you know that it's not just my Yang family that's worried about this? Yang Kai's expression became cold. I might as well tell you directly, after you broke through, the 7 great families all sent people to contact the Yang family. They are all very worried that you will become like the demon lord. Yang Zhen sighed deeply. Learning from the past is a good lesson for the future. The sect you came from is High Heaven Pavilion. You cultivate an evil secret art, your aptitude defies the heavens. But before that, High Heaven Pavilion produced a demon lord. That demon lord is still roaming the ash-gray cloud evil land. His strength is unfathomable and his secret arts are profound. In this world, no above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master is his opponent. You and the demon lord come from the same source, so your relationship with him is that of martial uncle and martial nephew. A single demon lord is enough to make the 8 great families somewhat helpless, if a second one appears. Yang Zhen slowly shook his head, a deep sense of dread filling his face as he stared at Yang Kai. With all these factors combined, how could they not be worried? Worried that I will become a second demon lord? Yang Kai's expression became cold. Yes, and your aptitude is even greater than that so-called evil lord. If you really reach that step, haha. Yang Zhen smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with confusion. If things really came to that point, with 2 demon lords descending upon the central capital, how could the 8 great families resist? The other elders present were also filled with dread and fear, as if they could already see the central capital being destroyed and the earth groaning. At the end of the day, this is merely your own conjecture. Yang Kai suddenly lost interest in defending himself as he calmly replied. The members of the 8 great families were all inflexible and stubborn, living high and mighty all year round, making them think that they were always right. No matter what he said, he would never be able to change their views and suspicions. Even if they could change the minds of the 1 to 2 teams, it would not affect the overall situation. Prevention is better than cure. This is how the 8 great families have been able to stand in the central capital for so many years without falling. Yang Zhen said frankly, The 8 great families must guard against you. My path, I will walk it myself. Xueqi's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Back then, my innate talent was lacking and I had no strength to even truss a chicken, let alone cultivate. My father wanted me to enter the Yang family's dragon transformation pond, hoping that its miraculous effects would be able to cleanse my body. But even after so many years of hard work and submitting so many applications to the Elder Hall, none of them were accepted. Even if he had made enough contributions to the family, the Elder Hall only gave my father one response. A waste. Not qualified to waste the efficacy of the dragon transformation pond. Yang Zhen's expression suddenly became awkward. He was the one who had rejected the application submitted by the 4th Master Yang, so now that Xueqi had brought it up again, he naturally felt a little embarrassed. Now, with my current achievements and cultivation, the family actually wants to point fingers at me. Elder Zhen, don't you think it's ridiculous? Yang Zhen's face went pale, too embarrassed to answer. Xueqi continued, a few days ago, when I broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, if not for the help of my friends and elders, I would have been crippled by the Grand Elder on the spot. Even if I didn't die, I'm afraid I would have been reduced to an ordinary elder. Does the family want to prevent me from entering the immortal ascension boundary? Elder, don't you think the family has gone too far? Impudence! Yang Zhen couldn't help becoming angry. The family is supreme. For the sake of the family, what does it matter if you sacrifice yourself? Elder's sense of righteousness and noble character is something this disciple cannot compare to. This disciple is a relatively selfish person. Xueqi suddenly took a step forward. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he coldly declared, since this is the case, this disciple will fulfill the wishes of several elders. After killing several elders, this disciple will ask for forgiveness from the family and allow the family to deal with him. This way, all of you will be sacrificing yourselves for the family. Everyone present suddenly stood up and stared at Xueqi in horror, secretly condensing their strength. Xueqi laughed loudly. The elders seemed to be quite selfish. The elders couldn't help blushing, feeling ashamed of their performance just now. It was easy to say these words, but when it came to doing them, they found that they were not as simple as they seemed. Let's get down to business. Get down to business. The woman with the hoarse voice quickly changed the subject. Yang Zhen stared at Xueqi and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Dealing with you is very tiring. This old master won't beat around the bush. Asking you to apologize to the Xiang and Nan families is just a pretense. My Yang family's young lords have never bowed to anyone before. Even if you want to do this, the family will not agree and will even try to stop you. Then what does the family want me to do? When we return to the central capital, several of the family's grand elders will work together to dispel the demonic qi in your body. From now on, you will no longer have to worry about falling into the devil's path. The family and the 7 great families will no longer guard against you. Xueqi remained silent. He didn't think that the grand elders would be able to expel the demonic qi from his unyielding golden skeleton. If he didn't use this demonic qi, no one would be able to detect it. Moreover, this demonic qi wasn't harmful to him at all, so Xueqi didn't feel the need to expel it. You can continue with the inheritance war, but the Yang family's future patriarch position cannot be inherited by you. The patriarch said that after this inheritance war is over, he will come forward to rectify High Heaven Pavilion's name. I hope you can understand the family's painstaking efforts. The family was already wary of Xueqi, so naturally they wouldn't allow him to sit on the patriarch's seat. If one day Xueqi were to become the demon lord, wouldn't the Yang family lose all face? Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The family has another reason for doing this. Yang Zhen took a deep breath. What reason? It's related to the secret of your cultivator's rapid increase in strength. Yang Zhen said in a low voice as he stared towards Xueqi. The breathing of the other elders also quickened a lot. Do you think you can hide it from us? Yang Zhen smiled. Although no one knows why your cultivator's strength can increase so quickly, everyone knows it has something to do with you. The Blood Warrior Hall's disciples actually breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage one after another. This phenomenon is too unusual and has attracted a lot of attention. In addition, there's also your parents. A cold light flashed across the depths of Xueqi's eyes. Yang Yingfeng has a chronic illness and his strength has been stuck at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage for many years. But now? He's already an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator. And all of this happened after you returned to the central capital. In less than a year, his strength has increased so rapidly, Do you dare say it has nothing to do with you? Although the growth of Dong Suju's strength is not as terrifying as Yang Yingfeng's, it is still many times faster than before. Do you really think our Yang family is blind? Yang Kai remained indifferent. Before giving his parents the myriad drug liquid, he had already considered this issue, but he had still given it to them because they were his own parents. What you cultivate is an evil technique. It's a quick way to increase your strength. We can understand that. But what method did you use to make those who follow you, including those who are close to you, increase their strength so quickly? This is not something we can understand. My Yang family cares about this, but so do the other 7 families. Yang Zhan said thoughtfully, why else do you think those 7 families would join forces to put pressure on my Yang family to deal with you? You only have the potential to become a demon lord. Your strength isn't too high. They aren't idle enough to target you. The central capital's 8 great families had a keen sense of smell. When they made a move, it meant there were benefits to be had. As for the myriad drug liquid, it was what attracted all of them. What family wouldn't be jealous of a method that could rapidly improve a cultivator's strength? Letting you return to the central capital is also the family's consideration. Only when you return to the Yang family, under the protection of the family's masters, can you sit back and relax. What the family wants most is that secret, right? I won't deny that. Yang Zhan nodded calmly, but this time, the family has done its utmost, because we came to find you, not to send you a letter to return. The difference between these 2 approaches, you should understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. They had come to find him and told him all this, obviously hoping he would cooperate and obediently return to the Yang family to hide, offering up the secret and bringing good news to the family. If they sent him a letter to return and directly used force to suppress him and imprison him, it would be absolutely impossible for him to compromise. At that time, it would only be a matter of life and death. The Yang family was also aware of Yang Kai's temperament, so naturally they hoped to resolve this matter peacefully. Think about it clearly. Yang Zhen finished and no longer said anything, waiting quietly. Yang Kai shook his head. Since I know this, it's even more impossible for me to return to the central capital. The family wanting the myriad drug liquid didn't matter. There was so much of it. Yang Kai could just casually take out some. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Yang family, it was the Yang family who provided him with a stage to display his talents in the inheritance war, so giving the family some myriad drug liquid would be considered a thank you gift. However, after returning to the central capital's Yang family, he was afraid he would never be able to leave again, and his strength would certainly be crippled. This was a consequence Yang Kai couldn't accept. Chapter 539. After listening to Yang Kai's answer, Yang Zhen didn't take it seriously, as if he had already expected it, simply nodding gently. Since this is your choice, this old master won't say anything more. Take care of yourself, but this old master must remind you that since the 7 great families have smelled something fishy, it is impossible for them to give up. My Yang family will not break off relations with the other 7 families because of you. If you don't return to the family and accept its protection, you cannot be content. After saying that, Yang Zhen stood up and left with the other elders. Before leaving, the woman glanced back at Yang Kai and whispered, "You should think about it again. There is no harm in doing so. Even if your strength is crippled, you can still live in the Yang family. The family is willing to meet all your needs." Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his eyes flashing a cold light. The woman slowly shook her head and no longer said anything, quickly following the others and leaving. After they left, Yang Kai let out a light breath, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. This was the best way to describe the myriad drug liquid. This was why he had always kept the myriad drug liquid a secret, and besides a few of his most trusted people who knew about its existence, he had never told anyone else. However, the 8 great families had seen through some suspicious points, and this was not something Yang Kai could stop. After all, he couldn't just say that he had such a good thing and didn't even care about his parents, right? The rapid improvement of the strength of the people in his house was also due to Xiaoning Chong using the myriad drug liquid in alchemy. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug liquid seeped into the pills and stimulated their functions, imperceptibly helping them cleanse their bodies and optimize their aptitude. However, the speed of their strength improvement was relatively slow. After all, they hadn't taken the myriad drug liquid directly. Judging from the tyrannical strength of the 8 great families and the degree to which they coveted the myriad drug liquid, This time's matter was very tricky and was very likely to develop into a very bad situation. Walking out of the side hall, Yang Kai ran into a panicked Xueqi Meng. Yang Kai had rarely seen Xueqi Meng show such a helpless expression. The Qiu family's first young lady had always been calm and composed, so even if she encountered a dangerous situation, she would never lose her composure. But now, her anxiety and fear were written all over her face. As long as one wasn't blind, anyone could see it. Yang Kai. Xueqi Meng called out softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he looked straight at her. What happened? My father sent a message to me, telling me to return to the family as soon as possible. Xueqi Meng hurriedly replied. You're so fast. Yang Kai smiled, but his eyes were as cold as a blade. As soon as Yang Zhen left, the Qiu family sent a message to Xueqi Meng asking her to quickly return to the central capital. Sure enough, the 8 great families were all grasshoppers on the same rope. What do you mean? Xueqi Meng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. When she received the message just now, Xueqi Meng didn't know what had happened, but she panicked and hurried over to see Yang Kai, only to hear him say such inexplicable words, causing her heart to become even more uneasy. Nothing. Yang Kai adjusted his expression and asked with a smile. When do you plan to leave? I'm leaving soon. Xueqi Meng bit her red lips. Also, father sent a message telling me to take the people from the Autumn Rain Hall back with me. The Autumn Rain Hall was the only group of people Xueqi Meng had brought with her when she moved into Yang Kai's house. I know. Xueqi Meng gently shook her head, her expression pained. I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy, as if something big is about to happen. Also, if I leave here, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Qiu Shoucheng asking Xueqi Meng to take the people from the Autumn Rain Hall back with her explained a lot. Xueqi Meng wasn't a fool, on the contrary, she was quite shrewd, so how could she not smell the mystery in this situation? However, she didn't understand why all of this was happening. She had come to help Yang Kai participate in the inheritance war, temporarily leaving the family, not representing the Qiu family, but herself. The Qiu family's true ally was the Yang family's 6th brother, Yang Shen. The inheritance war was still not over, so it didn't make sense for the Qiu family to suddenly call her back. You think too much. Yang Kai grinned at her. Xueqi Meng nervously grabbed Yang Kai's arm and looked at him with a pleading look, whispering, Do you know something? Yang Kai shook his head. How could I know about your Qiu family's matters? Is it related to the people from the Yang family elder hall? Xueqi Meng asked. The Qiu family's first young lady's insight was as amazing as ever. No. Yang Kai still shook his head. It's probably because Uncle Qiu hasn't seen you for so long and misses you, so he summoned you back to see him. Xueqi Meng stared at Yang Kai in a daze, slowly loosening her grip on his arm, smiling bitterly. You've always been like this, refusing to tell me anything. Yang Kai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Since that's the case. Xueqi Meng took a deep breath. Then I won't ask, take care of yourself. You've worked hard this time. I'll see you off, Yang Kai said in a low voice. Outside the house, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall were all ready to go. Xueqi Meng and Yang Kai stared at each other, neither of them speaking, one with eyes full of expectation and longing while the other with a dull expression. The atmosphere was strange. After a long time, Xueqi Meng's eyes gradually dimmed as she smiled bitterly, turned around, and led the people from the Autumn Rain Hall towards the central capital. Until the end, she didn't hear a single word from Yang Kai to persuade her to stay. If Yang Kai had asked her to stay, she would have ignored the Qiu family's invitation and stayed here. Yang Kai watched her leave. Both of them knew that this time, Xueqi Meng really wouldn't be able to come back. Suddenly, a group of 3 people approached them, the leader of which was a man whose steps were steady and whose eyes flashed like lightning. Beside him were 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, all of whom had restrained their auras. This was the attitude that only a truly powerful person would have. Xueqi Meng immediately stopped and stared at the approaching people in amazement, bowing respectfully. Uncle Hua. The Hua family patriarch, Hua Zhang, stopped and smiled at Xueqi Meng, nodding gently. Eldest niece, are you going back to the central capital? Yes. Xueqi Meng nodded gently and smiled. It's good that you're going back. Go back quickly, your father is waiting. Saying so, he led the 2 masters from the Hua family and strode towards Yang Kai's house. Xueqi Meng turned around, her face filled with shock. She hadn't expected that not only would she be summoned back by the Qiu family, but even Hua Xing would be taken back. Hua Zhang appearing here was obviously to capture Hua Xing's young lord. If Hua Zhang didn't take action, no one in the Hua family could do anything to Hua Xing, so he had to come in person. Outside the house, Yang Kai looked at the newcomers indifferently and, like Xueqi Meng, also greeted Hua Zhang. Hua Zhang nodded gently and stared at Yang Kai with a complicated look. If you're looking for young Lord Hua, he's inside the house. Yang Kai said calmly. Good, I'll go myself. Hua Zhang nodded and didn't say much, leading the two masters from his family into Yang Kai's house. A moment later, Yang Kai heard Hua Xing Chen's pitiful howls like a pig being slaughtered. Soon, Hua Zhang came out again. The central capital wolf young Lord Hua was currently being held under the armpit of an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage master, completely unable to resist. Old man, put me down. Hua Xing struggled and shouted, but to no avail, the old man simply ignored him. You've offended father, you're dead. Do you believe father won't castrate you, chop you up and feed you to the dogs? Hua Xing continued to shout. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself father in front of father? Hua Zhang glared at his son. Hua Xing suddenly shut up and smiled. Father, I'm not talking to you. But what do you want to do? In front of so many people. It's so embarrassing. You shut up and come back with me to the central capital. Why? Hua Xing was confused. If I tell you to shut up, then shut up. Be careful or father won't slap you. Father. Let's talk things out. Gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists. Fine, I'll go back to the central capital with you, but you have to let me say goodbye to young Master Kai. We've been through thick and thin together for so long. Young Master Kai and I have developed feelings for each other. Hua Zhang paused and frowned at him, then turned to Yang Kai and nodded gently. The Hua family master immediately released Hua Xing. I'll wait for you over there. Hua Zhang said solemnly. Understood. Hua Xing nodded firmly. After the Hua family trio left, Hua Xing Chen grinned meaningfully, tilting his head as he stared at Yang Kai and muttered, It seems something extraordinary happened. He saw Xueqi Meng also standing there, preparing to leave, and couldn't help but feel his heart clench. Coupled with the fact that his father had personally come to arrest him, Hua Xing also realized something was wrong. Is it inconvenient to say? Hua Xing shrugged his shoulders. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. In any case, since my father is here, I can't stay. Knowing too much won't do me any good. His expression suddenly became serious again as Hua Xing whispered. Young Master Kai, you are destined to do great things. I don't want you to die early. This time, I don't know what happened, but it is definitely a difficult situation. You have to get through it. No matter what others think of you, I will firmly support you. If you die earlier than me, I will dig up your corpse and whip it a few hundred times a day. I, Hua Xing, have never worshipped anyone in my life, so don't waste my respect. Yang Kai's lips curled into a wicked grin. Farewell, I won't see you out. Farewell. Hua Xing laughed and stepped forward. The two young lords and young ladies of the two great families left Yang Kai's house at the same time, one of which was Yang Kai's right-hand man. Outside the house, the several young leaders who had heard the commotion were all shocked, completely unable to understand what had happened. The changes had come so quickly, like a violent storm, not giving anyone the slightest time to prepare. Even after Xueqi Meng and Hua Xing's figures disappeared, no one had recovered. After a while, all of them suddenly turned to Yang Kai and began asking him questions. Don't be so noisy. Han Shaoqi of 10,000 Flower Palace stood up. You're all so noisy. How is Yang Kai supposed to answer? The group of people suddenly fell silent, all of them staring at Yang Kai, expecting him to give them an answer. Come in and talk. Yang Kai took a deep breath, turned around, and walked into the house. Everyone hurriedly followed. Chapter 540. In the same hall as before, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and waited quietly. All the representatives and leaders of the various forces in the mansion continued to arrive. After a while, everyone had arrived. Han Shaoqi informed Yang Kai before finding a place to sit down. Yang Kai finally recovered from his contemplation and raised his head to look at the crowd. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, familiar faces entered his eyes one after another. Dong Family's Dong Qing Han, Purple Fern Valley's Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman, Reflecting Moon Sect's Chen Xueqi and Su Xiao Yu, Pure Heart Palace's Wafang, Soaring Feather Pavilion's Chu Jing Shan, 10,000 Flower Palace's 4 young girls, the 5 seniors of the Duanmu family, Blood Battle Gangs Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air, Storm Hall's Feng Ziki, Ghost King Valley's Leng Shan and Chen Yi, Tian Yuan City's Lu Fei Sheng, 11 forces. 11 forces. With the exception of High Heaven Pavilion, all the forces had arrived. Not only that, but Medicine King's Valley's Qin Zhe, Treasure Instrument Sect's Wu Yan and Tao Yang had also arrived, and all the Blood Warriors had gathered here. This lineup was unprecedentedly luxurious and powerful. However, it was precisely because Yang Kai had summoned everyone here that everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Even if he had summoned people before, it was impossible for him to summon people from Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect. They couldn't help feeling that something was wrong and silently waited for Yang Kai to speak. Junior brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. I'm waiting to perform alchemy. Qin Zhe impatiently shouted. During this time, he had been studying the alchemic way with Xiaoning Chang, and the alchemy skills of the people from Medicine King's Valley had greatly improved. Qin Zhe spent almost every day in the pill room, wishing he could live here for the rest of his life and never return to Medicine King's Valley again. Compared to Medicine King's Valley, this was the holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. Yang Kai stood up and smiled. Many people have seen the situation just now and must be wondering why Xueqi Meng and Stars was suddenly left. Everyone nodded in unison. Yang Kai continued, it's not convenient for me to tell you the specific reason, but I can tell you one thing. Everyone suddenly held their breaths. There's going to be trouble in the manor, and it's going to be a lot of trouble, Yang Kai said in a low voice, his expression turning serious. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Fatty Dong said, ever since I came to your residence, I haven't had much free time. Which incident wasn't troublesome? Yes. Zhua Fang also nodded. But no matter how many troubles there are, we've all worked together to get through it. Tell me, what kind of trouble is it this time? Everyone's expression was relaxed, and there was no sign of nervousness. Clearly, they did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Something that could endanger your life, or even the rise and fall of your family or sect. Yang Kai glanced at the crowd. Can you still laugh? The noise came to an abrupt end as everyone looked at Yang Kai in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. I'm not exaggerating. Maybe the situation isn't as bad as I said, but it's not that far off. That can't be, right? Chu Jingshan shook his head repeatedly. How could this be? We didn't do anything wrong, we just came here to help you participate in the inheritance war. How could our lives or even the rise and fall of our sects be threatened? It's because you're helping me. Yang Kai looked at the crowd apologetically. The problem lies with me. Han Shaoqi suddenly interjected. Is it related to your breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary some time ago? Everyone couldn't help shivering, suddenly remembering the terrifying demonic aura and the scene of 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters acting together. Even now, they still felt a lingering fear. That can't be considered the entire reason, but at the very least, it's related. Yang Kai nodded and said, it's very likely that because of this, I will become an enemy of the central capital's 8 great families. The audience was in an uproar. Becoming an enemy of the central capital's 8 great families was something no one had ever dared to imagine. The world's great forces participated in the inheritance war in order to establish a good relationship with the 8 great families. Gathering in Yang Kai's mansion was not for this purpose, but they had never thought that one day they would have to confront the 8 great families. It was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Everyone's eyes trembled as they stared at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to see if he was joking. Unfortunately, they were disappointed as Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious. So Xueqi Meng and Hua Stars were taken away. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Today, I called all of you here for no other reason than to tell you that during this time, I thank all of you for your help. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Yang Kai, what do you mean? Hu Jiao Air suddenly stood up, her charming face filled with anger. Are you trying to drive us away? Yang Kai nodded and quickly said, yes, continuing to stay here is not good for you. You bastard. Hu Jiao Air ground her teeth and glared at him, laughing sarcastically. What kind of person do you think I am? At your beck and call, at your beck and call? It was you who insisted on pulling us sisters into the house, and now you want to drive us away. Why should I listen to you? Elder sister. Hu Mei Er looked anxious and quickly pulled on her sister's sleeve. Yang Kai is just being kind. I'm not blind. Hu Jiao Er muttered, glaring at Yang Kai with hatred. But I just can't get used to seeing him act so arbitrarily. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I thought it was something serious. Qin Zhe curled his lips in disdain. So it's just this. Junior brother Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. What kind of birds are the 8 great families? Do they dare hurt my Medicine King's Valley's people? Even if you lent them several guts, they wouldn't dare. Saying so, he valiantly left, not putting the 8 great families in his eyes at all. Everyone laughed involuntarily. Qin Zhe was indeed qualified to say so. Although Medicine King's Valley was only a second-class sect, because of its special characteristics, the 8 great families wouldn't act against them. Yang Kai, how serious is the situation? Han Shaoqi asked calmly. Yang Kai shook his head. I can't say for sure. If I say I will become an enemy of the 8 great families, it is very likely. For some reason, the 8 great families want me to submit, but I refuse, so there is a contradiction. But this matter is really hard to say, so it's best if you leave as soon as possible and don't get involved with me. Pausing for a moment, he continued. The same goes for the blood warriors. Tu Feng and the other elders' expressions became solemn as they exchanged glances and chuckled. Tang Yuxian said, Little Lord, I'll say something disrespectful, but don't look down on us. Since we have decided to follow you, we will live and die together. We will never shrink back. Little Lord, have you forgotten that the blood warriors are synonymous with loyalty? Even if we die, we won't leave. Ingzhou said coolly. We pledge our lives to follow Little Lord. Everyone roared in unison. Since that's the case, I won't try to dissuade you. Saying too much would be an insult to all of you. Yang Kai nodded firmly. If the blood warriors don't want to leave, naturally I won't either. Dong Qinghan smiled. You're my cousin, how could a cousin not care about his own? Yang Kai, you've shown us kindness, so when you're in trouble, we won't leave. Han Shaoqi looked towards Yang Kai with some distress. She also knew how difficult it was for Yang Kai to make such a decision. Kindness must be repaid with kindness. Hatred must be avenged. My pure heart palace will not leave. Xuefeng quickly said. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai had saved his life in the isolated world, some time ago, Xiaoning Chong had refined a heaven-mending pill for Xuefeng's brother Li Xian Yuan to repair his damaged dantian. Xuefeng was extremely grateful to Yang Kai, so how could he leave at this time? After coming to this house, my strength has improved so quickly. Every day there is an endless supply of pills and artifacts. In any case, I'm reluctant to leave. Feng Ziki grinned meaningfully. Useless. Hu Jiao Er looked at him contemptuously. I'm telling the truth. Feng Ziki shrugged his shoulders. Yang Kai, as long as you don't drive us away, we won't leave. The cultivator in the house echoed one by one, stretching their necks and shouting. Yang Kai smiled as he swept his eyes over the crowd. He could feel that these people were speaking from the bottom of their hearts, without the slightest bit of falsehood. It was just that they were still holding on to some kind of fluke mentality and hadn't really realized the seriousness of the problem. But after saying so much, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He couldn't really drive out everyone here. That would be too cruel. So, he could only say, Many thanks for your kindness, but I will say what I want to say today. I will not stop you from making your own decisions. If one day you feel that it is no longer appropriate for you to stay, you can leave at any time. I, Yang Kai, will not criticize you. Good, enough. Don't say any more, it will only hurt our feelings. Dong Qinghan mediated, and the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Everyone began asking Yang Kai questions. Since this matter was related to everyone's interests, Yang Kai couldn't conceal anything and simply conveyed the intentions of Yang Zhan and the others, not mentioning a single word about the myriad drug liquid. After listening, everyone's brow furrowed, only now understanding how awkward Yang Kai's situation was. Because he cultivated a demonic secret art, took in evil sect disciples, and had the same origin as the demon lord, the 8 great families were suspicious of him. The situation was indeed not optimistic. In the inheritance war, another change occurred. Originally Yang Kai's allies, the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng was recalled to the central capital, while the Hua family's Hua Xing was personally captured by the Hua family patriarch and imprisoned. Before this, the Xiang family's Xiang Tian Shao also left Yang Kai's house. At the same time, News of Yang Kai colluding with evil demons spread throughout War City. Gathered in his house were the remnants of the evil sect's High Heaven Pavilion and the disciples of the evil sect's Ghost King Valley, who cultivated a demonic secret art that nearly became the demon race, who broke through to the immortal ascension boundary and caused chaos in War City, contradicting the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, brutally killing 2 of the heirs of first-class families, and even coming from the same sect as the Demon Lord. All kinds of news spread, causing people to imagine what was going on. Suddenly, everyone felt that this Yang Kai really had a problem. There were even rumors that the Yang family wanted to ban Yang Kai from participating in the inheritance war and compete for the position of the next patriarch. The entire War City instantly became turbulent. The course of the inheritance war was also full of twists and turns, making it difficult to unravel. Kai Yang had been in the lead twice, but each time for various reasons, he was unable to win in one fell swoop. It was inevitable that some people would feel pity for him, but at the same time, they would also take pleasure in his misfortune. Fortunately, he didn't win. Otherwise, if an evil demon became the patriarch of the Yang family in the future, what kind of scandal would that be? Chapter 541. Public opinion spread like a tide, and within half a day, this news had spread throughout War City and the central capital. Everyone was talking about it, and those who had high expectations for Yang Kai also inadvertently changed their attitudes. Xueqi and Stars Hua, who were forced to leave, also became the protagonists of public opinion. It was rumored that because these 2 young lords and young ladies saw the evil nature of Yang Kai, they couldn't persuade him otherwise and left Yang Kai. If not for this, it would have been impossible for them to leave Yang Kai's mansion. When the news came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Xueqi and Stars Hua's sacrifice for so long was not worth it, and Yang Kai's actions and attitude were deeply disgusted. Yang Wei Mansion. Since Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Wei's mansion had not taken any action. All the cultivators of the various forces were diligently cultivating, not caring about the inheritance war at all. Because even Yang Wei didn't have the confidence to win, what could these cultivators do? It was more important to improve their strength as soon as possible, and after the end of the inheritance war, they would leave War City. In the quiet mansion, not a single sound could be heard. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. The sound of footsteps came from afar and quickly arrived in front of Yang Wei's room. The person didn't even knock on the door and directly rushed in and shouted, "Eldest young master, eldest young master." Yang Wei, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Meng Shanyi, who was both shocked and excited. His straight brow rising as he quickly said, "Shanyi, how many times have I told you not to be so flustered when something happens? You're always like this." Saying so, he slowly shook his head, a helpless look on his face. "First young lord, this time it's different." Meng Shanyi's face was flushed red, as if he had encountered a great event, but if one looked carefully, there was a trace of sadness on his brow and his expression was complicated. What happened? Yang Wei had been in retreat these days, not caring about the outside world, so he really didn't know about the public opinion in the city. Meng Shanyi said, "Yang Kai is probably going to be eliminated." Yang Wei's expression became cold as he asked, "Where did you hear this gossip?" "It's not gossip." Meng Shanyi shook his head, his expression solemn as he briefly recounted what had happened in the city that day. Hearing this, Yang Wei's expression became strange. Xueqi and Hua Xing's departure from Yang Kai's mansion was beyond his expectations. On top of that, the public opinion in War City was extremely fierce. Obviously, someone was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. As for who this person was, there was no need to guess. Besides the 8 great families, no one else had the means to influence public opinion. He hadn't expected that his 9th brother, whose methods reached the heavens, would actually attract such attention from the 8 great families. Vaguely, he felt that something was not right. Even if 9th brother had the potential to become a demon lord, with the status of the 8 great families, it was impossible for them to openly make things difficult for a junior. Why was that so? What was the deeper meaning behind this? Furthermore, he had swayed the tide of public opinion first, causing OL 9th to fall into a passive situation in terms of righteousness. Then, Yang Wei seemed to have thought of something extraordinary and couldn't help but frown. "First young lord, there's one more thing I need to tell you." Meng Shanyi frowned and said hesitantly, "What is it?" The Meng family sent a letter, asking us to cooperate with second young lord to defeat Yang Kai. When Meng Shan-yi said this, his expression was extremely bitter. A letter from the Meng family? Yang Wei raised his brow. What about my Yang family? The messenger said, the Yang family will not intervene in this matter, so we can act boldly. He had also received this letter while in retreat and hurriedly inquired about it in War City. After understanding the current situation, he had come to inform Yang Wei. Cooperate with second young lord. Haha. Yang Wei suddenly laughed. Even if all the people in our two mansions were gathered together, I'm afraid we still wouldn't be ninth brother's opponent, right? Is there some other arrangement? Meng Shan-yi smiled bitterly. First young lord's insight is as clear as day. The messenger said that we don't need to worry, all we need to do is show up and express our stance. As for the rest, second young lord will handle it properly. Yang Wei fell silent, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. First young lord. Meng Shan-yi pursed his lips. Although this time it was my Meng family who sent the message, it seems that your Yang family has also acquiesced. Yang Wei nodded gently. If not for the Yang family's acquiescence, how could the Meng family act like this? They didn't have the guts to do so. Second young lord has lost all fighting spirit since that day, and the number of people in his mansion has also shrunk significantly. He is no match for the little lord. Meng Shan-yi's expression became gloomy, but listening to the messenger's tone, second young lord is now fully confident he can swallow up Yang Kai's mansion. How could he have such confidence? Reinforcements. The 8 great families' reinforcements. Yang Wei's words broke the mystery. Meng Shan-yi's face was filled with horror, Yang Wei speaking out the guess in his heart, causing his expression to become bitter. First young lord. By doing this, does it mean that they have already designated second young lord as the next patriarch of the Yang family? Reinforcements had not come to the first young lord's mansion, but instead to Yang Zhao's. The Yang family obviously hoped that Yang Zhao could inherit the position of patriarch, so they had gathered reinforcements to him so that he could defeat Yang Kai and win the inheritance war. Yang Wei smiled and nodded gently. Let's not talk about ninth brother for now. According to the current situation, the Yang family really does hope so. First young lord, aren't you disheartened at all? Meng Shan-yi suddenly asked. Up until now, the winner of the inheritance war was Yang Kai, but the one who had suffered the most was undoubtedly Yang Zhao. How could such a person be suitable to inherit the Yang family's patriarch's position? In terms of temperament, Yang Wei was undoubtedly more suitable. Why did reinforcements go to Yang Zhao's mansion? Yang Wei smiled and shook his head. Why should I be disheartened? In fact, I don't want to be the patriarch of the Yang family. I think ninth brother also has the same intention. How could that be? Meng Shan-yi was stunned. Yang Kai's performance in the inheritance war could be said to be extremely strong, vowing to win. Ninth brother and I both hope to reach the peak of the martial Tao. Those who pursue their own achievements generally don't want to be the patriarch. The patriarch of the Yang family, although it seems to have infinite glory, in fact, it's filled with trivial matters. After reaching that point, how could one have time to cultivate? As far as I know, the biggest reason ninth brother participated in the inheritance war was to restore the name of his sect, High Heaven Pavilion. He seems to have reached an agreement with the patriarch that as long as he wins, High Heaven Pavilion's evil sect title will be removed and its former reputation restored. Just for this? Meng Shan-yi was dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, there was actually someone in this world who wasn't interested in power. That's right. Yang Wei nodded. I participated in the inheritance war because of the family's rules, but also because I wanted to hone myself. The position of patriarch isn't very important to me. Meng Shan-yi remained silent. From this point of view, the family choosing to support second brother is a wise decision. Although second brother's mentality has fluctuated greatly, compared to others, there is no doubt that he is more suitable to pursue power and sit on the patriarch seat. Yang Wei smiled, not showing the slightest care. Are you disappointed that your efforts so far have not been rewarded? Yang Wei glanced over at the silent Meng Shan-yi. Meng Shan-yi shook his head gently. Being able to hear First Young Lord's thoughts is already an honor. Since First Young Lord doesn't want to be patriarch, Shan-yi must change his mentality. After a pause he asked, then, should we cooperate with Second Young Lord? Yang Wei smiled. Since the Meng family sent a message, the 8 great families joining forces and the Yang family acquiescing, how can I refuse? You go and show your face, that's enough. From now on, This is no longer the inheritance war. It could be said that from the moment Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the inheritance war should have come to an end. Now, with the inheritance war as the stage, the 8 great families would carry out some secret schemes. I understand. Meng Shan-yi nodded slightly, turned around, and prepared to go to Yang Zhao's house to contact his people. After Meng Shan-yi left, Yang Wei's expression became solemn. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why his 9th brother was targeted to such an extent. In his heart, he couldn't help feeling sad for him. At the same time, in Yang Zhao's house, batch after batch of masters quickly gathered. These people had never shown up in the inheritance war before, but today, as if they had all agreed beforehand, they had all arrived. When the cultivator of Yang Zhao's forces saw these people, all of them were stunned. They found that many of these people were immortal ascension boundary 9th stage masters, with 7th or 8th stage masters abound. There were a total of 7 groups of people, each of them with a luxurious lineup. Those with good eyesight were able to see where these 7 groups of people came from. These people were all from the central capital's 8 great families. Except for the Yang family, who hadn't sent anyone, the other 7 families had all sent people. Among the 7 groups of people, a man and a woman glanced at each other and saw the helplessness and pain in each other's eyes. After a while, the man slowly walked over to the woman and nodded to her. The 2 of them found a secluded corner and looked at the scene of experts gathering together with a helpless expression. Of these 2 people, one was Huastars and the other was Xueqi Meng. In the morning, the 2 of them had left War City and returned in the evening. In just one day, the 2 of them had been forced to change from Yang Kai's allies to Yang Zhao's. The speed at which their identities changed was extremely ironic. What conditions did your father give you? Huastars turned to look at Xueqi Meng and asked softly. In the future, as a daughter, I will inherit the Qiu family. Xueqi Meng took a deep breath. Congratulations. Isn't this what you've always dreamed of? Huastars smiled. Yes, Xueqi Meng brushed her hair back behind her ear, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she asked, what about you? Old man said that if I didn't come, he would expel me from the Hua family and never let me set foot in the Hua family again. Old man is serious, but this young master can't afford it. Huastars smiled helplessly. It looks like we've all compromised. N. Chapter 542. Of the 7 families' reinforcements, the Qiu family was led by Xueqi Meng while the Hua family was led by Huastars. The Kong family's Kong Zhan and the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng were also present. Even the central capital's first young lord, Lu Qingyao, was here, leading a group of masters from the Lu family, standing silently in a corner, not communicating with anyone. Looking at this spectacular scene, Huastars couldn't help curling his lips. Ridiculous. It's quite ridiculous. Xueqi Meng gently nodded. The 7 families are targeting Yang Kai, but they still sent their younger generation to lead them. Obviously, they want to use the stage of the Yang family inheritance war to fool the world. Hua Xingchen shrugged his shoulders. There's nothing that can be done about it. Those who know the inside story know that the 7 great families are here to deal with Yang Kai. But for those who don't know the inside story, the inheritance war isn't over yet. The Yang family's inheritance war needs to come to a perfect conclusion. We can't just say that Yang Kai was knocked out of the inheritance war without knowing what was going on. Just as Yang Wei saw the situation clearly, Xueqi Meng and Huastars also saw the situation clearly. What happened next couldn't be called the inheritance war anymore. Instead, with the help of the inheritance war, the 7 families would join forces to perform a shocking show. The secret conversation between Xueqi Meng and Huastars didn't escape the eyes of the other young lords. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng hesitated for a long time before approaching Xueqi Meng and Huastars. Hua Xingchen stared at the 2 people who were walking over and chuckled lightly. Young Master Kong, how are your injuries? Many thanks for Brother Hua's concern. My injuries are no longer a problem. The little lord's actions were very discreet. He didn't hurt my bones. Kong Zhan looked indifferent and nodded lightly, not showing any resentment towards Yang Kai for injuring him. That's good, heh. Stars Hua smiled wryly. Seeing his rejection, Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan also felt helpless, the former saying, Brother Hua, although Brother Kong and I were enemies with the little lord before, that was only because the situation forced us to. The 2 of us still admire the little lord's methods and personal strength. If possible, We would like to make friends with him. Is that so? Huastars looked surprised. I really didn't expect young Master Gao and young Master Kong to be such generous people. Yang Kai treated you so badly, and you still want to be friends with him. Haha, is this sincere or not? Brother Hua, if you're still wary of us, then I have nothing to say to Brother Kong, Gao Rangfeng said with a serious expression. Huastars stared at him. Gradually, his smile faded and he became serious. The latter looked at him with a calm expression. What do you want to say? Xueqi Meng, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly asked. Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked in a low voice. Brother Kong and I are very puzzled as to why the 7 great families want to deal with the little lord while the Yang family hasn't done anything. The 2 of you have always been with the little lord, so you should know more than we do, right? Yes. Kong Zhan also nodded. This time's matter is really confusing. I was still recovering at home when I was sent out by my father. When I asked him, he wouldn't tell me anything. Young Lady Chiu and Brother Hua, if you know something and it's convenient for you to reveal it, you might as well tell us. If it's not convenient, just pretend we didn't ask. Huastars remained silent and just stared at Xueqi Meng. Although he had spent as much time in Yang Kai's house as Xueqi Meng, he didn't intervene in Yang Kai's affairs and didn't have much contact with the Yang family. On the other hand, Xueqi Meng often discussed matters with Yang Kai in private and knew a lot about the house. The question Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan asked was exactly what he wanted to ask. Facing the 3 of them, Xueqi Meng gently shook her head. I don't know, you're asking the wrong person. Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. However, although I don't know the exact reason, I can roughly guess. Xueqi Meng suddenly changed the subject. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng's eyes lit up. For Yang Kai to be targeted like this, it must be because he has offended the public and violated some taboo of the 8 great families. Xueqi Meng's expression was indifferent as she calmly explained. For example, the information that has been circulating, cultivating an evil secret art, coming from the same sect as the Demon Lord, taking in evil sect disciples, showing signs of becoming the demon race. These things could be big or small, but now that someone wanted to make a fuss about them, it was a big deal. We can also see that the family sent us here to reinforce this place with the same reason, but we always felt that things weren't so simple. Gao Rangfeng frowned and said in confusion. Is there another reason? Kong Zhan hurriedly asked. If it's not because of this, then Yang Kai has something our 7 families want, Xueqi Meng sneered. After saying this, her eyes also lit up, her beautiful eyes trembling, suddenly realizing something important, her brow furrowed deeply as she pondered. All of them suddenly felt enlightened. The world was bustling, it was all about profit, the world was bustling, it was all about profit. If this was the case, then it was reasonable. Looking at Xueqi Meng's expression, the 4 of them suddenly understood that she probably knew the reason. But since she didn't say anything, Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng didn't ask any more. However, the actions of the 8 great families this time made them feel like they were playing the fool. Since they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, with the heritage and strength of the 8 great families, they could have just dealt with him in an open and above-board manner, but now they were actually using the inheritance war as a stage. All of them were young and full of vigor, so all of them suddenly had a subtle feeling. While these people were talking, Lu Qingyao had his eyes closed, seemingly not paying any attention to them, but no matter who it was, they all noticed that a faint divine sense had enveloped them. Obviously, Lu Qingyao was also paying attention to the conversation between the 4 of them. The 4 of them didn't guard against him. At the same time, inside the house. Inside Yang Zhao's room, 2nd young Lord Yang Zhao sat motionless on the edge of his bed. In just a dozen days, the once high-spirited Yang Zhao had become haggard, his face devoid of blood, his eyes sunken and bloodshot, giving him a terrifying appearance. Yi Xianro gracefully walked back and forth in front of Yang Zhao while explaining the current situation to him in detail. Gradually, Yang Zhao's seemingly lifeless face regained some color and his 2 red eyes slowly began to move. 2nd young lord, now that the 7 great families have sent people here, each of them has sent at least 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage masters. Many of them peak Immortal Ascension Boundary masters. The 7 great families hope that you can take command and defeat Yang Kai as quickly as possible and win the inheritance war. Why did the 7 great families send so many people to participate in the inheritance war? Yang Zhao asked. After not speaking for so long, Yang Zhao's voice had become hoarse and weak, as if he was terminally ill and on the verge of death. Yi Xianro giggled. Didn't I just tell you? Yang Kai is a dangerous person who is very likely to become the demon lord. The Yang family will not allow such a person to inherit the position of patriarch. The 7 great families and the Yang family share life and death in the central capital. Naturally, they won't just stand by and watch. Right now, they are all gathered in the house, waiting for you to give the order. Second young lord, the position of patriarch of the Yang family is beckoning to you. Is it really just for this reason? Yang Zhao's eyes became cold as he stared at the young woman in front of him. What other reason could there be? Yi Xianro asked. A look of impatience appeared on her face as she stepped forward and hugged Yang Zhao's arm, coquettishly saying, Second young lord, don't just sit there, let's tidy up our clothes and go out. It's not good to keep those people waiting for too long. I'm not going. Yang Zhao still had a disheartened look on his face, not excited by this shocking news. Saying so, he shook off Yi Xianro's entanglement. Yi Xianro was startled, not having expected Yang Zhao to not be happy at all. She couldn't help wondering, Second young lord, what's wrong? Yang Zhao shook his head. The inheritance war is a battle between my Yang family brothers, a battle of wits and courage, a battle of connections and personal charm. I've already lost this battle, a crushing defeat. There's no need to continue. How could that be? There are still many people in the house, and now there are even more masters. They're all here to assist you. Now is the time for you to make a comeback. Yi Xianro tried to persuade him. The 7 great families. Haha. Yang Zhao sneered. If I use them to defeat 9th brother, even if I sit on the patriarch's seat, I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. Second young lord, what are you saying? Yi Xianro couldn't help spitting disdainfully. If you only rely on the people in your house, you won't be able to defeat Yang Kai. Now that such a good opportunity has been placed in front of you, how can you not grasp it? Pausing for a moment, she sneered. Could it be that Second young lord is afraid of the world's criticism? Second young lord, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. History books are written by the victors. Once you sit in the position of patriarch of the Yang family, who will dare criticize you? Yang Zhao remained expressionless, not saying anything. Yi Xianro suddenly lost her patience and coldly said, Second young lord, I hope you can consider the overall situation. This is something the Yang family has tacitly agreed to. If you don't do it, it's the same as defying the family's will. Humph, the dignified second young lord of the Yang family is now acting like a stray dog. What a joke. Yang Zhao suddenly raised his head and stared towards Yi Xianro with his red eyes. Yi Xianro panicked, but before she could react, she felt her neck being gripped, causing her to feel dizzy. By the time she could react, she had already been thrown onto the bed by Yang Zhao. The two's faces were almost pressed together, and Yi Xianro could clearly smell the hot breath from Yang Zhao's nostrils. It wasn't because he was aroused, but rather because he was angry. His big hand was like an iron hoop, firmly gripping her neck. Yi Xianro suddenly panicked, suddenly remembering that she wasn't Yang Zhao's opponent at all. Second young lord, what do you want to do? Yi Xianro's expression was pained as she bit her red lips and looked towards Yang Zhao weakly. Chapter 543. Although I, Yang Zhao, am insidious and cunning, I will not use such disgraceful means to defeat 9th brother. In the inheritance war, I fought a battle of wits and courage with 9th brother, using every conceivable means possible. Even if I lose, I have no complaints. Cheap slut, you're not qualified to judge me. If you dare say such words again, I don't mind making you the first young lady of a super family to die in the inheritance war. What 9th brother dares to do, I dare do too. And I'll do it even more ruthlessly than him. Yang Zhao's hoarse and low voice was like the summons of a demon from the depths of hell, causing Yi Xianro's beautiful eyes to fill with panic and horror. Looking into Yang Zhao's eyes, Yi Xianro was really afraid. She could see that Yang Zhao wasn't trying to intimidate her. If she continued to speak rudely and irritate him, she would most likely die here. This young lady was wrong. This young lady won't dare. Yi Xianro immediately admitted defeat. As a woman, she wouldn't feel ashamed. Yang Zhao coldly snorted and released her. After getting up from the bed, Yang Zhao said, Those people gathered in my house just to borrow my name. Without me, they can still borrow Big Brother's name. Since my Yang family allows them to do so, I can't resist. However, it's impossible to lead them to deal with ninth brother. Go from this moment on. You will be in charge of all the affairs of the house. Yi Xianro, who was still in a state of panic, heard this and couldn't help breathing rapidly, trembling as she said, Second young lord, there's no need to doubt, from now on, this house is yours. The masters of the 7 great families will also be under your command. Aren't you also a woman who pursues power? If we weren't birds of a feather, it would have been impossible for us to get together. Now is your chance. Yi Xianro didn't care about the sarcasm in Yang Zhao's words, her cheeks flushing red as she seemed extremely excited, hesitating for a moment before asking, but how should I explain this to those people in the house? Do I need to explain? I'll agree to let them borrow my name. As for the explanation to the outside world, it's up to you. Yi Xianro smiled like a blooming flower as she sweetly said, Second young lord has suffered a blow. He's not discouraged, but now his aura is unstable and he's on the verge of a breakthrough. He needs to enter secluded retreat. Very good. Yang Zhao sneered. It looks like I'll have to thank you for giving me such a good excuse and taking care of my face. Families, Yi Xianro, young lord, perhaps in the future, this young lady will be willing to submit to second young lord. I only hope that after second young master becomes the Yang family's patriarch in the future, he can take care of my Yi family. Yang Zhao sneered, if you can survive against ninth brother, then we'll talk. Yi Xian rose. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in her eyes, but soon, she calmed down and said softly, with the current lineup in your house, Yang Kai won't have a chance, right? Yang Zhao closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Yang left. Walking out of the house, he raised his head to take a look. Yang. And Yang sky. Yang. Yang. She hadn't expected Yang Zhao to make such a decision. However, since he had already handed over the command authority to him, he could really let loose and do whatever he wanted. Her face filled with excitement, Yi Xianro's giggles quickly echoed, causing those who heard them to feel creepy. Not long after, the leaders of the 7 forces in Yang Zhao's house gathered in the main hall. Yi Xianro sat at the head of the table. Below her was the Lu family's Lu Qingyao, Kong family's Kong Zhan, Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng, and Hua family's Hua Stars. The Meng family's Meng Shan Yi all stared at her with complicated expressions. Yi Xianro's expression was indifferent and graceful, without the slightest uneasiness. Sweeping her pair of peach blossom eyes around, Yi Xianro spoke first. Brother Meng, did eldest young lord not come? Meng Shan Yi, who was called out, couldn't help getting goosebumps as he quickly replied. Eldest young lord said he's likely to break through in the next few days and is currently in retreat. This time, this Meng will be fully responsible for representing the eldest young lord's mansion. Yi Xianro looked surprised, covering her mouth as she giggled. Ah, what a coincidence. Second young lord is also about to break through and is currently in retreat. I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for a long time. The Yang family is really interesting. 2 brothers breaking through together. Sure enough, they're both dragons among men, worthy of admiration. Hearing her say this, everyone's expression couldn't help changing. Hua Stars asked, Sister Yi, if second young lord doesn't come out, who will be in charge of the 7 family coalition? It won't be you, right? That's right. Yi Xianro replied sweetly and changed her sitting position. It's me. Hua Stars grinned meaningfully. Second young lord said that before he comes out, I will be in charge of all matters in the house. Everyone must listen to my orders. Yi Xianro's expression became cold as she declared. The expressions of the other 6 people also became extremely strange. Elder brothers and elder sisters. Are you questioning little sister's ability? Yi Xianro took in everyone's expressions and asked softly with a smile. We wouldn't dare. Kong Zhan shook his head. It's just that for such an important matter, second young lord not to come out personally and only young lady Yi to deliver it, it's a bit inappropriate. After all, we all obey the orders of our respective families and are here to assist second young lord. Brother Kong, are you suspecting that I am falsely informing second young lord? Yi Xianro chuckled. I don't have such courage. If you don't believe me, you can ask second young lord. He is currently in the house. Kong Zhan frowned, although his expression was a little unhappy. It wasn't convenient for him to say anything more. Since Yi Xianro said so, she must have obtained Yang Zhao's permission. Huastars quickly added, second young lord may not come out personally, but I think Sister Ye's prestige is not enough to convince everyone. If young Master Hua thinks so, then in young Master Hua's opinion, who can convince everyone? As she spoke, her eyes flashed towards Xueqi Meng. The latter's expression was indifferent and expressionless. Not only was Yi Xianro looking at her, but most of the people present also cast their eyes towards Xueqi Meng. Compared with Yi Xianro, Xueqi Meng was undoubtedly more suitable to lead Yang Zhao's house. However, Xueqi Meng had just been forced to leave Yang Kai's house this morning, so it wasn't appropriate for her to lead it now. Not to mention whether she was willing or not, the masters of the 7 families would definitely not allow her to do so, let alone obey her orders. What does elder sister Qiu think? Yi Xianro stared at Xueqi Meng in a threatening manner. Being stared down by others, Xueqi Meng couldn't remain silent any longer and simply said, little sister can, I believe in little sister's ability. Since elder sister says so, then little sister won't decline. Yi Xianro smiled knowingly and proudly. Huastar sighed. He could understand why Xueqi Meng didn't refute, but even so, his heart was still filled with anger. Yi Xianro's current appearance gave him the feeling of a villain who had achieved great success. She was a beautiful woman with an extremely graceful figure, but Huastars really couldn't bring himself to admire her beauty. This was probably the first woman the central capital Wolf young Lord Hua had ever hated. Let's end this topic here. Yi Xianro's expression became solemn as she established her authority in Yang Kai's house with just a few words. All of you have received orders from your respective families to gather here for only one purpose, and that is to bring down the current rampant Yang Kai. If we fail, what the consequences will be, I think all of you are very clear in your hearts. With our current strength, we are indeed above Yang Kai's house, so we fully meet the conditions, but what should we do? How can we defeat Yang Kai's defenses at the lowest cost? Everyone, please share your opinions. Little sister is still young, so I hope elder brothers and elder sisters can help. Sweeping her beautiful eyes around, Yi Xianro waited quietly. Lu Qingyao had his eyes closed and didn't express any opinion. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng had their heads together and were whispering to each other, their expressions solemn as if they were seriously discussing something. The Hua family young lord looked up at the sky, as if a beautiful woman was flying by. Xueqi Meng's expression was indifferent and sad. Meng Shani scratched his head helplessly. The 6 people had different expressions, but none of them spoke. After waiting for a long time, Yi Xianro smiled and said, it looks like none of you have a good plan. If that's the case, why don't you listen to little sister's opinion? Saying so, he didn't wait for anyone to respond and continued, although the masters of the 7 families have gathered in Yang Kai's mansion, and the number of top masters is endless, possessing an overwhelming advantage and strength, the power of Yang Kai's mansion cannot be ignored. He has an above immortal ascension boundary master on his side, the evil sect master Ling Tai Su. It is impossible for Ling Tai Su to be dispatched. After all, this is still the inheritance war. Yang Kai's blood warriors, because of the Yang family's restrictions, can only dispatch 2. However, Yang Kai also has an evil sect master and another peak immortal ascension boundary guard. These people are the biggest problem. If we attack rashly, it is very likely that there will be some unnecessary losses. The people from Yang Kai's house can't be taken lightly. They often make unexpected moves. I think young Master Hua and elder sister Qiu understand this better than any of us. Hua Xing chuckled. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. In his house, I've done nothing but pick up girls. There are so many beautiful women in his house. Yi Xianro smiled. Young Master Hua is too modest. Who doesn't know that your strength has increased so much that even Brother Gao isn't your opponent? Gao Rangfeng's face went black as he silently cursed this cheap maid for touching his sore spot. When Yang Kai attacked Yang Kang's house that night, Gao Rangfeng had been defeated by Hua Xing. Gao Rangfeng regarded this as the greatest humiliation of his life and had been diligently cultivating these past few days, hoping that one day he would be able to regain his lost face. Now that Yi Xianro had brought this up, Gao Rangfeng suddenly felt annoyed, so he simply said, Young Lady Yi, let's get down to business. Yi Xianro smiled at him and said apologetically, Brother Gao doesn't need to take offense. Little sister didn't mean to offend you, so I'll just apologize. Gao Rangfeng's expression became slightly awkward. Yi Xianro continued, In light of the above situation, I think we should send out a surprise attack and catch Yongkai off guard. Chapter 544. The young lords and young ladies of the 7 great families gathered together. Yi Xianro sat at the head of the table and spoke with confidence and assurance. Her words were clear and concise, making everyone look at her with admiration. This woman doesn't only know how to act coquettishly with others, everyone thought secretly. When she sat in that high and mighty position, she could quickly adjust her mentality and make remarks that were in line with her identity. Her words were reasonable, and everyone couldn't help but pay attention to her. They all looked at her. Surprise attack? Gao Rangfeng couldn't help but ask. What is a surprise attack? Yi Xianro smiled and said, what the little lord can't think of is a surprise attack. Gao Rangfeng frowned. Yi Xianro's actions made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he quickly said, be more specific. Yi Xianro chuckled and turned her eyes to Xueqi Meng, her beautiful eyes flashing. Elder sister Qiu is the biggest surprise attack for the little lord. Xueqi Meng suddenly looked up and glared at Yi Xianro. Stars will also let out an evil laugh. The other young lords all wore strange expressions. Everyone suddenly understood what Yi Xianro was planning. Elder sister Qiu has been working with the little lord for a long time and is regarded as his right-hand woman. She knows many things about his house quite well. I'm afraid no one knows more than elder sister Qiu. On top of that, elder sister only left Yongkai this morning. The little lord would never have thought that in just one day, elder sister Qiu would become his enemy and attack him, right? Yi Xianro, you'd better think carefully about what you're saying. Stars was stared at her, his eyes flashing a cold light. Yi Xianro sneered. Huashao, what do you mean? Of course, I know what I'm talking about, but your attitude. Could it be you don't like me? Stars was sneered. Don't forget, I now represent the second young lord. If you don't obey me, then you don't obey second young master. I have the right to ask you to leave this mansion. A single rat can spoil a pot of porridge. Second young master's mansion cannot have a black sheep. Yi Xianro's words were filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Huastars's expression changed. She wanted to leave angrily, but when she thought of the old man's threat before she left, she had to suppress the restlessness in her heart. His mouth moved, but no sound could be heard. It seemed like he was cursing. Yi Xianro smiled again and said in a warm voice, actually, little sister has her own considerations for making such a proposal. What I said before was only one of them. What other considerations do you have? Gao Rangfeng asked. He suddenly realized that after experiencing the inheritance war, Yi Xianro's growth was simply terrifying. Before this, she didn't have such sharp thoughts and wasn't so strong. It was probably because she had been by the second young master's side for too long and had been influenced by him. From the last time the little lord killed Nanshang and Xiang Chu, it's clear that the little lord values his friends very much. Elder sister Qiu is also his friend, so I think with the little lord's personality, he wouldn't have the heart to kill elder sister Qiu. That's right. Kong Zhan nodded gently, thinking that Yi Xianro's analysis was reasonable. Last time, Nanshang and Xiang Chu, because they had injured a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, were chased down by Yongkai for 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Even if they hid in Yang Zhao's mansion, they still couldn't escape their fate of death. Xueqi Meng and Yongkai had been together for so long, the two of them having gone through thick and thin together. Xueqi Meng had also made great contributions to Yongkai's mansion, so with Yongkai's character, it would be strange if he dared to lay his hands on her. So, if elder sister Qiu goes out and casually brings some people with her, she can easily defeat the little lord without shedding a drop of blood. Yi Xianro looked at Xueqi Meng with a smile and asked, Elder sister Qiu, what do you think? Xueqi Meng's expression was indifferent as she stared at him from afar, unhurriedly saying, you think too much. Although Yongkai cares about friendship, he is also a selfish person. When there is a conflict between these two, he will choose to maintain his own interests. Yi Xianro looked surprised. Elder sister Qiu really understands the little lord. I think this matter must be handled by you. If you don't try once, how can you know it won't work? Saying so, she shot a contemptuous look towards Xueqi Meng, as if she wouldn't give up until Xueqi Meng agreed. Good. Xueqi Meng suddenly smiled. Since little sister says so, elder sister will listen to you this time. Let's see if I can capture Yang Kai with my own means. Sister is indeed a heroine among women. You're straightforward enough. Many thanks to little sister for taking care of me. Elder sister will give this credit to elder sister. Xueqi Meng smiled gently. Yi Xianro also smiled. Us sisters don't need to say such things. A few days ago, little sister also received elder sister's care. Hee. Little sister will remember it in her heart. She will never forget it for the rest of her life. Inside the side hall, the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and the others couldn't help shivering. They didn't know what these two women were talking about, but they could tell that something had happened between the two of them a few days ago. A few days ago, Yi Xianro had secretly run to Yang Kai's house to seduce him. But as a result, Yang Kai had torn her clothes and left her alone in the side hall. Later, Xueqi Meng had sent a few guards to guard the door. The naked Yi Xianro was imprisoned for 3 whole days. After 3 days, Xueqi Meng ordered a maidservant to deliver a set of clothes. How could Yi Xianro forget such a great shame? The first thing the 7 Families Alliance did was to find fault with Xueqi Meng. It could be said that Xueqi Meng was using her power to avenge a personal grudge. But her excuses and means were quite clever. So clever that Xueqi Meng couldn't refute her and could only follow her lead by the nose. Then it's settled, elder sister will act as the vanguard. I hope elder sister can win. Thank you for your kind words. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Yi Xianro said. Now. The others couldn't help being taken aback, never having expected Yi Xianro to be so eager. Speed is crucial in war. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, perhaps we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xianro smiled slightly. That makes sense. Then elder sister will set out. Xueqi Meng chuckled, stood up and walked out. Xueqi Meng. Huaxing stood up and called out. Xueqi Meng didn't look back, just slowly shaking her head as she walked out. After Xueqi Meng left, Huaxing turned around and glared at Yi Xianro coldly. Little girl, if something happens to Xueqi Meng, you can just wait to be sold to the cheapest brothel. At that time, anyone can taste your beauty, and within 3 or 5 months, you will become a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs will disdain. Yi Xianro's eyes flashed coldly, but surprisingly, she didn't get angry and instead giggled. Isn't young Lord Hua's worry unnecessary? How could elder sister Qiu have an accident? Do you really think the little lord would do anything to her? It seems that the little lord really has become the demon race and doesn't even recognize his own family. After a pause she added, since young Lord Hua is so worried, let's go out and take a look, just in case. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng couldn't help nodding, feeling that Yi Xianro's decision was the right one. None of them thought that Xueqi Meng alone could defeat Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai cared about their friendship, he wasn't a fool. How could he allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? If they followed, in case a fight broke out, they would be able to provide support. As they spoke, everyone stood up and walked out. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, bathing the entire war city in a silver glow. In Yang Kai's mansion, the cultivator had calmed down from the shock of Xueqi Meng and Huaxing's departure. The mansion's current advantage was great. Even if Xueqi Meng and Huaxing had left, they still felt that in the inheritance war, Yang Kai would definitely win. However, Yang Kai had said during the day that he might become an enemy of the 8 great families, so they were a little worried. After all, they were all young people, who would want to go against the 8 great families? This wasn't just a matter of themselves, but also a matter of the sect or family behind them. In the middle of the night, the mansion was quiet. Kai Yang, who was in the middle of meditating, suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly. Hurriedly getting up, he walked out. Just as he opened the door, the sound of fluttering clothes came from inside the mansion, and in the next moment, Ying Jiao, Old Demon, and Tang Yuxian appeared in front of him. Little Lord, Tang Yuxian called out. I know. Yang Kai's expression became cold. Call everyone up. Tang Yuxian quickly released her spiritual energy and enveloped the entire house. Perceiving this divine sense as a reminder and summon, the forces in the house quickly gathered. Ha! A sigh came from the side as a faintly discernible figure slowly appeared, and a light blue-haired Shui Ling suddenly appeared. Ying Zhou's eyes narrowed. Even now, he was extremely wary of this mysterious little girl. At such a young age, she had actually reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage and possessed a special constitution. If they were to fight one-on-one, Ying Jiu believed she wasn't his opponent, but he also had no way to keep her here, even if he used his mad tyrant blood skill. It seems that Xueqi Meng has brought people here. Xue Ling sighed faintly. What a pity, I got along quite well with her. Yang Kai, how did you and her end up like this? I don't know, don't ask me. Yang Kai said angrily. Since Xue Ling was aware of the identity of these people, how could Yang Kai not have noticed? The one leading this group was actually Xueqi Meng, who had just left this morning. Accompanying her were more than 20 masters at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage or above. Besides Xueqi Meng's aura, everyone else was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, they were here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai didn't think Xueqi Meng would do such a thing. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai understood her quite well. What kind of personality she had, Yang Kai knew best, but it was an indisputable fact that she had brought people here. Let's go out and have a look. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took the lead. Ying Jiu, Tang Yuxian, and the old demon quickly followed. A short time later, the group arrived outside the mansion and the cultivator inside quickly and methodically gathered around Yang Kai. Chapter 545. Not far from the front of the house, Xueqi Meng stood alone. 20 meters behind her, more than 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters belonging to the Qiu family stood in a row. The pressure they exuded together was terrifying. After a moment of shock, Luo Xiaoman shouted in surprise. Elder Sister Qiu. As she shouted, she rushed out of the crowd towards Xueqi Meng, her pair of large jade peaks bouncing up and down, a spectacular sight to behold. Of all the people present, she had the best relationship with Xueqi Meng. The two of them, one was smart and capable while the other was confused and delicate. Their personalities complemented each other, so Xueqi Meng was quite good to her and the two of them had a very close relationship. When Xueqi Meng left this morning, Luo Xiaoman had cried for a long time, and even now her eyes were still red, her spirit still unable to recover. At this moment, seeing Xueqi Meng return, Luo Xiaoman was happier than anyone else. Her beautiful eyes filled with joy, like a lost child who had finally found her way home, hurriedly rushing forward. Xueqi Meng's face held a trace of sadness, her expression indifferent. When the distance between the two of them was only about 5 meters, Xueqi Meng gently raised her hand. A burst of light shot out from her hand and landed in front of Luo Xiaoman's feet. A cloud of dust flew up. Luo Xiaoman froze and stared blankly at Xueqi Meng in front of her. Don't come any closer, otherwise don't blame me for not showing mercy. Xueqi Meng stared at Luo Xiaoman coldly, her tone cold, as if she was a stranger. Elder Sister Qiu. Luo Xiaoman murmured, her eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unable to figure out what had just happened. Xueqi Meng had never attacked her before, but just now if she had run a little faster, or if Xueqi Meng had hit her a little farther, her legs would have been directly crippled. Feeling Xueqi Meng's indifference and rejection, Luo Xiaoman's heart instantly filled with great pain, her mouth filled with bitterness as she subconsciously felt a trace of panic. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, she felt a big hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Yang Kai slowly shaking his head at her. Go back. Yang Kai ordered lightly, not waiting for her to respond before tossing her back. After Luo Xiaoman landed on the ground, she suddenly found that the atmosphere was a bit different. Outside the mansion, Yang Kai and Xueqi Meng stared at each other face to face, just like the scene when the Qiu family's first young lady left this morning, neither of them saying a word. But anyone could see that the situation now was completely different from when they had parted in the morning. Forced. Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at Xueqi Meng. No. Xueqi Meng gently shook her head. You didn't? Yang Kai smiled. If you weren't forced, why did you bring these people here? You can't possibly come and seek refuge with me, right? What I came here for, you know in your heart, why ask so many questions? Xueqi Meng's expression remained indifferent. How would I know if you don't tell me? Aren't you the same? You won't tell me anything, so why should I tell you? Xueqi Meng retorted. Yang Kai shrugged helplessly. First young lady, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Xueqi Meng. As these words were spoken, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, who were originally 20 meters away from Xueqi Meng, stepped forward and stood behind her, each of them exuding a tyrannical aura. You are. Yang Kai frowned. Qiu family elder, Fallen Leaves Hall's hallmaster, Chen Xian. The man coldly snorted and raised his head slightly, saying arrogantly, "The first young lady wishes to speak a few words with you because of our old friendship. She should have finished by now." Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. "It's an honor to meet you. The Fallen Leaves Hall's hallmaster is indeed famous." The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall was equivalent to the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. Each of the 8 great families had such an institution. The experts nurtured by these institutions were all extremely loyal to their families. However, because each family's heritage was different, their prestige was different, and their training methods were different. Therefore, among the 8 great families' institutions, the Blood Warrior Hall was the most famous, and the masters from the Blood Warrior Hall were much stronger than those from the other 7 families. This was especially true for the Blood Warrior Hall's Mad Tyrant Blood skill, a taboo martial skill that allowed the Blood Warrior Hall to stand above any other institution. The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall was such an institution. The masters who came from it were all very powerful. Once they took action, it was as simple as the autumn wind sweeping up fallen leaves, never giving their enemy any time to breathe. It was because of this principle that the people of the Fallen Leaves Hall were generally impatient and hated others wasting their time. While Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai were exchanging a few words, they were already unable to restrain themselves, a clear indication of their temperament. Chen Xian snorted, turning a blind eye to Yang Kai's flattery and sneered. "Since you've finished speaking, I ask the first young lady to step back." Turning to Yang Kai, he coldly shouted, "Little brat, your time of death has come. Although you are a young lord of the Yang family, you cultivate a demonic secret art, collude with demons, and attempt to subvert the 8 great families. Today is the day you die." Chen Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall had all been in the central capital, so they didn't have a deep understanding of Yang Kai and the forces of Yang Kai's mansion. Although they had also been paying attention to the progress of the Inheritance War and had heard from others about how powerful Yang Kai and Yang Kai's forces were, Chen Xian had always thought that such news was simply exaggerated. As a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, how could he put a mere Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage cultivator in his eyes, especially one so young? It wasn't only Chen Xian who thought so. Most of the masters from the other 7 families also had the same thought. In their opinion, this time the 7 families had dispatched so many masters to the Inheritance War was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. So tonight, when Qiu Yimeng brought them here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion, Chen Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were very excited, thinking that they could easily break through Yang Kai's defenses. Even Ling Tai Su, who was in charge of the mansion, wasn't put in their eyes. Although Ling Tai Su was an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he was still the sect master of Evil Sect, the Demon Lord's master. If he dared to act casually, the 8 masters from the Seal Temple would definitely not sit idly by. Listening to Chen Xian's shameless boasting, Yang Kai's expression became cold. "What a big hat." "Hallmaster Chen, please wait a moment." Qiu Yimeng suddenly interjected. "I still have a few words to say to Yang Kai." Chen Xian coldly snorted, but he didn't refuse Qiu Yimeng's request. Before they came here, Qiu Shoucheng had already told him that although this time's operation was taking advantage of the Inheritance War and using the name of the 8 great families' young lords and young ladies, the one who really made decisions on the battlefield was Chen Xian. In other words, to a certain extent, Qiu Yimeng had to listen to Chen Xian for the time being. If it was just a few words, he could tolerate it. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly before turning to Qiu Yimeng and asking softly, "Why?" "Because my father said that as long as I defeat and capture you, I can inherit the Qiu family as a woman. You know how much I long for that day to come. Although we've been getting along quite well before, compared to my lifelong ambition, who do you think you are?" "Ha ha." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not much, but do you think you can convince yourself with your nonsense?" "When did I start talking nonsense? I'm telling the truth. Today, I came here to defeat you. Yang Kai, since I've been assisting you these past few days, why don't you obediently allow yourself to be captured? If we really fight, everyone's feelings will be hurt, and I'm definitely not your opponent." "Good." Yang Kai nodded with a smile. On the other side, Chen Xian's eyes lit up, but he quickly became vigilant as he stared closely at Yang Kai's movements to prevent him from playing any tricks. The people from Yang Kai's mansion were all stunned. They hadn't expected that in just one day, Qiu Yimeng would actually be willing to stand on the opposite side of Yang Kai and personally bring people to cause trouble for Yang Kai. Seeing her speak so calmly and indifferently, Many people were filled with righteous indignation, but considering their previous friendship, they didn't curse her out loud. If it had been someone else who said this, how could they have just let it go? They would likely have already cursed all 18 generations of this person's ancestors. Even so, their expressions were not very good. Luo Xiaoman's eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Xueqi incredulously. Are you really willing? Xueqi was stunned. What's wrong with that? If you capture me, you can become the Qiu family's patriarch, right? Yang Kai smiled. You've done so much for me, now it's my turn to do the same for you. What's wrong with that? Xueqi's expression changed, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes, as if she was moved to tears by these words. First young lady. Chen Xian saw that Xueqi didn't seem to have any intention of fighting and couldn't help urging her. If they could really capture Yang Kai without shedding a single drop of blood, then his Qiu family would have made a great contribution. Qiu Shoucheng had said that once Yang Kai was captured, he would send him back to the central capital's Qiu family at all costs. Xueqi turned a deaf ear to these words, her face still filled with gratitude, but suddenly she ground her teeth and shouted, You think saying such words will soften my heart and make me not attack you? You bastard. You're really despicable. Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. You really think so? Xueqi grumbled angrily. She had actually been moved by his words just a moment ago, but now her heart was filled with hatred as she shouted. No matter what you think, since I've come here today, I won't go back empty-handed. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and summoned a foot-long dagger into his grasp. This dagger glowed with a silver light, obviously a high-grade artifact. Yuan Qi burst out fiercely, seemingly without mercy. Cries of alarm rang out as no one had expected the change to happen so quickly. Even Ying Jiu didn't have time to react. Chen Xian and the many masters from the Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall all held their breaths, secretly anticipating what would happen next. Chapter 546. Facing Xueqi's blade, Yang Kai was still smiling, as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. Staring at Xueqi, who was so close to him, he didn't even condense his true qi, as if he really had no intention of fighting back. Vix reading Xueqi's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as her hands moved faster and faster. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stared at her in shock, suddenly reaching out to grab her. Asterisk poo. Asterisk accompanied by a muffled groan, blood splattered out. Cries of alarm rang out as the powerhouses behind the two of them rushed out and madly rushed towards the center. Chen Xian and the others' eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared at the stunned Yang Kai, grinning widely. Ying Jiu, Tang Yuxian, and the old demon simultaneously pushed their strength, leapt over Yang Kai and Xueqi's heads, and charged towards Chen Xian and the others. The battle broke out in an instant, and no one below the immortal ascension boundary was able to intervene. The leaders of the younger generation didn't dare to approach and could only display their martial skills and artifacts from a distance. Brilliant light bloomed as energy raged. In the chaos, Luo Xiaoman stumbled over to Yang Kai and Xueqi's side, but after seeing the situation clearly, she immediately covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. Xueqi fell softly into Yang Kai's arms, her face pale and bloodless as she silently smiled towards Yang Kai. In her lower abdomen, there was a dagger, the same artifact she had taken out before. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unscathed. What are you doing? Yang Kai shouted angrily. I couldn't. Xueqi smiled bitterly. I could only come up with this method to temporarily eliminate myself. Just now, Xueqi's attack had suddenly changed directions halfway through and stabbed towards him. Yang Kai had seen this and tried to stop her. However, Xueqi's expression had been so serious that Yang Kai had been deceived by her for a moment, thinking she would really attack him. When he wanted to stop it, it was too late. Blood flowed from Xueqi's lower abdomen and soon dyed her clothes red, giving her a sense of scarlet beauty. Stop talking. Yang Kai frowned, but he wasn't very nervous. Xueqi's wound wasn't fatal, and the dagger hadn't penetrated too deeply. With the efficacy of the myriad drug milk, it was likely that she would be healed in 1 to 2 days without leaving a scar. I have a question to ask you. Xueqi gasped for breath but stared stubbornly at Yang Kai. If you have something to say, then say it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Today, He was depressed because of Xueqi. Xueqi didn't care. Instead her eyes filled with expectation as she asked softly, "If I really wanted to stab you, wouldn't you have resisted?" "What do you think?" Kai glared at her. "I don't know. I never knew what you were thinking. I'm not an idiot. How could I just stand there and let you stab me?" "Sure enough." Xueqi laughed. "You've always been a selfish person, but if you weren't like this, you wouldn't be you." Kai smiled wickedly. "If you really had the intention to stab me just now, you'd be finished today. What would you do to me? Kill me?" "I wouldn't go that far. I would just strip off your clothes and then, spank your ass." Xueqi suddenly blushed. No one had ever said such shameless words to her before. She didn't know why, but in her mind, the scene of her naked body being pressed down on the bed by Kai suddenly appeared. She couldn't help feeling ashamed. "Don't talk about that." Luo Xiaoman stood to the side at a loss. "Hurry up and heal yourself. I won't die." Kai's expression was indifferent as he picked up Xueqi by the waist, glancing over at the chaotic battlefield, a cold light flashing across his eyes before he stepped into the house. Luo Xiaoman followed closely behind him. A short time later, the three of them arrived at Su Yan's room. Pushing the door open, Kai was greeted by an icy chill. Su Yan was sitting on the ice bed, seemingly cultivating, but in fact, her mind wasn't here at all. With the battle in Kai's house, she naturally paid attention, but because she was from High Heaven Pavilion, it wasn't convenient for her to appear, so she could only wait quietly. "What happened? How did you get hurt like this?" Su Yan asked quickly when she saw Xueqi. "This stupid woman stabbed herself," Kai said as he put Xueqi down on the ice bed. The cold air quickly invaded her body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. However, thanks to the cold, the bleeding from her wounds was quickly alleviated. "I'll leave her to you," Kai said before turning around and walking out. The location of Xueqi's wound was too delicate. If it had been anywhere else, Kai could have dealt with it himself, but since it was her lower abdomen, he was too embarrassed to do so, so he could only send her to Su Yan. Su Yan also had some myriad drug milk, so she knew what to do. The sound of battle rang out one after another, and as far as the eye could see, half the sky seemed to be illuminated by a burst of light. When Kai returned to the mansion, he found that the battle had reached a state of anxiety, and both sides were evenly matched. The Cho family's Falling Leaves Hall had more than 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Masters. On his side, there were 3 Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Ingjiu, Tang Yuxian, and Old Demon, each of them possessing heaven-defying strength. Shui Ling also used her special constitution to stir up trouble, disrupting the enemy's vision and hearing. The other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also numerous. In terms of numbers alone, Kai's side undoubtedly had a great advantage, but the Falling Leaves Hall's masters were not to be underestimated, so even if they had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't gain any advantage. For a time, the two sides had fallen into a bitter struggle. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Kai's mansion had never encountered such a situation. Every time they fought, they had defeated their enemies with overwhelming superiority. Chen Xian and the others also felt this was incredible. They were originally full of confidence, but after the battle really began, they discovered that the rumors they had heard were not exaggerated at all. In fact, they had even underestimated the strength of Kai's cultivator. The Falling Leaves Hall's masters could be said to have been dispatched in full force, but now they couldn't do anything to a single Yang family young lord's mansion. Chen Xian inexplicably felt a sense of shame and humiliation, causing him to become even more ruthless and merciless. Kai observed for a moment, but didn't enter the fray himself, instead casting his gaze towards the distance. He felt that there were many masters gathering in that direction. The cultivation of these masters wasn't any worse than the Falling Leaves Hall's masters, but their numbers were several times greater. If he wasn't mistaken, these masters should be from the other 6 families. Just as Kai expected, a kilometer away, atop a 3-story pavilion, led by Yi Xian Ro, the young lords and young ladies of the 6 superfamilies gathered, all of them watching the battle from a distance. Although it was late at night, the moon was still shining brightly, so they were still able to clearly see everything that happened in front of Kai's mansion. Xueqi's violent attack and the traces of Kai's actions were all clearly visible to all of them. However, the final result shocked all of them. The one lying in a pool of blood was actually Xueqi. Yi Xian Ro's delicate face flashed a gloating look as she coldly snorted. Yang Kai really has lost all humanity. Even after assisting him for so long and having such a good relationship with Xueqi Meng, he can still be so ruthless as to kill her. Kong Zhan and the others remained silent. Although they didn't like Yi Xianrou's arrogant attitude, they still agreed with her current statement. Because they were too far away, they hadn't been able to clearly see what had happened, so they simply believed that Xueqi Meng had really been injured by Yang Kai. Since Xueqi Meng entered Yang Kai's house, she had worked hard without complaint, serving as Yang Kai's left and right hands, leading the entire mansion, paying a huge price, but in the end, she had actually been injured by him. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they be bitterly disappointed? Being able to do such a thing, how could Yang Kai still have any humanity left? Obviously, he was selfish to the extreme. Only Stars Hua, on the other hand, wore a ferocious expression as he sneered. Although he didn't see clearly what had just happened, he didn't agree with Yi Xianrou's statement. It looks like my plan has failed. Yi Xianrou said so, but there wasn't the slightest trace of disappointment on her face. Instead, there was a trace of joy, as if she was quite happy to see Xueqi Meng suffer. If I had known this would happen, I would never have let elder sister Qiu take such a risk alone. It seems we overestimated Yang Kai's moral standards. This person is beyond saving. Evil demons are generally like this, they don't even recognize their own family and friends, their methods are cruel. What do we do now? Gao Rangfeng asked in a deep voice. Xueqi Meng, this so-called surprise attack, had not played the role she should have. This made him wonder if Yi Xianrou had deliberately done this because she knew this would happen, causing him to feel a sense of revulsion. Let's wait and see. Yi Xianrou didn't show the slightest trace of nervousness and instead wore a calm expression. Look, they're fighting. Shouldn't we send reinforcements? Kong Zhan frowned. If we just leave them be, I'm afraid the Qiu family will gossip. Let them fight for a while. Yi Xianrou smiled lightly. Ying Jiu and Tang Yuxian have both used their mad tyrant blood skill. I don't think anyone from your family is willing to face them at this time, right? Let's wait for the mad tyrant blood skill's effect to wear off. Then we'll join in. Everyone's expression became extremely strange, but none of them refuted her words. No one wanted to see any of their family's masters suffer any losses. After he finished speaking, everyone waited quietly. The battle was getting more and more intense, and people were constantly being injured or killed. Yang Kai's mansion had suffered losses, and so did the Fallen Leaves Hall. Although the masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were powerful, in this kind of melee, they couldn't guarantee their own safety. Especially when Yang Kai joined the battle, the balance was instantly broken, and the violent eruption of evil energy descended. Yang Kai, who was only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage, was able to single-handedly challenge a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. After cultivating his knowledge C, Yang Kai was able to display the full power of his soul skills. Coupled with his small sword-shaped artifact, he was often able to kill an enemy with a single blow. The Fallen Leaves Hall had suffered heavy losses, and the situation was becoming more and more intense. Amidst the fierce battle, Chen Xian could no longer bear it and shouted, "Young Lady Yi!" Chapter 547. He was calling for reinforcements. If the others didn't act now, he would have no choice but to retreat. If they continued to fight, the entire Fallen Leaves Hall would likely perish here. The cultivation and methods of these people from Yang Kai's mansion were completely beyond his expectations. These Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators not only had extremely pure Yuan Qi, but they were also equipped with a dazzling array of artifacts. Was this guy really an Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator from a first-class family? Why did he feel like he was even richer than them? Chen Xian was depressed. The Fallen Leaves Hall was one of the most important halls of the Qiu family. The masters inside were loyal to the family, so the artifacts they were equipped with were naturally not bad. It could even be said that they were the best in the entire Qiu family, but compared to these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Yang Kai's mansion, they were still a bit shabby. On top of that, the pills these people had taken during the battle were also quite strange. Chen Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were already gasping for breath, unable to maintain their Yuan Qi, but their opponents were still full of vigor, unscrupulously using their Yuan Qi, not worried about overdrawing their strength. What kind of pill had such a powerful restorative effect? Although he had long known that Yang Kai's mansion had the support of Medicine King's Valley, Chen Xian hadn't realized how powerful these two forces were until now. Hearing his call, Yi Xianro, who was a kilometer away, could no longer sit idly by. The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall had lost a lot of people, all of which she saw clearly, so she couldn't help coldly snorting, a bunch of wastes. After saying so, she put on a leisurely expression and said, "Let's go." It seemed she was about to do something she was very unwilling to do. Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan saw her like this, then glanced over at the Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall and couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy. The distance of a kilometer was quickly crossed. Before they had even arrived, Yi Xianro's tender voice spread throughout War City. "Yang Kai, you colluded with evil, sooner or later you will fall into the demonic path. Don't be so stubborn, obediently hand over those evil sect disciples in your mansion and accept your punishment. Out of consideration for the 8 great families' many years of coexistence in the central capital, we won't do anything to you. If you continue to stubbornly resist, you will only implicate those around you." In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he jumped out of the battle circle. He quietly floated in mid-air and fixed his eyes on the other side with an indifferent expression. The young masters and young mistresses of the 6 great families took the lead. Behind each of them, there was a similar number of experts as the Fallen Leaves Hall. These people looked at Yang Kai, and with the exception of Yi Xianro who had a smug look on her face, everyone else looked somewhat ashamed. Hua Stars sneered, "Sister Yi, you're quite eloquent." That speech instantly put Yang Kai in a dead end in terms of righteousness. Hua Stars asked himself if he could think of something like that. Yi Xianro seemed to have put a lot of effort into figuring out how to force Yang Kai into a passive position. "Miss Yi." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly grinned. "I haven't seen you for a few days yet you've become so proud of yourself. Where's my second brother?" Yi Xianro's eyes flashed a trace of resentment. Last time, she had failed to seduce Yang Kai and was instead scolded by him as a broken shoe, so she naturally held a grudge against him. Her heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face as she simply smiled and said, "Second young lord is currently in retreat, so I'm taking over all the matters in the house." Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression becoming much better. "I knew my second brother wouldn't be so despicable and shameless. It turns out there was someone else in charge of this operation. No wonder." Yi Xianro's complexion changed greatly as she cursed under her breath. Yang Kai continued to smile, a strange expression appearing on his face as he said in an ambiguous tone, "Miss Yi, I'm really sorry about what happened a few days ago, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized I was wrong. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shouldn't have refused. You're so beautiful, your body is so delicate, even if I stripped naked with you, I wouldn't have lost anything, instead I would have profited. At that time, I don't know why my brain cramped, but I didn't take advantage of you, I really regret it." Saying so, he slapped his thigh, his face filled with regret. Listening to him say this, Kong Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them turning their heads to look at Yi Xianro. They didn't know when Yi Xianro had tried to seduce Yang Kai, but looking at the situation, it seemed that Yi Xianro had gone in high spirits only to return disappointed. This was really the biggest joke in the world. "Little Lord, you're really bold." Everyone couldn't help admiring him. If Yi Xianro had tried to seduce him, perhaps he would have fallen for her. "I've figured it out now," Yang Kai said seriously. "Young Lady Yi, why don't we go find a secluded place now so I can satisfy you? My strength isn't bad, and my skill in bed isn't bad either." Yi Xianro's expression became awkward, her shoulders trembling with anger. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, even daring to bring up such private matters in front of her. She wanted to refute him, but she didn't have the courage to do so, so she couldn't help angrily shouting, "Yang Kai, don't try to slander me with your filthy words. How could I, Yi Xianro, be such a person?" Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and the others all turned their heads and stared at her strangely. Hua Stars even whistled frivolously. "You don't believe me?" Yi Xianro glared at these people. Her pretty face flushed red. No one paid her any attention. "Whether you believe it or not, nothing happened between me and that bastard." Yi Xianro gasped for breath, seemingly really angry. "That's right, young Lord Kai refused to let you in. What could have possibly happened between you two?" Hua Stars said sarcastically. Yi Xianro took a deep breath, and after exhaling, her anger and agitation had completely disappeared. staring towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light, her lips curling into a sharp smile as she gently nodded. Yang Kai, I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you. I came here to capture you and bring you back to the central capital to wash away your evil aura and sins. This is also the will of the 8 great families. Saying so, she pointed her finger. Capture Yang Kai. Anyone who dares to resist, kill. She had become angry out of shame and wasn't prepared to engage in a verbal confrontation with Yang Kai anymore. The 6 groups of people behind her immediately followed her orders, their momentum soaring like a rainbow. Do you think I don't have anyone? Yang Kai roared. Tu Feng. 7 figures suddenly flew out from the mansion, led by Tu Feng, the remaining 7 blood warriors. Including Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian who had been dispatched before, the 9 blood warriors in the mansion had all been dispatched. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. Roars rang out as a fierce surge of vitality filled the air, causing everyone's eyes to tremble. All of War City seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. Yi Xianrou's face filled with both fear and excitement as she shouted, Yang Kai, don't forget, this is the inheritance war. You have an agreement with the Yang family that Tu Feng and the others cannot intervene in the inheritance war. If you dare allow them to participate, it is tantamount to violating your agreement with the family. This is no longer the inheritance war. Yang Kai sneered. You know better than I do. The old demon, who was fighting with the Fallen Leaves Hall masters, suddenly laughed and whispered, Do you really think the little lord cares about the inheritance war? The patriarch of the Yang family is nothing but a fart. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many things to worry about here, he would have already left. What did you say? A master from the Fallen Leaves Hall who was fighting with the old demon couldn't help asking curiously when he saw him muttering to himself. The old demon grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. I said, You're dead. This sentence seemed to have an infinite demonic power, bringing with it a deathly aura that rushed into the master's mind. In the next moment, his movements came to a halt, his eyes going blank, his face suddenly becoming pale as he muttered, I'm dead. I'm dead, idiot. The old demon coldly snorted, taking advantage of the other's dazed state to plunge his hand into his opponent's chest, and after taking it out again, he was holding a heart that was still beating fiercely. Blood spurted out from the man's chest like a tide. The old demon's expression became more and more ferocious as he stared towards the place with the largest number of enemies and shouted, Blood sea sealing the heavens. A blood-red light shot out from behind him and the ground around him instantly became viscous, as if it was made of blood. All kinds of gloomy auras filled the air and in this blood swamp, everyone's movements couldn't help slowing down. Yi Xianrou's expression became horrified while Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and Meng Shan-yi were all shocked. Even Lu Qingyao's face showed a deep sense of dread. The old demon's cruel methods were not something most people could understand and accept. Before this, none of them had any idea that there was someone in this world who cultivated such an evil martial skill secret art. Smelling the thick bloody aura, Yi Xianrou couldn't help wanting to vomit. The old demon's powerful attack instantly captured more than a dozen immortal ascension boundary masters and sealed them in a sea of blood, unable to advance or retreat. How is this possible? After watching the battle for a while, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help calling out. He found that even though the 7 superfamilies had gathered more than 100 immortal ascension boundary 6 stage masters, they still weren't able to quickly defeat the cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion. Although Yang Kai's mansion's immortal ascension boundary masters were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to put up a good fight. After carefully observing for a while, Gao Rangfeng suddenly realized something. Yang Kai's blood warriors. When do they all reach the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage? This sentence also surprised the others, but when they looked closely, they found that this was indeed the case. 9 blood warriors, 9 immortal ascension boundary 9th stage masters. When Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary a few days ago, there were still 4 immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters. But now, after only 10 days, they had all broken through. An immortal ascension boundary 9th stage blood warrior, after using his mad tyrant blood skill, would be able to exchange a few blows with an above immortal ascension boundary master. Although the masters from the 7 great families were also very powerful, how could they be their opponents in a one-on-one battle? Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't necessarily be able to win. It could be said that the reason why Yang Kai's mansion was able to survive was largely due to the efforts of the 9 blood warriors. They still have a peak immortal ascension boundary master who hasn't fought yet. Lu Qingyao suddenly said lightly, causing everyone's heart to tighten. Chapter 548. Yes, what about that master who called himself Meng Wuya? Even now, he hadn't taken action. Why hadn't he taken action? Was it because he disdained to do so, or was it because he wasn't here? A long night is fraught with dreams. Kong Zhan's brow wrinkled. He had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps Yang Kai injuring him last time had left a psychological shadow in his heart. In any case, as long as Kong Zhan thought of Yang Kai, he couldn't help feeling terrified. Gao Rangfeng nodded gently. Over the past few months of the Inheritance War, Gao Rangfeng had accompanied Yang Zhao and fought with Yang Kai many times. Every time, Yang Kai's house would exceed everyone's expectations, creating some unimaginable achievements and brilliance. This time, it seemed that the 7 great families were in control of Yang Kai's forces. But who knew what kind of unexpected change would occur in the end? Miracles were nothing new in Yang Kai's forces. I'll go help. Hua Xing's eyes darted around, and without waiting for Yi Xianrou to respond, he rushed over. Yi Xianrou's beautiful eyes flashed as she coldly snorted, surprisingly not stopping him. I'll go meet the little lord. Lu Qingyao stepped forward. This time, Yi Xianrou couldn't remain calm and quickly said, "Young Lord Lu, you're not his." Before she could finish her words though, she swallowed them back down because Lu Qingyao was staring at her with a cold gaze. Although she was now nominally the person in charge of the 7-family coalition and didn't take Gao Rangfeng or Kong Zhan seriously, using Yang Kai's name to act arbitrarily, she still felt an instinctive fear towards Lu Qingyao. This was a mark left behind by living in the shadow of the central capital's first young lord. Yi Xianrou wanted to say that Lu Qingyao wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, but this sentence would naturally offend him. During the battle at Peijing Lake, I said that when the little lord broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, I would fight him again. Now is the time, whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Qingyao said faintly. Yi Xianrou squeezed out a smile and softly said, "Then young Lord Lu, please be careful. I wish you victory and defeat Yang Kai." Below them, Hua Stars had already rushed to the outside of Yang Kai's mansion, smiling as he greeted a group of young leaders outside the mansion. Everyone glared at him. These people did not understand how the situation had developed to this point. Hua Star's Hua family had also participated in the attack on Yang Kai's government tonight. Naturally, they were not happy about it. Hua Stars didn't care and instead stared at Dong Qinghan and said, "Fatty, get out here, young master has long since found you displeasing. You're as fat as a pig, yet you're still pretending to be elegant and unrestrained. How can you even compare to 1/10,000th of this young master's elegance?" "What did you say?" Dong Qinghan's expression went cold as he glared at Hua Xing. "If you're not deaf, you should have heard it." Stars Hua tilted her head, looking sloppy. Dong Qinghan chuckled lightly, the muscles on his slightly chubby face twitching slightly as he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he did so. "That's right." Hua Xing laughed. "A trivial young lord from a first-class family dares to associate himself with an evil creature like Yang Kai? Just watch how this young master cripples you today." Saying so, he turned to the others and sneered, "And you idiots, if you don't want to die young, leave Yang Kai as soon as possible and scram as far as you can." Everyone's expression became extremely ugly. "If you don't accept it, then come and fight young master. This young master will wait here." Hua Xing sneered. Han Shaoqi stared at him blankly, her brow furrowed, suddenly shouting, "Teach him a lesson. Let this superior young lord know that we are not to be trifled with." The next moment, more than a dozen people rushed to Hua Xing's side, and began beating him. After a dozen breaths of time, Hua Xing was picked up by Dong Qinghan like a dead pig and thrown into Yang Kai's mansion, shouting to his subordinates, "Strip him of his clothes and throw him into the cellar for a few days. He dares to call me fat?" Seeing this scene, Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and the others all wore strange looks, a very uncomfortable feeling rising in their hearts. Young Lord Hua was captured alive. What should we do? Meng Shani suddenly said with a smile. "Clumsy trick." Yi Xianrou coldly snorted, not caring. It didn't matter whether Hua Xing was here or not, as long as the masters of the Hua family were here, it was fine. While Hua Xing was being captured, Lu Qingyao also came to Yang Kai. "Last time at Peijing Lake, I was unable to enjoy myself to the fullest, so today I came here specifically to ask Little Lord for advice. I hope Little Lord can fulfill my wish." Lu Qingyao's expression was indifferent as he looked towards Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Please forgive me, young Lord Lu, I'm in a hurry, please hurry. Lu Qingyao also nodded, expressing his understanding, no longer saying anything. In the next moment, his aura suddenly erupted as his yuan qi surged violently. He gently took a step forward, and a muffled thump resounded between heaven and earth. Lu family's 9 winding steps. Last time at Pujing Lake, Lu Qingyao had used this move to fight Yang Kai. This was one of the Lu family's secret arts, a mysterious grade mid-rank secret art, and Lu Qingyao's most powerful move. However, this time was different from the last time. Last time, because of the absolute suppression in terms of cultivation, Lu Qingyao had held back when he used this move, not wanting to have an unfair advantage. But this time, Lu Qingyao was going all out, his momentum far stronger than it had been back at Pujing Lake. Asterisk dong. Asterisk another step forward, accompanied by a rumbling sound like that of a war drum, shaking everyone's eardrums, causing their hearts to throb and their bodies to tremble. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk Lu Qingyao's figure seemed to grow larger and more majestic. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qingyao's entire body had become a giant monster. His head held up the sky while his feet stepped on the ground, like a giant, as if this world was being supported by him. 9 steps. Heaven and earth destroyed. This was the Lu family's 9 tune steps. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qingyao's aura had reached its peak, not far from that of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Lu Qingyao's giant foot steadily and slowly stomped down towards Yang Kai. Everyone involuntarily had the illusion that this foot would step on their bodies and crush them into powder. Some of the weaker martial artists couldn't help but shiver, their faces pale with fear. Facing such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai simply swung his fist upwards. This seemingly ordinary, straightforward punch actually contained a devastating amount of energy. The tip of Lu Qingyao's fist collided with the giant foot, and in that instant, it was as if a myriad of afterimages had appeared. As soon as Lu Qingyao's momentum collapsed, the giant figure suddenly became sluggish and fell backwards. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the giant fell to the ground, disappearing into specks of light. Lu Qingyao, who was standing mid-air, suddenly let out a grunt and coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he staggered backwards, staring towards Yang Kai in horror. Thank you for letting me win. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Fierce. Lu Qingyao sincerely praised. This Lu has lost. Many thanks, little lord, for showing mercy. Last time at Pujing Lake, when Lu Qingyao used this move, Yang Kai had to use the same mysterious grade martial skill, Star Mark, to resist. But this time, with just a casual punch, Lu Qingyao had easily broken the Lu family's secret martial skill. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. Young Lord Lu is too polite. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although I lost, I cannot make decisions here, so I hope little lord can forgive me. All I can say is that this time, this Lu will not intervene again. Farewell. Saying so, Lu Qingyao's figure flashed like lightning and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Young lord, young lord. When the Lu family masters saw Lu Qingyao leave just like that, they were shocked and hurriedly called out. However, they received no response. Yi Xianrou's face became extremely pale. In just a short 2 hours, 3 young masters and young mistresses had withdrawn from the competition. Qiu Yimeng's withdrawal was caused by her, and it could even be said that she had deliberately allowed this to happen. When Hua Stars withdrew, she didn't stop them, nor did she care. In any case, although this person's body was here, his heart was in Yang Kai's house, so there was no point in him staying. It was better to leave early so as not to become an eyesore. However, Lu Qingyao actually leaving like this was not something Yi Xianrou could accept. After all, Lu Qingyao held the title of the Central Capital's first young lord. His principles could influence many things to a certain extent, such as public opinion. Lu Qingyao still had some prestige in the eyes of the world. How could Yi Xianrou not be annoyed? Now, there were only 3 people left on her side. Kong Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and Meng Shan-yi. Whether or not these 3 were of the same mind as her, she wasn't sure. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng weren't so bad, but Meng Shan-yi was more difficult to understand. You won't also withdraw, right? Yi Xianrou took precautions, turning her head and glancing at the 3 of them. Sister Yi worries too much. Kong Zhan shook his head. This time, it was the will of the 8 great families. How could we withdraw so hastily? If we really did that, it would be too irresponsible. Gao Rangfeng also nodded in agreement. Although they also had some sympathy for Yang Kai's current situation, in the end, they weren't familiar with Yang Kai, so they weren't in the mood to care too much. All they needed to do was act according to the will of their families. Seeing them express their stance, Yi Xinro's brow furrowed slightly as she nodded. Then Sister Yi can rest assured. In such a big scene, Sister Yi will not be able to handle it alone. I will need the assistance of several elder brothers. She couldn't help lowering her posture, completely different from her previous performance in Yang Zhao's house. Qiu Yimeng, Hua Xing, and Lu Qingyao withdrawing one after another had affected the mentality of the masters from these three families. With their own young lord and young lady not here, these masters couldn't help feeling like they were making a wedding dress for someone else, so they couldn't help lowering their guard and trying to protect themselves. This was especially true for the masters from the Qiu family. They had been the vanguard and had suffered the most losses, so how could they be willing to go all out now? Since the arrival of reinforcements, they had been waiting on the sidelines, never confronting the enemy head-on. These masters were all extremely shrewd, so how could they be willing to do something that would cause them to suffer a loss? The Seven Great Families coalition appeared to be a solid block of iron, but in fact, it was full of flaws and loopholes, making it somewhat laughable. Chapter 549. The intense battle continued. The losses of the Seven Family Coalition were getting heavier and heavier. The 9 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Blood Warriors who had used their Mad Tyrant blood skill had become their biggest obstacle to defeating Yang Kai. Time and time again, the bloody battle continued, but they were still unable to repel these 9 Blood Warriors. The 9 of them were divided into groups of 2, each of them capable of holding back an entire family's cultivator. As for Ying Jiao, he was constantly guarding Yang Kai, purging any enemy who dared to approach him. Yi Xinro, Gao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions all changed. Because the Blood Warriors were able to maintain their Mad Tyrant blood skill for a long time, according to the information they had received, the Yang family Blood Warriors' forbidden technique could only last for half an hour at most. However, even after this time had passed, the 9 Blood Warriors still didn't show any signs of exhaustion and instead fought more valiantly. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that there was a reason why the Yang family had stood at the head of the 8 great families for so many years. Although they were all masters from super families, the 7 family coalition couldn't do anything to these 9 Blood Warriors, making them both anxious and angry. In the middle of the battle, Yang Kai was also constantly observing the situation. Although the 9 Blood Warriors were incomparably fierce and Old Demon was no pushover, the number of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in the mansion was decreasing. The reduction of these people's numbers would greatly affect the outcome of the battle. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wu Ya hadn't taken action yet. Yang Kai could understand, because once the 2 of them took action, the situation could develop to a point of no return. In War City, there were more than just these 2 top masters. Yang Kai didn't approve of the 2 of them taking action now. These 2 were more suitable as deterrents. In this battle, until the end, no one knew what the result would be. A white figure flashed from the side and Yang Kai felt a familiar aura, quickly retreating to join up with her. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Su Yan rushing over. Qiu Yimeng is fine, she's resting. Su Yan said softly. Yang Kai nodded. I'll help you. All right. Su Yan originally didn't intend to participate in this battle, but the other side had too many people on their side and Yang Kai had already made it clear that this was no longer the inheritance war, so how could she just sit still? After settling Qiu Yimeng down, he immediately came to her aid. Along with him were the 4 elders of High Heaven Pavilion. The strength of these 4 people was not bad. After joining the battle, they immediately gained some advantages. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror artifact was taken out by Su Yan, and a bone-chilling cold instantly spread out as she poured her yuan qi into it. Towering snow-white peaks began to appear on the mirror's surface, and the world inside the mirror was covered in a thick layer of silver, giving off a chilling aura. Rays of light blossomed, and a huge barrier suddenly enveloped the 7 families' experts. Kong Zhan's eyes suddenly trembled as he exclaimed, "It's that artifact." 10 days ago, 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family and Xiong family had been trapped by this artifact and frozen into ice sculptures. Now, seeing this scene again, Kong Zhan suddenly felt terrified. What's so special about this artifact? Yi Xinro quickly asked. Kong Zhan's expression became dignified as he explained everything he knew. Listening to his story, Yi Xianrou's pretty face also paled. Nearby, Gao Rangfeng and Meng Shan-yi also wore cold expressions. Such a powerful artifact, who could break it? As they spoke, the barrier covering the ground suddenly shattered and two figures walked out. Everyone stared at them and sure enough, these two people were Yang Kai and Su Yan. As for the experts who had been shrouded in the enchantment, they had all turned into ice sculptures at this moment. They stood there quietly, in all kinds of strange poses. It was unknown whether they were still alive. From beginning to end, only half a cup of tea worth of time had passed. But this was not the end. Su Yan, who had just dealt with a dozen masters, once again poured her yuan qi into the mirror, and under the horrified gazes of Yi Xianrou and the others, a similar barrier appeared. This time, more than a dozen people were enveloped in it. Impossible! Yi Xianrou screamed. Such an artifact consumes an incredible amount of yuan qi. Even if she's an immortal ascension boundary master, it's impossible for her to use it twice in a row. With Su Yan's own ability, it was impossible for her to use it twice in a row. If she really did so, it was likely she would exhaust all of her yuan qi, and even if she could trap her enemies, she wouldn't be able to do anything to them. In the end, she might even be captured by her enemies inside the barrier. However, she still had Yang Kai by her side, and the two of them cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Yuan qi was constantly circulating around their bodies. This level of consumption was something Su Yan could afford. A burst of uneasiness rose in Yi Xianrou's heart. Relying on this mysterious great artifact alone, Yang Kai and Su Yan could deal with most of their opponents. If they allowed her to use it a few more times, who would be left? Just as she was panicking, the barrier broke a second time and more than a dozen people were frozen into ice sculptures. Qua. The light once again bloomed, and the masters from the 7 families who couldn't avoid it were enveloped by the mirror barrier for the third time. Yi Xianrou finally panicked, her expression becoming ugly as her thoughts raced, but she couldn't think of an effective way to break this barrier. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness and couldn't help thinking that if the second young lord was here, with his temperament and means, he might have been able to come up with a way to restrain this move. Although this move was simple and monotonous, it was very effective, at least against the 7 family coalition. Enough! An angry roar suddenly sounded from the void, bringing with it endless majesty. Everyone who heard this roar involuntarily stopped what they were doing. A terrifying pressure was born. Looking in the direction of the pressure, everyone discovered that in the void, there was a huge palm print that seemed both real and illusory. This palm print slowly descended, its target being the barrier created by Su Yan's artifact. Pong. The palm print slammed into the barrier, causing the ground to tremble and everyone to lose their footing. With a loud crash, the seemingly impregnable barrier shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the figures inside. Yang Kai and Su Yan both let out a muffled groan at the same time, their faces suddenly going pale. The mirror artifact could be said to be shared by the two of them. It had been refined by Yang Kai and was now being used by Su Yan, so having the barrier forcibly broken had caused some damage to both of them. Some of the masters who had just been enveloped by the barrier saw this scene and felt as if they had been saved from a desperate situation, joy filling their faces as they quickly fled. They didn't want to be frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing this scene, Yi Xianrou's face couldn't help showing a look of joy while Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and the others all opened their mouths wide as they stared towards the sky. There, 8 figures appeared at the same time. These were the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had been sitting in the Seal Temple all this time. All 8 of them stared at Su Yan and Yang Kai with different expressions, some showing surprise, some shock, and some fear. Yang Kai raised his head and stared at them coldly. The appearance of these 8 people was both Yang Kai's expectation and Yang Kai's surprise. One of them slowly retracted his raised hand. He was the one who had slapped out that huge handprint. Yang Kai deliberately glanced at him and suddenly remembered that this person was one of the top masters who didn't like him before. Old ancestor. Yi Xianrou called out happily. The old man nodded gently to her. Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, Meng Shan-yi, and the others quickly bowed. After more than 10 days, 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had appeared once again. What their purpose was self-evident, causing all of them to feel both relieved and somewhat ashamed. If the 7 family coalition had been able to destroy Yang Kai's mansion, there would have been no need to provoke these 8 people. They probably also realized that with the current strength of the 7 family cultivator, there was no way they could deal with Yang Kai's mansion, so they had no choice but to appear. This was also the result of Yi Xian Ro's improper deployment, otherwise, such a situation would not have occurred. Yang family little brat. The square-faced above immortal ascension boundary master stared at Yang Kai solemnly and said, "Last time, we didn't cripple you on the spot because you were a young lord of the central capital and gave you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Now, not only have you not shown any signs of repentance, you have instead become even worse, even allowing your subordinates to kill my 8 great family's masters. Do you want to rebel?" Yang Kai took a deep breath, calming the tumbling blood in his chest, and said loudly, "With a blade pressed against my neck, should I just die or resist? If it were senior, what would you have done? If you hadn't done anything wrong, how could my 8 great families treat you like this? How could your young family not care about you? Fools make mistakes and remain stubborn. I don't think I've done anything wrong." Yang Kai stared at him coldly. "If you're worried that after I die, I'll become a monster like the Demon Lord, I'll forfeit this inheritance war and not compete for the position of Yang family patriarch. You don't need to worry. The 8 great families will not allow a black sheep like you to appear. Your existence is a stain on the Yang family and a stain on the 8 great families," the man coldly declared. "In the end you want me to submit?" Yang Kai sneered, "Sorry, I'm a bit of a cheap man. I can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you want to talk things over with me, then we can all talk, but if you insist, then we'll fight to the death. Neither of us will be able to win." "Impudence!" the square-faced master coldly shouted. "You don't have the qualifications today. No matter who it is, they won't be able to protect you. Brother, you're already so old, yet you're still competing with a junior. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" A light voice suddenly sounded and 2 figures flew out from Yang Kai's house. It was Meng Wuya and Ling Tai Su. Meng Wuya smiled indifferently and said, "This is a child's business, we don't need to intervene, right?" "Meng Wuya." The square-faced master stared deeply at Treasurer Meng, his expression unchanged, as if he had long known that Treasurer Meng and Ling Tai Su would appear. "I don't know what secrets you're hiding, but you alone aren't qualified to stop my 8 great families. When Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary last time, the masters from the 8 great families had also been provoked, but at that time, they hadn't acted against Yang Kai. Firstly, it was because Yang Kai was still under their control, so there was no need to shed all pretense of cordiality. Secondly, it was because Yang Kai had Meng Wuya and Ling Tai Su by his side. Chapter 550. Meng Wuya was shrouded in a mysterious aura, but Ling Tai Su was an above immortal ascension boundary master. Once an above immortal ascension boundary master fought, it was no laughing matter. "I'm not qualified, haha." Meng Wuya laughed, his expression calm. "Not to mention me, even that guy down there, in a one-on-one fight, none of you are his opponent." Saying so, he gestured towards the old demon down below. The old demon grinned fiercely, his expression terrifying. "Him." The square-faced master's heart trembled, but a look of surprise appeared on his face as he slowly shook his head. "He's nothing." As he spoke, his face filled with contempt and disdain. Not only did he have such an expression, many of the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters had similar expressions. All of them secretly felt that this Meng Wuya was a bit senile, actually daring to say such a thing. Old Demon, Meng Wuya, and Ling Tai Su. Of these 3, the one these 8 feared the most was Ling Tai Su. This Ling Tai Su was an above immortal ascension boundary master, and his cultivation was much higher than theirs. What's more, he was the one who had cultivated the Demon Lord. Next was Meng Wuya. Although Treasurer Meng was a peak immortal ascension boundary master, these 8 couldn't see through him. Towards someone they couldn't see through, it was natural for them to be suspicious of him. As for the old demon, although he was also a peak immortal ascension boundary master like Meng Wuya, they didn't put him in their eyes. Such a martial artist, they could kill him as and when they wanted. Last time, Yang Li Ting had killed the old demon's blood demon puppet with a single palm strike, but he hadn't dared to resist, so it was obvious that this demon lord wasn't much of a threat. Hearing the square-faced master's sarcasm, Meng Wuya couldn't help laughing. "Old demon, I'm looking down on you, what do you do?" "If they look down on me, then they look down on me, what's there to say?" The old demon laughed strangely, not showing the slightest trace of anger. His expression light and indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. "Can you still endure?" Meng Wuya looked at the old demon with a smile. With your brutal nature, shouldn't you teach this group of short-sighted fools a lesson? You said that they are short-sighted, so why should this old man lower himself to their level? The old demon grinned as he continued to spout nonsense with Meng Wuya, completely ignoring the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters. Everyone's mood became subtle. Listening to these words, it seemed that this old devil's methods were truly unfathomable, not even putting an above immortal ascension boundary master in his eyes. Did he have the ability to do so? Was he qualified? While everyone was puzzled, the old demon's expression suddenly turned solemn and he said indifferently, although this old master doesn't want to lower himself to their level, if this old master doesn't do anything, I'm afraid they will look down on me. This move is very exhausting to use, so this old master won't use it unless it is absolutely necessary. As he said this, the yuan qi rolling in his body suddenly quieted down and became as still as an ancient well, like a pool of stagnant water. Spectre Saint technique. A resounding roar suddenly burst out from the old demon's mouth, and along with this roar, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. At the same time, everyone felt their blood surge, as if an unparalleled suction force was being exerted from the old demon's body, trying to draw out their blood. The weaker cultivator instantly wore pained expressions. Under this kind of suction force, their faces flushed red and blood began to flow from their 7 orifices, making for a horrifying sight. Even the immortal ascension boundary cultivators had no choice but to use their secret arts to resist this suction. No one could escape unscathed. No one knew what kind of method the old demon had used to actually cause such an effect. Xiao. A bright red light suddenly burst out from all directions and rushed into the old demon's body. These bloody lights were all condensed from fresh blood. This blood came from the dead cultivator. Whether it was the masters from the 7 Family Coalition or the cultivator from Xueqi Mansion, as long as they died, their blood would be sucked dry in a single breath. Even the blood that had seeped into the ground was sucked out by this huge suction force. The old demon's body absorbed all of this blood, leaving not a single drop behind, his entire body suddenly becoming red, like a roasted crab. From his body, a terrifying blood qi suddenly burst out, several times stronger than the Yang family blood warriors after using their mad tyrant blood skill. After all the blood within a 1,000-meter radius had been sucked dry, the suction force suddenly disappeared. All the cultivator below the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage began bleeding from their 7 orifices, including those from Xueqi Mansion. However, none of these cultivators were in any life-threatening danger. The old demon still had a sense of propriety and wouldn't allow them to die for no reason. It wasn't until this moment that an earth-shattering aura burst out from the old demon's body. An invisible aura, centered on him, quickly spread outwards. His momentum continued to climb, breaking through the immortal ascension boundary at an incredible speed, but it still continued to climb. The eyes of the 8 masters from the 8 great families trembled violently as they stared at the scene in front of them, deeply shocked. A moment later, the earth-shattering movement slowly subsided. The old demon took a deep breath, still wearing a ferocious grin on his face as he stretched out his arms and legs, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters were stunned, quickly releasing their divine senses to sweep the old demon's body and were immediately stunned. Above immortal ascension boundary. At this moment, the old demon was a genuine above immortal ascension boundary master. After recovering, the 8 masters realized something incredible. What kind of secret technique was this demon spectre saint technique? What kind of secret technique was it? How could it allow a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator to reach the above immortal ascension boundary in such a short time? Even the Yang family's blood warrior hall's mad tyrant blood skill couldn't have such an effect. Although Tu Feng and the other masters could exchange a few blows with an above immortal ascension boundary master when using their mad tyrant blood skill, they were still far from reaching that realm. The old demon had truly set foot on this great family's territory. In an instant, the 8 masters' breathing became rapid and their eyes became bloodshot. If they could obtain this kind of secret technique, just how much would their family's strength increase? Each of the 8 great families only had a few above immortal ascension boundary masters, but there were many peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Even if it was only a short time, this secret technique would have an irreplaceable effect. Is this old master qualified to exchange blows with you now? The old demon stared at the 8 masters with a gloomy expression. The 8 masters all wore a strange expression, none of them answering. The square-faced master who had cursed the old demon before had an even uglier expression on his face. He was also an above immortal ascension boundary master, so how could he dare to criticize the old demon now? Demon Spectre Saint technique. This one is quite good. Meng Wuya suddenly nodded gently. Is this secret technique complementary to the blood demon puppet you refined? The old demon grinned meaningfully. Don't expose me. Meng Wuya's insight was amazing, and at a glance he saw the subtle connection between the Demon Spectre Saint technique and the blood demon puppet. The Demon Spectre Saint technique required a lot of fresh blood to display, and the higher the strength of the cultivator, the greater the space for the old demon's own strength to improve. However, this condition was very problematic. It was impossible to have fresh blood for the old demon to use at all times. With the blood demon puppet, the situation was different. The biggest role of this puppet was to absorb the blood of the dead while its own combat strength was secondary. When the time came, old demon could sacrifice the blood demon puppet and use the blood demon's sacrifice and his own blood to display the Demon Spectre Saint technique. You have such an ability? Yang Kai also glanced over at the old demon in surprise. Although he had long known that the old demon was extraordinary and had secretly speculated about their strength, Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated them. Young master, please forgive me, old servant doesn't usually use this trick, so I haven't used it before, the old demon smiled. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not caring much about this. He wasn't curious enough to ask about other people's secrets. Saying so, he and the old demon both turned their eyes to Meng Wuya. Old man, don't just watch. I'm afraid this old master alone won't be enough to accomplish this, the old demon shouted. There were 8 of them on the other side, so they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. Although the old demon and Ling Tai Su were both very powerful, they couldn't force them to retreat. Meng Wuya nodded gently, only uttering a single word, release. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk from Meng Wuya's body, a chain-like energy pattern appeared, wrapping around his body like a wriggling snake. With a single shout, this chain shattered, releasing a burst of light that spread out in all directions. An unparalleled pressure suddenly descended, causing the world to tremble. Meng Wuya's expression was indifferent, but compared to just a moment ago, he was like a completely different person. Above immortal ascension boundary. With just a single word, in an instant, Meng Wuya had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. What's more, his method was completely different from the old demon's. The old demon had used a secret technique to absorb all the blood within a 1,000-meter radius in order to increase his strength. Meng Wuya, on the other hand, seemed to have unlocked a seal in his body and restored his original strength. In other words, Meng Wuya's original cultivation was at the above immortal ascension boundary, but for some unknown reason, he had sealed his strength. This discovery shocked the masters from the 8 great families. Looking at Meng Wuya again, the expressions of the 8 great families all changed. They couldn't see through Meng Wuya. He was so mysterious that they couldn't figure him out. At this moment, Meng Wuya gave them the greatest pressure, followed by the old demon, while Ling Tai Su, who was originally the strongest, had become the weakest link. Such a lineup, such a heritage. The situation had escalated. The 8 great families all wore strange expressions. They had thought that with the 8 of them stepping forward, they would be able to resolve the situation. But now they discovered that things were not as they had imagined. Only now did they understand why Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya had been so confident in preventing them from interfering with Yang Kai's breakthrough 10 days ago. If they had really fought, not to mention whether or not they could stop Yang Kai, War City would likely have been destroyed. This fierce battle was full of twists and turns, causing everyone to be dumbfounded, their hearts filled with both excitement and nervousness. The old demon had entered, and now all of them had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. This kind of show was not something ordinary people could witness, so they couldn't help feeling that even if they died here, it would be worth it. At the same time, they were secretly looking forward to how the situation would develop next. Chapter 551. In a trivial war city, 11 above immortal ascension boundary masters had gathered here. The development of the situation was now completely out of the control of both sides. At this time, no matter who it was impossible for either side to back down easily. The situation had already been set, so whichever side retreated would appear weak and cowardly. Ling Tai Su secretly sent a message to Yang Kai, warning him to be careful. Yang Kai remained silent, ordering the cultivator in his mansion to withdraw from the battle and gather together. At the same time, Xueqi and Ro was also making the same arrangements. A short time later, the two sides were clearly divided. High up in the sky, the 11 forces were facing each other while Yang Kai's mansion cultivator and the 7 family coalition were separated by 1,000 meters. Most of them were so nervous that they couldn't even breathe. Do you really want to fight? Meng Wuya stared at the 8 forces opposite him, reading this message from their eyes. Things have already reached this point, so let's just casually exchange some pointers. Among the 8 forces, a fat old man said lightly. He was one of those who had been quite optimistic about Yang Kai's chances and didn't want such a dispute to occur, but since things had turned out contrary to his wishes, he was helpless. After all, he was standing on the side of the 8 great families, so even if he was optimistic about Yang Kai, he couldn't do anything for him. Very well. Meng Wuya nodded gently, smiling as he stared forward. A group brawl, one-on-one, and a tag team battle. How do you want to play? Just draw a line, and the 3 of us will follow suit. Among the 8 forces, several of them couldn't help coldly snorting, their expressions clearly displeased. Meng Wuya's words were too contemptuous, naturally causing them to be somewhat unhappy. The fat old man also calmly said, Your Excellency's tone is quite big. All of them were above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, all of them with high status. Normally, they wouldn't fight with them, nor would they have the qualifications to fight with them. Today's battle seemed inevitable. If they really swarmed up and outnumbered the enemy, it wouldn't be good for them. Since they couldn't fight as a group, they could only fight one-on-one. None of them had any confidence in fighting one-on-one, so there was only one option left. However, none of them were fools. Naturally, they wouldn't directly answer Meng Wuya's questions. Yang Liting suddenly took a step forward and said in a clear voice, Sect Master Ling, speaking of which, you and my Yang family are quite close. 2 generations of my Yang family's young lords have been cultivating under your tutelage, and I am indebted to you for your care. Today, this Yang has come to meet you and see what Sect Master Ling's methods are like. Ling Tai Su smiled faintly and said indifferently, That's fine too. Ever since I broke through, I have never fought with anyone of the same level. Brother Yang, please show mercy later. We'll stop when the time comes. Please. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Tai Su suddenly leapt up into the night sky, disappearing in an instant. A moment later in the sky, a violent energy fluctuation spread out, and as far as the eye could see, one could even see bursts of light flashing. This was a battle between 2 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but not many people were lucky enough to witness it. Brother Yang is still impatient. The fat old man shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly before suddenly turning to stare at Meng Wuya and saying, Brother Meng, let's also go up. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the night sky, wrapped in a green light. Meng Wuya followed closely behind. Old demon, this old master will meet you. Another man stepped forward and pointed to the old demon and shouted. The old demon snickered, Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya have both gone up, so this old master won't go. If I leave, who will protect the young master? The fat old man angrily shouted. What do you mean by that? Do you think we'll take advantage of the fact that you 3 aren't here to attack a junior? Isn't that what you're planning? The old demon squinted at him and asked sarcastically. The fat old man was furious and shouted back, If you think so, then you're looking down on this old master too much. We aren't shameless to such an extent. The old demon snickered. Who knows what you're thinking? He looked like he was determined to stay here even if he had to die. Obviously, he was also worried about the problem he mentioned before. The old demon didn't accept the challenge and the fat old man's face immediately turned ashen. The remaining top experts also had ugly expressions as they glared at the old demon, their yuan qi fluctuating. Fine, I believe you're all honorable and upright people. It's impossible for you to take advantage of our absence to harm the young master. The old demon snickered and deliberately spoke in a loud voice. Although he also felt that these people wouldn't do such a thing with their status, it was still necessary to guard against them. The old demon was still somewhat vigilant. But if he didn't accept the challenge at this time, it would only worsen the situation. He had no choice but to take action. Young master, you must be careful. Don't be careless. The old demon whispered and turned into a bloody light that shot into the sky. His voice came from afar. Come up, this old master will wait for you. The man who had just been talking to the old demon quickly leapt up. The 6 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were fighting in the sky several thousand meters above the ground. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and watch, but even though everyone's strength wasn't low and their eyesight was much better than Chong Jin's, they couldn't see much. Yang Kai could only vaguely sense some of the mysteries in the sky. These were the 6 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' understandings of the martial Tao and the heavenly way. If one could absorb and digest these things, it would be of great help to any cultivator. While paying close attention, Yang Kai silently sensed these mysteries in his mind, memorizing them and waiting for the day when he would be able to fully understand them. The battle seemed to be getting more and more intense. The light in the sky was also as bright as day, dazzling and piercing to the eyes. Only in that space where the light bloomed, the crowd seemed to see some figures flying back and forth. As for how they attacked and what kind of moves they used, no one knew. Many of the more intelligent individuals quietly observed the expressions of the remaining experts from the 8 great families, and were surprised to find that they all had nervous and helpless expressions on their faces. Immediately, they realized that the 8 great families seemed to be at a disadvantage in this battle. This discovery startled many of them. The 8 great families of the Seal Temple had always been regarded as the representatives of the world's strongest, but now, compared with the 3 from Yang Kai's mansion, the difference between them was obvious. The above Immortal Ascension boundary was a realm full of secrets. Until one reached this step, no one knew what it was like. Even Tu Feng only had a vague understanding of the above Immortal Ascension boundary. So after learning that the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were at a disadvantage, everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by Ling Tai Su's trio. Meng Wuya and the old demon had clearly just reached this level using different methods. Ling Tai Su had only broken through to this realm a little over a year ago, but they were actually more powerful than the top masters from the 8 great families. Each of those masters had broken through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary at least 50 years ago. Could it be that 50 years of bitter cultivation wasn't as good as a single instant breakthrough? What kind of realm was the above Immortal Ascension boundary? Just as everyone was wondering, the battle high up in the sky seemed to have reached a conclusion. A moment later, 2 figures flew down, Meng Wuya and his opponent. Meng Wuya's expression was calm, but his opponent's face was pale, and although he was unwilling, he still cupped his fists towards Meng Wuya and said, "Thank you for your advice. Thank you for letting me win." Meng Wuya nodded gently. Neither of them had any injuries or traces of battle, which meant that either they had been peacefully exchanging pointers or the gap in strength between them was too great. The former possibility was unlikely. Just now, when everyone was talking, the smell of gunpowder was thick, so even if it wasn't a life or death struggle, it wouldn't have been too peaceful. As for the latter possibility, no one dared to think about it. After a while, Ling Tai Su and Yang Li Ting also flew down, both of them somewhat out of breath as they stared at each other. Sect Master Ling's skill is truly amazing. This Yang has lost. Yang Li Ting dropped a few words before walking back to his seat. The audience was in an uproar. Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, these 8 great families' ancestors were actually no match for these 2 from Yang Kai's mansion. What about the other battle? Just as everyone was about to look up, they suddenly heard the sound of something heavy falling from the sky. Before anyone could react, a loud bang rang out, as if something had fallen from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Dust flew everywhere, and when the dust settled, everyone couldn't help but be flabbergasted. They found that the master who had previously challenged Xueqi was standing in place with a pale expression on his face. Beside his feet was a large crater that had been created by him, and from the corner of his mouth there was a trace of blood, seemingly having suffered some injuries. Old Demon stood several dozen meters above the ground, looking down at his opponent, grinning. "Sorry, this old master's attacks aren't light or heavy, unlike Sect Master Ling and Meng Wuya who can control their strength." That young man glanced up at the old demon but didn't say anything, quickly walking back to his own camp, sitting down cross-legged, and circulating his secret art. A moment later, he opened his mouth and spat out a red and black aura. This aura was extremely strange and evil, so it should have been injected into his body by the old demon. 3 matches. All defeat. The audience was in an uproar as everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. The 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were actually so weak? All of them stood at the pinnacle of the martial Tao. "Come again. Looking at your posture, if I don't beat you until you're convinced, today's matter won't be over," the old demon smiled grimly. It seemed like the old demon was provoking them, but in fact, Everyone knew that since the 8 great families' top masters had been dispatched, they would definitely finish what they started. After losing 3, there were still 5 to go. Everyone had a tacit understanding. In response to the old demon's words, 3 of them stepped forward. Ling Tai Su sighed, exchanging a helpless glance with Meng Wuya before flying up for the second time. The fierce battle between the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters once again began. At this time, the masters from the 7 family coalition couldn't help praying silently that these 3 wouldn't be completely defeated like before. For a long time, the 8 great families of the Seal Temple had been the object of worship for many people. If all of them were defeated, the prestige of the 8 great families would likely collapse. Chapter 552. The 7 family coalition's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all held their breaths as they secretly watched the battle in the sky. The 2 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had yet to appear were also paying close attention. Brother Hua, that Meng Wuya. How strong is he? The square-faced master whispered to the fat old man. Although he had also watched the entire battle just now, it wasn't as profound as the fat old man's. The fat old man from the Hua family sighed slightly and said with a wry smile, "Please forgive me for using the word unfathomable to describe him." The square-faced old man was startled and stared at the fat old man in shock. The fat old man shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to belittle myself, but I have lived for many years and have studied the above Immortal Ascension Boundary for many years. I have a unique understanding of the martial Tao and the heavenly way, but I have never seen someone like him. Let me put it this way, one-on-one, even if we were to fight him one after another, he could still defeat all 8 of us." What? The square-faced old man paled. Although he knew that Meng Wuya wasn't an easy character to deal with, this evaluation was still too high, but since it came from the fat old man's mouth, it was absolutely correct. Everyone had been together for so many years and understood each other's characters very well. It was impossible for the fat old man from the Hua family to exaggerate. That demon lord is also extraordinary. The opponent whom the old demon had defeated before slowly opened his eyes and said, "Even if he isn't as strong as Meng Wuya, he's still not someone we can deal with." The fat old man's eyes were slightly confused as he murmured, "And I always feel that these 2 people aren't on the same level as us." What do you mean? How could they not be on the same level? Aren't they also above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters? I can't say for sure. The fat old man frowned, secretly comparing himself with Meng Wuya. He always felt that this man was standing high above the clouds, overlooking him, a height he could never reach. So, Ling Tai Su is the most normal. Yang Li Ting interjected, although Ling Tai Su's cultivation is similar to ours, his secret art and moves are similar to Meng Wuya's. It's probably because the 2 of them have discussed the martial Tao for so many years in High Heaven Pavilion and learned a lot from Meng Wuya. Judging from his performance, he should only be able to win 2 matches before exhausting himself. 2 wins. The square-faced old man's face darkened. Then won't we all lose? The other side had 3 people, while his side had 8. Even if Ling Tai Su only appeared twice, with Meng Wuya and Old Demon's methods, they could easily deal with the rest. Even if he could only win a single match, it would still be good. But such a simple idea had become an extravagant hope for an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The 5 of them looked defeated. They were helpless and powerless to do anything. These people used to sit in the Seal Temple as Grand Elders of the 8 great families. They were all above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were worshipped by the world, believing that even if there was someone stronger than them in this world, they couldn't be much stronger. It wasn't until today that they realized just how incompetent they were. A frog sitting in a well, looking at the sky as if it were a well. Yang Li Ting's eyes were deep as he muttered, his words echoing the thoughts of everyone present. Brother Yi, whether you encounter Meng Wuya or the old demon, you must be careful. Meng Wuya is a bit better, holding back his strength, but the old demon's methods are cruel. The man who had been injured by the old demon before warned, Brother Lu as well, you must not be injured by his demonic qi. This demonic qi is very difficult to resolve. As he spoke, his face paled and he hurriedly circulated his secret art, obviously not completely recovering. The 2 top masters from the Yi and Lu families who were warned nodded slightly. The square-faced old man from the Yi family wore a dignified expression as he suddenly turned his head and glanced over at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also paying attention to the fierce battle in the sky at this moment, comprehending the various concepts that were being transmitted from the sky, seemingly intoxicated. Suddenly, a rather discordant feeling arose in his heart. Xueqi suddenly became alert and hurriedly became vigilant, only feeling a faint chill pass over his body, but after carefully examining himself, he couldn't find anything. Frowning, Xueqi glanced over at the top masters from the 8 great families, and happened to meet the eyes of the square-faced old man from the Yi family. The old man remained expressionless and slowly turned his gaze away. "Little lord." Tang Yuxian found that Xueqi's expression was strange and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Xueqi shook his head. "It's probably just an illusion." Tang Yuxian saw that he was fine and no longer asked. Glancing over at the square-faced old man, Xueqi's brow furrowed. Although he didn't notice anything wrong with himself, the discordant feeling he had just felt was not fake. Beasts had instincts. As a cultivator he also had instincts, and to some extent, a cultivator's instincts were more accurate and sensitive than a beast's. Just now, the square-faced old man either wanted to harm him or had already done so, which was why Xueqi was able to sense it. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, did he want to find a way to break through? Xueqi's face was gloomy as he sneered in his heart. He didn't dare act carelessly. If an above immortal ascension boundary master wanted to attack him, it was normal for him not to notice. Gently taking a deep breath, Xueqi closed his eyes and used his powerful spiritual energy to examine himself, but he didn't find the slightest abnormality. His divine sense entered his knowledge sea and Xueqi's soul avatar floated above the vast sea, looking around. His knowledge sea was peaceful, with a variety of fish swimming freely in the water and birds constantly flying through the sky. These fish and birds all carried Xueqi's memories and spiritual energy. At the center of his knowledge sea, there was a 5-colored island that stood quietly like a mountain of treasures. Floating above this island was a small sword and an oblate object of unknown use. The 5-colored island was transformed from the soul-warming lotus. The small sword was Xueqi's soul-type artifact, and the oblate object was the treasure he had obtained from the 7th page of the Black Book. However, so far, Xueqi didn't know what it was used for. Since he obtained it, it had settled down in his knowledge sea and hadn't provided him with any help in terms of strength, nor did it cause him any harm. As the drizzle continued, the scenery in his knowledge sea was like a paradise, beautiful and unforgettable. Am I being paranoid? Xueqi pondered. The other party hadn't taken any action against him? After all, the old demon had been worried about this problem before and had deliberately pointed it out. The other party had also said that it was impossible for them to take advantage of the absence of the old demon, Ling Tai Su, and Meng Wu Ya. Those people were all old ancestors of the 8 great families, so their words naturally carried some weight. With a smile, Xueqi prepared to withdraw from his knowledge sea. At that moment though, Xueqi's movements came to an abrupt halt and his eyes flashed a cold light as he stared coldly at his knowledge sea. After a while he chuckled, "Interesting, I don't remember it ever raining in my knowledge sea." Everything in one's knowledge sea would change according to the ups and downs of a cultivator's mood. When one was happy, there would be no clouds in the sky, and the sun would shine brightly, but when one was unhappy, there would be rain and waves. Xueqi had thought that it was his mood that had caused this drizzle, but after thinking about it for a moment, he felt that something was wrong. Trying to control it, he found that this drizzle had nothing to do with him. Since it had nothing to do with him, it must be someone else's doing. "Get out here!" Along with Xueqi's roar, his calm knowledge sea suddenly churned with waves several dozen meters high, shooting up into the sky. Pillars of water, like flood dragons emerging from the sea, shot straight up into the sky. The drizzle seemed to suddenly stagnate for a moment, but under the impact of this boundless divine sense, it quickly came to a stop. A vague figure suddenly appeared not far in front of Xueqi, and stared towards Xueqi with a dignified expression. "I knew it was you." Xueqi sneered and said sarcastically, "What's wrong? Even the words of an above immortal ascension boundary master are like farts to you?" The person opposite him was the sole avatar of the Yi family's square-faced old man. Since he had appeared tonight, he had been holding a grudge against Xueqi and Xueqi's people. This made Xueqi very suspicious, wondering how he had offended this old man. Finally, after thinking about it, Xueqi could only explain that this old man was helping Yi Xianro. After all, this old man was the old ancestor of the Yi family. A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face, as if he hadn't expected that his method would be seen through by Xueqi. Nodding, he said, "You really are good." With just an Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage cultivation, you were able to break through this old master's soul skill. This old master's Spring Breeze Drizzle has never failed before. Spring Breeze Drizzle, Silent Infiltration, was one of this old man's signature skills. As an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, using this move to deal with Xueqi made him feel like he was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But not only did it not have any effect, it was even quickly seen through by the other party. Xueqi snorted and stared at him coldly, not saying a word. "Young family little brat. How did you cultivate your knowledge, see?" The old man asked in a deep voice. "With your cultivation, it is impossible for you to have such a huge and pure spiritual energy. Although your spiritual energy is much worse than this old master's, it is still far beyond the level of a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Old dog, you didn't sneak into my knowledge sea just to ask this question, did you?" Xueqi looked at the old man sarcastically, not waiting for him to answer before continuing. "Did you feel like you lost a lot of face this time and want to regain some face from me?" The old man didn't care about Xueqi's sarcasm and said indifferently, "This old master was just curious about how you did it. Since you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask. There will always be a chance to figure it out. As for why this old master sneaked into your knowledge sea, naturally it was because he wanted to know some of your secrets." "My secrets?" Xueqi froze for a moment before grinning. A method to quickly improve a cultivator's strength. Chapter 553. The old man spoke as if he was certain of Xueqi's victory, revealing the intentions of the 7 great families and the Yang family without the slightest concealment. This was the reality of the situation. The reason why the Yang family had ignored Xueqi and only sent Yang Zhen and several elders to negotiate with Xueqi was because of this plan. In the eyes of the Yang family, since the 7 great families had set their sights on Xueqi would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and would willingly return to the Yang family to accept their protection, and the price would be the method to improve his cultivator's strength. A forcibly picked melon was not sweet, and the Yang family did not use force on Xueqi for 2 reasons. First, they were afraid of Xueqi's emotional backlash. Second, because Xueqi had many masters in his house. And third, because the Yang family believed that as a member of the Yang family, he had to contribute everything to the Yang family. Offering the method to improve his cultivator's strength to the Yang family was a matter of course. However, returning to the Yang family would result in his cultivation being crippled, which was a consequence that Xueqi could not accept. The 7 great families were taking advantage of the subtle contradiction between Xueqi and the Yang family to stir up trouble. Being able to capture Xueqi alive in this battle was of course the best scenario, and this was also the scene they hoped to see. At that time, the 7 great families could discuss with the Yang family how to divide the benefits hidden in Xueqi's body. Even if they could not capture Xueqi and instead forced him to return to the Yang family, they could accept this result. As the old man said, the 7 great families had accompanied the Yang family to play such a good show, and many people had died. The Yang family had to do something, otherwise, how could the 7 great families give up? Yang Li Ting's appearance today was precisely because of this consideration. On one hand, he was accompanying the others to pressure Xueqi, and on the other hand, he was secretly ensuring that Xueqi would not fall into the hands of others. In order to maximize the benefits of the Yang family. Listening to the old man's words, Xueqi secretly nodded, a sense of sadness growing in his heart. This was the current situation of the great families. In front of the interests of the entire family, the members of the family could not resist at all. Facing the demands of the family, they had to submit 100%. The old man continued, "That was our original goal, but this old man has discovered something even more interesting. The secret to instantly breaking through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary?" Xueqi grinned. He wasn't a fool and could naturally guess what the other party was coveting. Tonight, Meng Wuya and the old demon each used a different divine technique to raise their strength to the above Immortal Ascension boundary. This was a huge blow to anyone. Putting Meng Wuya aside for now, it was very likely that he had been at this level all along, but had sealed his own cultivation. Just now, he had undone the seal and recovered his strength. This was a method that no one else could imitate or learn from. Instead, it was the old demon. Xueqi had indeed used a secret technique to reach the above Immortal Ascension boundary. If he could obtain this secret technique, it would be more valuable than anything else. Each of the 8 great families had at least a dozen or so peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. In times of crisis, he could summon a dozen or 20 above immortal ascension boundary masters. What did this mean? If the Yi family obtained this secret, trampling the Yang family under their feet wouldn't be a dream. Even if the old demon's methods were somewhat cruel and bloody, so what? Under the temptation of such benefits, everything was a piece of cake. Whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it could catch a mouse, it was a good cat. Interesting. At this time you don't care about some evil secret art? Yang Kai looked at the other party sarcastically. I just have the potential to become a demon lord, yet you're all working together to target me. On the other hand, you're coveting old demon's methods. What's wrong? Do you also want to cultivate some kind of evil secret art? No matter what attribute it is, as long as it's useful to the family, it's a good thing. The old man coldly snorted, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. Yang Kai was surprised. So you know? I thought you didn't know. Putting on such a dignified posture and insisting on suppressing and destroying me, don't you think it's ridiculous? The old man slowly shook his head. Our standpoints are different, so our considerations are different. Suppressing and destroying you is imperative, but as for the reason, it can only be said that you are too weak. If you were in my position, no one would dare to point fingers at you. I understand, Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression dignified. In the end, it's because I have no power or influence. That's right, even if you are the Yang family's young lord, in front of us, you are just a little brat. Many thanks for your guidance. I will work hard enough to make everyone look up to me and obey my will. Yang Kai sneered meaningfully, his eyes filled with a raging flame. You have no chance. The old man shook his head indifferently, his expression indifferent as he said, if you hadn't discovered this old master's methods, you might have had a chance, but even if you did, do you think this old master would let you leave here safely? You want to kill me? Yang Kai stared at the other party, not showing the slightest fear, instead a bit eager to try. If I don't kill you, how can I obtain the secret art from that old demon? For this old master, controlling you is far more valuable than killing you. The old man said lightly, as if he was talking about something trivial, don't even think about leaving here to spread the news. Since this old master has made a move, he will seal off your knowledge sea. Who said I wanted to leave here? Yang Kai grinned, following his words, his entire knowledge sea gradually surged. Old dog, have you forgotten that this is my knowledge sea? Here I am the master. As soon as his voice fell, countless pillars of water rushed out from his knowledge sea, like flood dragons, and rushed towards the old man's soul avatar from all directions. The old man stood in place calmly, facing this destructive attack, seemingly not caring at all, only waving his hand as the water pillars rushed towards him. With a loud crash, all the water pillars were blocked, leaving him unscathed. Your spiritual energy is indeed powerful, but compared to this old master, there is still a gap. Didn't this old master tell you this before? The old man looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he discovered that at some point, this old man had poured all of his spiritual energy into his knowledge sea. With all of his spiritual energy gathered here, this old man's body would be powerless to resist. But now that the above immortal ascension boundary masters were fighting, everyone's eyes and attention were focused on this battle, so no one would notice this old man's abnormality. In other words, if Yang Kai didn't deal with this old man here, he may really be controlled by this old man. Waving his hands, the birds flying through the sky and the fish swimming in the sea suddenly transformed into a sharp wave of energy that shot towards the old man. The old man's expression also became slightly dignified. Although his spiritual energy was greater than Yang Kai's, it wasn't enough to ignore him. The spiritual energy attack of this immortal ascension boundary second stage master was extraordinary, so he didn't dare take it lightly. Invisible energy was released from Yang Kai's soul avatar, innumerable strands of energy that seemed to be everywhere as it rushed towards the aggressive birds and fishes. At this point, whether it was the old man or Yang Kai, neither of them held back. Inside the knowledge sea, this battle was earth-shattering. Fish after fish turned into fluorescent light and birds fell one after another. Yang Kai's attacks were ineffective, and the old man's expression became more and more dignified. The energy released from his soul avatar was constantly being consumed. Yang Kai's strength had exceeded his expectations. Xueqi. From the five-colored island, the small sword-shaped soul-type artifact shot out, leaving behind a trail of light as it shot towards the old man. The old man's expression changed, no longer able to remain calm. Although this soul-type artifact was only heaven-grade top rank, its function was to attack one's spiritual energy. It was the greatest nemesis of this old man's soul. Xueqi using it to attack was naturally not something the old man could ignore. Streams of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye burst out from the old man's body, instantly weaving into an indestructible net in front of him that shot towards the small sword. This net was extremely tough, so when the small sword hit it, it was unable to break through and instead seemed to sink into a quagmire, greatly reducing its speed. Seeing this, the old man coldly shouted, "Young family little brat, surrender yourself. This old master has already given you a lot of face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't boast." Xueqi coldly snorted, "If you really had a way to deal with me, why bother wasting time?" The old man's expression became cold. Although he didn't want to admit Xueqi's statement, it was also a fact. Before sneaking into Xueqi's knowledge sea, he hadn't expected the other party's spiritual energy to be so strong, causing his plan to fail. As he spoke, Xueqi waved his hand and the small sword that had been bound by the net flew over. Xueqi grabbed it and poured his spiritual energy into it, causing the several-inch-long sword to suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Holding this small sword, Xueqi grinned and rushed straight towards the old man. Before he even arrived, he slashed out with the sword, sending out a several-dozen-meter-long sword wave towards the old man. The old man's expression changed as he coldly shouted, "You're crazy!" In the previous confrontation between the two of them, they had both used their own spiritual energy to collide with each other, so even if there was some wear and tear, there wouldn't be any damage. However, if one's soul avatar was damaged, it would be a serious blow. If it was light, one would become an idiot and their soul would be greatly damaged, while if it was heavy, one would die on the spot, beyond redemption. So when he saw Xueqi's soul avatar rushing towards him with a small sword, the old man was taken aback. Who would use such a method to fight? Waving his hands one after another, the old man arranged several layers of defense, but all of them were quickly broken through by Xueqi's soul-type artifact. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were within reach. Although he had lived for many years, the old man still had an instinctive fear of death. Before the battle had even begun, his courage had already waned, so the old man hurriedly retreated and opened up some distance between him and Xueqi. "Old dog, do you only know how to run?" Xueqi chased after the old man, his mouth not idle as he taunted him. This was Xueqi's knowledge sea, so Xueqi had an absolute advantage here. From the sea below, one divine sense attack after another rushed out and blocked the old man's path. How could he have the energy to answer? "Didn't you just say you wanted to control me?" "Say it again," Xueqi laughed, becoming more and more unrestrained, causing the old man's face to go pale. Chapter 554. Inside Xueqi's knowledge sea, Xueqi and the old man's soul avatar were chasing after each other as they circled around the five-colored island. The old man didn't want to have a direct collision with Xueqi's soul avatar, in order to avoid any accidents. Xueqi, on the other hand, was still young and full of vigor, not fearing death, chasing after the old man relentlessly, seemingly determined to kill him. In terms of momentum alone, the old man was at a disadvantage. But in fact, Xueqi couldn't do anything to his opponent. Although this was his knowledge sea and he was the master here, the old man had cultivated and used his spiritual energy nearly 100 years earlier than Xueqi. Such a long period of accumulation was more than enough for him to escape Xueqi's pursuit unscathed. While fleeing, the old man even had the leisure to observe the five-colored island. The more he observed it, the more difficult it was for him to suppress the desire in his heart. He didn't know what this five-colored island was, but he could feel a sense of warmth coming from it. When his soul avatar was near the island, his spiritual energy seemed to have increased significantly, allowing him to quickly restore the lost portion of his spiritual energy. In an instant, the old man understood that this magical five-colored island was a supreme treasure that could nourish one's soul. This also explained why Xueqi could possess such a powerful spiritual energy when he was just an immortal ascension boundary second-stage cultivator. The root of all of this was this five-colored island. The value of this island may be greater than the value of the old demon's divine technique. Considering all this, the old man's breathing quickened slightly. His divine sense had silently infiltrated Xueqi's knowledge sea in order to find an opportunity to take control of him in one fell swoop. Although there had been an accident, he had now discovered another treasure of great value. This time the price he paid was worth it. Even if his soul avatar was damaged, he had to capture this little brat. The secrets and wealth hidden on this boy were enough to make anyone's eyes go red with envy. The old man secretly made up his mind. Seemingly aware of the change in the old man's thoughts, Xueqi's face also became gloomy. He had 3 great secrets that he would never let anyone he didn't trust know about. The first was the wordless black book, a secret no one knew about until now. The second was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Only the old demon knew of its existence. The third was the myriad drug liquid. Now that the second secret was right in front of the other party, and the other party was also very interested in the soul-warming lotus, Xueqi immediately wanted to kill him. No matter what, he could not allow the other party to leave his knowledge sea safely and reveal this secret. With this thought, his entire sea of consciousness shook. Countless attacks covered the sky and covered the earth, like a swarm of locusts, attacking the old man from all directions. The old man's footsteps suddenly came to a halt as he turned around and looked at Xueqi quietly, sneering, "Young family brat, you're still too inexperienced." Xueqi's heart skipped a beat as he felt a sense of crisis. The old man laughed. "Do you think this old man is being chased by you? Ha ha ha, this old man was secretly arranging things, but you didn't notice at all. You really are young and full of vigor." As he spoke, green rays of light suddenly appeared in the air. These rays of light weaved into a huge curtain, enveloping the entire 5-colored treasure island. In an instant, the connection between Xueqi and his knowledge sea was cut off. Xueqi's complexion changed greatly, and without the slightest hesitation, he gripped his small sword artifact and rushed towards the green curtain, intending to destroy it. Wishful thinking. The old man shouted angrily. He had spent a great deal of effort and consumed a huge amount of his spiritual energy to arrange this, so how could he allow Xueqi to easily break through it? If this was really broken through, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Shouting so, the old man waved his hand and sent out a series of thin threads that wrapped around Xueqi. Xueqi turned around and slashed at these threads, but although he managed to cut through many of them, he was still unable to break through. A strong sense of crisis descended. His entire sea of consciousness was affected by the tension and tremendous pressure. All of a sudden, it turned upside down and became restless. The old man sneered, his expression filled with confidence and calmness. Just as the thin threads were about to wrap around Xueqi, a shocking pressure suddenly descended. Whether it was the old man or Xueqi, both of them couldn't help pausing, as if under this pressure, their soul avatars were about to be crushed into dust. The old man was shocked, completely unaware of what was happening. Even if he was an above immortal ascension boundary master, he had never felt such a terrifying pressure before. The thin threads he had shot out to wrap around Xueqi were like snow under the scorching sun, disappearing in an instant. Although Xueqi was also under pressure, compared to the old man, he was still much better off. This pressure seemed to be directed at the old man while Xueqi was only slightly affected. Kacha. A crisp sound rang out. The 2 people inside Xueqi's knowledge sea heard this sound and were both stunned. What they saw was that the flat round object floating above the 5-colored island actually split open from its center. As if someone was tearing through space, this crack slowly expanded, and as it expanded, the pressure it released grew stronger and stronger. Inside Xueqi's knowledge sea, the wind began to surge violently. The old man shuddered as a great sense of crisis descended upon him, almost causing him to lose his footing. His entire soul avatars fluctuating as a miserable howl escaped from his mouth. Xueqi stared blankly at the flat round object floating in the sky, his body suddenly becoming cold. Since obtaining it on the 7th page of the Black Book, Xueqi had tried many times to pry into its mysteries but had never been able to do so, but today, when he felt his life was in danger, it actually reacted. What the hell is this? Xueqi's eyes stared fixedly at this strange object. The crack expanded again, and under the increasingly powerful pressure, the barrier the old man had painstakingly arranged shattered like a fragile piece of paper. A moment later, the crack expanded to its limit, and after seeing what was inside, whether it was Xueqi or the old man, both of them couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. The old man even let out a heart-wrenching scream. An eye? It was an eye. A huge eye. When Xueqi first obtained this thing, he had guessed its true form. Xueqi thought it was a fruit, but when he looked at it, it actually looked like an eye. However, it was a closed eye. But now this one eye had opened. Unlike ordinary people, this was an eyeball that was as black as ink, but had a golden pupil. This was a majestic and terrifying golden color that made one feel like they had no choice but to worship it. Although it was only a single eye, it stood quietly above the island, overlooking the old man with an indifferent gaze, as if in front of this single eye. This old man with an above immortal ascension boundary cultivation was nothing more than an ant. Young family little brat. What the hell is this? The old man screamed, trying to find an answer from Xueqi, but under the gaze of this single eye, he couldn't even move. His soul avatar was under tremendous pressure and was on the verge of collapsing. Xueqi didn't answer, his thoughts fluctuating wildly. He also didn't know what this thing was. Just as the old man was struggling to resist, a golden light suddenly shot out from the single eye and struck the old man's soul avatar. Without the slightest sound or reaction, the soul avatar of this above immortal ascension boundary master was instantly purified, leaving behind a large mass of pure spiritual energy suspended mid-air. Xueqi was stunned. After doing all this, the single eye that had opened for some unknown reason slowly closed again, as mysterious and strange as before. However, Xueqi faintly felt that before it closed, it seemed to stare at him for a moment, a look of slight disappointment and relief flashing across its eyes. Inside Xueqi's knowledge sea, the wind gradually calmed down and the sun shone brightly. All kinds of fish continued to swim in the sea while birds continued to fly across the sky. Xueqi stared blankly for a long time before not delving into the mysteries of this eye and quickly retreating. Immediately, a group of exclamations reached his ears. Looking around, it was the above immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families. The fat old man supported the body of the square-faced old man and called out anxiously, Brother Yi, what happened to you?" Li Ting also carefully examined him, but after a long time, he slowly shook his head and said, "He's dead." Whether it was the cultivators from Li Ting's house or the masters from the 7 family coalition, none of them could believe what Li Ting had just said. All of a sudden, all of them were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. An above immortal ascension boundary master was dead? No injuries, I don't know what happened. Li Ting's brow furrowed, his expression filled with shock and vigilance. This square-faced elite from the Yi family was on par with him in terms of strength, but he had died for no reason, and there was not a single injury on his body. Was it because his lifespan had reached its end, or was it because someone had plotted against him? The former was unlikely. Li Ting had lived with him for so many years. If he really had reached the end of his lifespan, as an above immortal ascension boundary master, he would have noticed. Xueqi had never heard him mention such a thing, so it was certainly not because he had reached the end of his lifespan. Had he secretly killed someone? Li Ting didn't even dare think about it. Who could kill an above immortal ascension boundary master under the eyes of so many people? No one in this world had such ability, even the demon lord of the ash-gray cloud evil land. What happened? Xueqi deliberately asked the blood warriors nearby. Tu Feng gulped and replied with a look of lingering fear. "I don't know, none of us saw it. We only know that the Yi family's above immortal ascension boundary master suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Then this happened." Xueqi nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. Once again, he was horrified by the destructive power of that single golden pupil. With a single blow, it had destroyed an above immortal ascension boundary master's soul avatar. The Yi family old man's soul avatar carried all of his thoughts, so if it was destroyed like that, how could his physical body possibly survive? What was the origin of this solitary golden eye? The atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Whether it was the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, or any of the others, all of them frowned, not understanding what was going on. Old Demon snickered. "Don't you dare assume that we were the ones behind this. When the incident happened, all 3 of us were high up in the sky, so there was no way we would have had the opportunity to do so." Chapter 555. Although Old Demon's words gave people the illusion that he was trying to hide 300 tales of silver here, everyone knew that he was telling the truth. When the Yi family square-faced master fell to the ground, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, and the other 2 had indeed been fighting in the sky until they noticed the commotion below and flew down. The 3 of them really didn't have the time, opportunity, or means to do such a thing. The sudden death of an above immortal ascension boundary master was enough to shake the world. None of the masters from the 8 great families had the heart to find trouble with Xueqi again. The mystery of the Yi family master's death was unsolved, so no one felt safe. If the black hand lurking in the dark could silently kill an above immortal ascension boundary master, then he could easily kill the rest of them. Tonight's matter, I'll have to trouble you. Yang Li Ting looked at Meng Wuya and the others and said faintly, I'll come back another day to exchange pointers with you. Saying so, he picked up the body of the Yi family master and hurried back to the Hu Seal temple with the other 6. Meng Wuya and the others didn't show any intention of stopping them. They had only displayed their strength this time to help Yang Kai. Clean up the body, we're leaving. Yi Xianro gave the order to retreat. Although tonight's action had caused the 7 great families to suffer losses, the one who had suffered the greatest loss was undoubtedly her Yi family. The inexplicable death of an above immortal ascension boundary master was a heavy blow to her Yi family. Soon, all the enemies who had come to invade the area had retreated. What happened? Meng Wuya was also confused. He really couldn't understand how that person could just die like that. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Kai shouted, It wasn't me who did it. These words made many people want to laugh, but they couldn't. Yes, even if the little lord's methods were heaven-defying and his potential was amazing, often creating jaw-dropping miracles, killing an above immortal ascension boundary master was still too far away for him. I didn't say anything. Why are you being so sensitive? Meng Wuya rolled his eyes and suddenly realized something. If Yang Kai didn't explain himself like this, he might not have thought of him. Just now when he glanced at Yang Kai, it was just a subconscious action. But after Yang Kai's explanation, he started to care. This matter was really related to this brat? Meng Wuya was confused. Let's clean up the battlefield as well, Yang Kai said solemnly as he looked at the messy battlefield. All the major and minor forces quickly moved out to retrieve the cultivator's corpse. The sky gradually brightened. A night of intense battle had finally come to an end. Although it felt somewhat anticlimactic, such a major event was not something that could be stopped by human strength. However, after a night of fierce fighting, everyone in Yang Kai's mansion knew one thing. The current situation was more serious than what Yang Kai had told them before. In other words, not only was Yang Kai's warning not an alarmist, but he might have underestimated the severity of the situation. They had really become enemies with the central capital's 8 great families. On top of that, even an above immortal ascension boundary master was involved. What was Yang Kai capable of that actually made the central capital's super forces take such actions? Why did the Yang family remain silent and not care about Yang Kai? They didn't know the answer, but they were truly aware of the seriousness of the situation. After a day of rest, many people not only failed to restore their vitality, but instead became even more haggard. Last night's battle had caused many great forces to suffer losses. The fall of an immortal ascension boundary master was a huge loss for these forces. Every family was somewhat dejected and sad. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, and the old demon gathered together to discuss some matters. Little Yang Kai, what do you plan to do next? Meng Wuya, who had restored his peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, asked in a deep voice. After last night's battle, he hadn't suffered much damage. On the contrary, the old demon seemed to be a little weak today. Let's leave this place. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. There's no place for me here. Meng Wuya nodded lightly. You should have left long ago. Since you didn't want to be the Yang family's patriarch, you shouldn't have participated in the inheritance war and meddled in these muddy waters. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. My original intention in participating in the inheritance war was to restore the sect's name. But now it seems that with my position, I can't do that. Ling Tai Su comforted him. Don't feel guilty, the sect's name is still the same, there's no need to care about the opinions of the world. Yang Kai nodded gently, I know. The old demon grinned meaningfully, leaving is also good, from now on, with old servants supporting young master's future achievements will certainly be limitless. Hundreds of times better than being the Yang family's patriarch. When young master's strength reaches a certain height in the future, I'm afraid even the central capital's 8 great families will come to lick young master's toes. What you said is too disgusting. Yang Kai glared at him. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, although what he said is disgusting, this is the best way for your future. Moreover, we all feel that with your aptitude and potential, you can achieve this step. You are more suited to wandering and cultivating on your own. not being bound by the sect or family. The sect and family are both shackles placed on you. If you don't break them, your future achievements will be limited. Xueqi was stunned. Looking at the three people in front of him, he found that they were all looking at him with eyes that seemed to believe in him very much. His heart suddenly moved and he smiled. Then I will work hard to live up to your expectations. That's right. Ling Tai Su smiled. You don't need to worry about the sect. As long as this old master is alive, he will protect the sect. As for the family, you don't need to worry about the safety of your parents. Although the Yang family is domineering and unfair to you, they won't do anything to harm your parents. I naturally understand that. Xueqi gently sighed. Young master, when do you plan to leave? Old demon asked. As soon as possible. Xueqi's expression was somewhat sad. After so long of hard work, he had to give up now, feeling somewhat regretful. This old master will need a few days to recover, and so will this demon. Meng Wuya lightly coughed. Take advantage of these few days to talk to those people in your house. After all, they have done a lot for you. Xueqi nodded slightly before suddenly asking curiously. Treasurer Meng, how did you and old demon break through to the above immortal ascension boundary? The shocking method they had used last night had aroused everyone's curiosity, and Xueqi was naturally no exception. Hearing this, Meng Wuya and old demon looked at each other and laughed. If it's convenient, I'd like to hear about it. Ling Tai Su showed an interested look. Meng Wuya pondered for a moment before nodding lightly, waving his hand and wrapping the room with an invisible energy barrier, isolating it from the outside world. This old master knows that my and this demon's methods have definitely attracted the attention of many people. Meng Wuya snorted lightly. But these people are too short-sighted, thinking that as long as they know this old master and this demon's methods, they can replicate our actions. That's a bit ridiculous. Xueqi was surprised. Even if they know the methods? Old demon nodded heavily. That's not possible. They probably also realize that old Meng's methods aren't something they can copy. As for old servant's methods, even if they can, they won't be able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Why? Because the above immortal ascension boundary is a completely different realm from the past. If one hasn't reached it before, they won't be able to do so. Old demon said a few words but found that he hadn't gotten to the point, so he couldn't help saying awkwardly, Old Meng, please explain. Meng Wuya chuckled. To put it simply, old demon was once an above immortal ascension boundary master, but he lost his own body and seized another's body. Now, his cultivation is only at the peak immortal ascension boundary, but he has the foundation of an above immortal ascension boundary master and understands its mysteries, so by using the demon spectre saint technique, he was able to climb to this realm. Xueqi suddenly understood. The peak immortal ascension boundary masters of the 8 great families had all pursued their entire lives in order to reach a higher realm, but since they couldn't break through the shackles of this realm, they naturally didn't understand the mysteries of this realm. So what if they knew the demon spectre saint technique? They still couldn't break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. As for this old master, heh. Meng Wuya laughed. My cultivation was sealed, but last night I unsealed one of those seals. Xueqi's expression changed slightly. Even though he had already guessed this, when his guess was confirmed by Meng Wuya, Xueqi still couldn't believe it. Meng Wuya's strength was sealed. Did he seal it himself? Or was it sealed by someone else? If it was him who sealed it, what was the reason? If it was someone else who sealed it, then who had such a high level of skill? No wonder Treasurer Meng had always been shrouded in mystery, and had always been reluctant to participate in the inheritance war. It turned out this was the reason. All the top masters of the above immortal ascension boundary were proud of their status, so how could they bully others in the inheritance war? However, whether it is this old master or this old demon, although we use different methods to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, both of us have suffered some damage. You've seen this old demon's appearance now. So if you want to leave, you should wait until we've recovered. No one knew whether the 8 great families would allow Xueqi to leave, so in order to ensure nothing went wrong, Meng Wuya and the old demon had to maintain their peak condition. Waiting a few days won't be a problem. I guess the 8 great families will be busy dealing with the death of the Yi family's master. Xueqi grinned. But one day you'll have to tell me more about the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary. Naturally, with old servant by young master's side, you'll naturally understand. The old demon replied. After thinking about it, Xueqi took out some myriad drug cream and handed it to Meng Wuya and the old demon. This thing should be helpful to your recovery. Ling Tai Su's eyes lit up. Is it that thing? Yang Kai nodded. What made you so excited? Meng Wuya glanced at Ling Tai Su curiously. Brother Meng, I relied on this thing to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Ling Tai Su said faintly. Meng Wuya couldn't help paling, quickly releasing his divine sense to probe the myriad drug cream, a long time later exclaiming, there's actually such a high-grade thing here? List. Chapter 556. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked, what grade is it? Speaking of which, he wasn't clear about the grades of the myriad drug liquid, essence milk, and essence cream because so far, no one had ever given them a grade. Now that he heard Meng Wuya ask, naturally he was interested. Meng Wuya didn't answer and instead asked thoughtfully, is this what the 8 great families covet? Pretty much. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his heart filled with suspicion. He found that as long as it involved some high-end things, Meng Wuya would always change the subject, unwilling to talk about them. Yang Kai didn't know why. Since Meng Wuya didn't want to talk about it, Yang Kai didn't want to ask. I have no use for this thing, you keep it well. Meng Wuya said as he handed the myriad drug cream back, glancing thoughtfully towards the old demon before smiling meaningfully. Old demon, with this, you may be able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary in one fell swoop. Can this thing really help one break through to the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. The last time Ling Tai Su had used the myriad drug cream to reach his current level, Yang Kai had thought it was just a coincidence, but now hearing Meng Wuya say this, he realized the preciousness of the myriad drug cream. This thing contains the heavenly Tao principles which have a very strong effect on breaking through bottlenecks. This old demon already has a strong foundation, so if he can't break through with this, he might as well commit suicide. The old demon grinned and quickly put away the small piece of myriad drug cream, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. How long has this thing been formed? Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai. About 5,000 to 6,000 years. Yang Kai replied truthfully. That's right, thousands of years of flowing time, great emperor's accumulation. A good thing. It's a pity my seal can't be completely undone with this. Meng Wuya sighed. Then I'll use this. Saying so, Yang Kai took out some myriad drug liquid. Meng Wuya took it and carefully looked at it. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is also not bad. Although it's not as pure as the previous one, it's still a rare good thing. It's best to use it to heal injuries. Oh! This thing seems to be able to help people cleanse their bodies. Treasurer Meng's eyes are truly sharp. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. Meng Wuya snorted lightly. Do you think this old man doesn't even have this little bit of insight? Where did you get them? How much do you have left? Yang Kai sniffed and casually reported a number. The three of them stared at Yang Kai with their eyes wide open. Give some to this old man's disciple. Although this thing is of no use to this old man, it will be of great use to Ning Chong. Meng Wuya immediately shouted without the slightest trace of politeness. I gave it to you a long time ago. Treasurer Meng suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Ning Chang's strength has increased so much over the past 2 years. So it was because of this. The mysterious grade pill your family's cultivator takes also contains this thing, right? Ling Tai Su smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Yang family really lifted a stone to smash their own foot this time. If they had known that Yang Kai had so much myriad drug liquid on hand, it was hard to say if they would have regretted not paying him any attention and instead oppressing him. If the Yang family had treated Yang Kai well, not wanting to waste his cultivation and categorizing him as an evil cultivator, with the resources Yang Kai had at his disposal, he certainly wouldn't have minded sharing some of the benefits with the Yang family. The resources he controlled were simply too huge. Even if all of his friends and family were to pool them together, it would be impossible to use them all up in a lifetime. If he could improve the strength of his family, why wouldn't he? However, the Yang family's various methods had forcibly pushed such a huge force to the opposite side, forcing Yang Kai to resist. Coming out of Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai first went to visit Xueqi Meng. The Qiu family's first young lady was no longer in any serious condition. Her stab hadn't been too deep, so after Su Yan took care of her, she had almost fully recovered. After telling her about his decision to leave, Xueqi Meng only wore a bitter expression but didn't object. In the current situation, Yang Kai leaving was the best choice. Go gather everyone, I have something to say. Yang Kai faintly ordered. Xueqi Meng was startled for a moment before instantly understanding what he wanted to do. Nodding gently, she went out to gather everyone. Although she had left Yang Kai's house yesterday morning and brought people to attack him at night, at the last moment, everyone understood her difficulties and no longer bore any hatred towards her and Stars Hua, instead feeling some sympathy for them. Being forced to stand on the opposite side, who could understand the bitterness in their hearts? Xueqi Meng was still the second in command in the house, a position no one could shake. In the main hall, the leaders of all the forces had gathered, but everyone's expression was a little sad. Even Stars Hua, who was usually the least serious, wore a serious expression at this moment. Everyone waited quietly. After a while, Yang Kai stood up and said, "The inheritance war has been going on for almost 10 months now. Yang Kai would like to thank everyone for their support and efforts. Although we were very close to victory at one point, all kinds of things happened, causing us to fall short again and again. Now, the inheritance war is no longer the inheritance war, and I am not prepared to continue. In a few days, I will leave this place. I have failed to live up to everyone's expectations for so long." Everyone didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Everyone knew that Yang Kai had made this choice because he had no other choice. As I said before, if you continue to follow me, you will become enemies with the central capital's 8 great families and will implicate the safety of the sect or family behind you. Before, I wasn't too sure and just wanted to remind everyone, but after last night's events, this concern has become a reality. The current situation is not something you can decide, so I hope that you can consider it carefully and think about your own sect and family. Should you still stay here? If you want to leave now, I will not stop you. I will do my best to compensate you for the losses you have suffered during this period of time. The pill room and the artifact refining workshop have accumulated a lot of savings during this period of time, which is enough to be distributed to everyone." After saying this, Yang Kai stood there quietly and waited. Everyone just looked at him, no one spoke, and no one had any intention of leaving. Yang Kai sneered, "I've decided to leave and no longer participate in the inheritance war. What are you still doing here? Even if we part ways here, when we meet again in the future, we'll still be friends, not parting forever." Saying so, Yang Kai's expression became cold. "To put it bluntly, if you continue to stay here, you will only endanger your sect or family. Drawing a clear line between you and me is the wisest choice for you right now. I'm not trying to scare you, I'm just stating the facts. Many of you owe me a debt of gratitude, but these past 10 months of sharing weal and woe have already been repaid. None of us owe each other anything, so there's no need to feel any psychological burden." Dong Qinghan suddenly smiled. "What's the point of being so heartless? You said it yourself, the choice is in our hands. When it's time to leave, we'll naturally leave. As for what you said about owing each other, I think we really don't owe each other anything. After our forces came here, we all suffered great losses, but which one of us hasn't gained much? Those who are still standing here, if it weren't for the help of the mysterious grade pills, would any of us have our current cultivation? I'm afraid it would have taken us a few more years of hard work to reach our current level. Everyone who is still alive now has at least 3 artifacts. This is not a treatment that a first-class family can provide. We're relatives. You don't have the right to speak." Yang Kai glanced at him. Dong Qinghan couldn't help rolling his eyes and muttering, "I'm not trying to protect you. What young Master Dong said is exactly what I was thinking." Han Shaoqi chuckled, staring towards Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Do I have the right to speak?" Yang Kai sighed, "I'm not trying to drive you away, it's just that right now, we understand." Han Shaoqi interrupted him, also realizing Yang Kai's dilemma, but just as she was about to say something else, a shout suddenly came from outside the mansion. "Everyone in Yang Kai's mansion, listen up. You've all taken the side of the evildoer, your crimes are unforgivable, but considering your youth and lack of experience, young Lady Yi is willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you abandon the darkness and pledge allegiance to young Lady Yi, we will no longer hold you accountable, but if you continue to persist, you will become enemies with my central capital's 8 great families. When the time comes, you will have to bear the consequences." This voice was like a bell, spreading throughout War City, and everyone in the mansion heard it clearly. Once, twice, over and over again. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he sneered. Yi Xianro is quite interesting, actually playing this game. He had been preparing to leave, but hadn't expected to see such a good show at the last moment. She's threatening them. Hua Stars shook his head. Xian Ro making people shout like this would really shake the hearts of some people. Bear the consequences? What kind of consequences? Yang Kai had also said that these consequences were related to the families and sects behind them. In the crowd, some people looked hesitant and their expressions became difficult. Not everyone could swear to stand by Yang Kai's side, and at this time, even if they chose to leave, Yang Kai wouldn't be in a position to criticize them. Little Lord. Suddenly, someone called out. Yang Kai glanced over and found that it was Lu Feishang from Tianyuan City, nodding to him and calmly saying, "Young Lord Lu, if you have something to say, please speak." My Tianyuan City wants to leave this place. Lu Feishang's face flushed red as he spoke with great difficulty. A wise choice. Yang Kai nodded gently, without any sarcasm or ridicule, simply saying in a flat tone, "During this time, many thanks to young Lord Lu and everyone from Tianyuan City. Bring the things up." Several High Heaven Pavilion disciples came out from the side, each of them holding a tray and quickly walking over to Lu Feishang. Here are 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills and 5 artifacts. This is a small token of appreciation from Yang Kai. I hope young Lord Lu will accept it. This. Lu Feishang couldn't help hesitating. He had never expected that with Yang Kai's personality, he would actually give him these things at the last moment. He had thought he would be ridiculed by the other party and then swept out the door. Chapter 557. Turning his head and looking around, no one dared to mock or despise him, simply staring at him indifferently. Lu Feishang suddenly felt a bit ashamed, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and hide. The indifferent attitude of these people was even more difficult for him to accept than the ridicule and contempt he felt. Little Lord is magnanimous. This Lu is ashamed. I haven't been able to help much during this time, these things. As he spoke, his face was filled with struggle and hesitation. The 5 artifacts were fine, although they were good. Lu Feishang was still the young city lord of Tianyuan City. His status wasn't too low, so if he wanted these artifacts, he could still obtain them. However, the 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills weren't something he could ignore. With the help of these 10 bottles of pills, he could save at least 2 to 3 years of hard work. In these 2 to 3 years, he would be able to surpass his peers by a few small realms. Take it. Someone next to him persuaded. Since that's the case, this Lu will accept. Lu Feishang grit his teeth and accepted the 10 bottles of pills and 5 artifacts, cupping his fists towards Yang Kai before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai stood in place with his hands crossed behind his back, his expression calm as he continued to wait. Little Lord, we also have to leave. An immortal ascension boundary master from the Duanmu family stepped forward and calmly said. The Duanmu family was originally the support of the Yang family's 3rd young lord, Yang Tai. But on the first night of the inheritance war, Yang Tai was eliminated and the Duanmu family suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 5 people who had joined Yang Kai's forces. Last night's battle, 5 of them had been dispatched together, but only 2 had returned alive. They had originally followed Yang Kai to avenge the deaths of those from the Duanmu family who had died in battle, and this wish had long since been fulfilled. Now, there were only the 2 of them left, and they no longer had the slightest attachment to this place. Now that the situation had forced them, they naturally had to leave. Yang Kai nodded gently. Many thanks to several seniors. Another High Heaven Pavilion disciple presented 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills and 5 artifacts. The 2 from the Duanmu family took them and quickly left. Little Lord, my Purple Fern Valley will also be leaving. Fan Hong stepped forward and said with a wry smile. Yang Kai nodded and waved his hand. Fan Hong generously took the mysterious grade core and artifacts. He said goodbye to Yang Kai and walked out. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Junior sister, aren't you leaving? He asked. Luo Xiaoman. Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman were both from Purple Fern Valley. The 2 of them were also brother and sister. Luo Xiaoman slowly shook her head. I'll go with elder sister Qiu. Brother, you can go by yourself. Fan Hong thought for a moment, but didn't force him. He left without saying a word. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Yang Kai looked around. There's no need to hesitate. It's not too late to leave now, Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll really end up on the opposite side of the 8 great families. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your family and sect. You don't have to say any more, Hu Jiaoer snorted. Those who are still here are still alive. I don't think anyone wants to leave. Everyone nodded in agreement. Those who had left were those who had joined Yang Kai's house later on for various reasons. Those who remained were those who had sincerely wanted to repay Yang Kai for helping Yang Kai before the inheritance war began. Chen Xueqi nodded. Brother Yang, you also said that you'll be leaving here in a few days. We don't care about waiting a few days. When you leave, we'll leave. In just a few days, the 8 great families won't be so narrow-minded, right? Yang Kai stared at them. Yang Kai paused for a moment before nodding. Good, then we'll wait a few days. Disperse, disperse. Dong Qinghan shouted. Since it had been decided that everyone would leave in a few days, the heavy burden that had been weighing on everyone's hearts suddenly disappeared. Just thinking about how they had been through thick and thin together for so long. Now that they were about to be separated, everyone still felt a little sad. In one's life, how many friends could one have whom one could entrust with life and death? And the people in this manner? All of them. After everyone had dispersed, only Yang Kai and Xueqi Meng remained in the hall. Yang Kai looked at Xueqi Meng with a smile. What do you want to say? Xueqi Meng slowly shook her head. Nothing. It's just that I feel it's unfair to you. Yang Kai stood up, took a few steps forward, and gently sighed. The world is like this, and I don't feel it's unfair. At the very least, I've tried my best. Beauty, please don't look at me like I'm a stray dog, okay? I haven't fallen so low yet, have I? Xueqi Meng couldn't help giggling at his words, and the room seemed to become much brighter. You and Starshua should also leave quickly. Staying here for too long is not good for you. These two had each used a very clumsy trick to stay in Yang Kai's house, but the eyes of the 8 great families were clear, so how could they not know what tricks they had played? My injuries haven't healed yet. It'll be a few days before I can move freely. Xueqi Meng stuck out her tongue. She also wanted to spend these last few days in this house. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't know why, but the azure sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia in his body began to stir, as if they were attracted by some strange force and wanted to rush out of his body. This discovery surprised him, and he quickly circulated his yuan qi to suppress the restlessness in his body. Before he could figure out what was happening, a majestic voice came from outside the house. Supreme Solitary Sex Li Yuanchun has come to visit. Is this the house of the Yang family's little Lord Yang Kai? When this voice came out, Yang Kai and Xueqi Meng's expressions suddenly became strange. At the same time, Yang Kai immediately heard the voices of Meng Wuya and Ling Tai Su. The one who has come is an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Supreme Solitary Sect? Xueqi Meng frowned slightly. That super force from the Endless Sea Islands? What is he doing here, and why is he looking for you? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and said in a depressed tone, It's really an eventful time. He finally understood why the azure sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia in his body had suddenly reacted. It was likely that it wasn't just Supreme Solitary Sect that had come. Outside the house, a large group of people was bustling with activity, led by an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. There were at least 50 of them, all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters everywhere. After Li Yuanchun shouted, one of the people beside him excitedly said, I feel it. My Azura Sex hallowed treasure, the Azura Sword, is really here. Another beautiful woman with an enchanting appearance and thick evil qi. Her 10 fingernails painted black, said sweetly, It also has the aura of my falling flower sex 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. The one who spoke first said, Unfortunately, the Azura Sword has already been refined into his body. Even if we want to use a secret technique to retrieve it, it will be somewhat troublesome. Li Yuanchun nodded lightly. Ancient Cloud Island has been searching for the Broken Moon transformation art in the Red Cloud sect for more than 3 years now. In the past few years, all the great sects in the Endless Sea Islands have been working hard to find the whereabouts of the hallowed treasure that was lost 300 years ago. Now, we have finally found it. Everyone, please don't be impulsive. This time, it's best to negotiate with him peacefully. After all, this is not the Endless Sea Islands. We understand. We will follow Senior Li's decision. The others nodded gently. As they spoke, A trace of suspicion appeared on Li Yuan-chun's face. The people from Azura sect felt the aura of the Azura sword. The people from Falling Flowers sect felt the aura of the Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia. But why couldn't he feel the aura of the Supreme Solitary Seal? According to the speculations of the great sects in the Endless Sea Islands, these hallowed treasures should have been obtained by one person and should be in the same place. As everyone was talking, they glanced at a young girl standing not far away. This young girl was dressed very tastefully. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were like thin smoke, her eyes were slender and bright, her nose was delicate, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her lips were like orchids. Her face was like a flower, and her skin was sparkling and translucent like snow. Her figure was graceful, and she was exceptionally enchanting. What was particularly noteworthy was her cultivation. At such a young age, she had already reached the immortal ascension boundary. Many people were secretly shocked, and Li Yuan-chun couldn't help but sigh. The inland really was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Just a random little girl, and she actually possessed such strength. Although this young girl had arrived here at the same time as them, they were not part of the same group. The young girl had a strange look on her face, waiting quietly while secretly guarding against these people from the Endless Sea Islands, like a dormant little tiger, which was quite funny. While everyone was waiting outside the house, inside, Yang Kai briefly told Xueqi Meng about his own speculations. Many years ago, he had gone to the Endless Sea Islands alone for life experience and ended up in Red Cloud sect, where he was forced by Red Cloud sect to be taken to a hidden island. On that hidden island, Yang Kai obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus and many of the Endless Sea Islands' hallowed treasures. So far, he had only used the Azura sword and the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. Although he had been very careful, he had used them many times over the past few years. If the Endless Sea Islands' great forces were really interested in investigating, after such a long time, they should have found some clues. It was probably because of this that they had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers from the Endless Sea Islands to ask for the hallowed treasures they had lost 300 years ago. So that's how it is. Xueqi Meng nodded gently after listening to his explanation. She also understood what had happened. What belongs to others should be returned, but you didn't do anything wrong. You obtained this by accident. But now that they've come to find you, what are you going to do? Let's talk. Yang Kai chuckled. The Azura sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia had helped him a lot during this time, but as his strength increased, especially after the end of the artifact-snatching battle at Pajing Lake and him obtaining a mysterious great artifact, the role of these two treasures had become less and less useful. Yang Kai himself wasn't a person who liked to rely on the power of artifacts. Therefore, if the conditions were right, he did not mind returning these things. After all, it was not essential to keep them by his side. Those people were determined to get their hands on these things. If he forced them to return them, it would only attract hostility. After such a delay, shouts came from outside again, and it seemed to be slightly anxious and urging. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Come with me and have a look." Xueqi Meng nodded and hurriedly followed. Chapter 558. Arriving outside the house, after seeing the number and level of cultivator present, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. These people should have come prepared, otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched such a powerful lineup. The aura of the leader of this group was restrained and his eyes shone brightly, giving Yang Kai a great sense of pressure. He should be an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Seeing Yang Kai come out, countless pairs of eyes stared at him. Li Yuan-chun asked kindly, "May I ask if you are the Yang family's little lord, Yang Kai?" You are, Supreme Solitary Sect's Li Yuan-chun. Azura Sect's Night Visit. Falling Flowers Spirit Religion's Hua Duan Hun. Scarlet Tempering Sect's Su Qian Haub. Gemini Island, Cloud Dragon Island. The leaders of the Endless Sea Island's great forces introduced themselves one after another, all of them sizing up Yang Kai. The more surprised they became. The young girl next to him had already surprised them once, but now looking at Yang Kai, they were even more shocked. This Yang family's little lord was even younger than the young girl just now, but he had already reached the immortal ascension boundary second stage. Yang Kai nodded to them one by one, his eyes sweeping around for a moment before suddenly fixing on the young girl next to him. His expression suddenly becoming strange. "Bai Luo?" The young girl coldly snorted, apparently not liking Yang Kai at all. Xueqi Meng also cast her gaze over, but after seeing Bai Luo, she was also surprised, quickly turning her gaze to Yang Kai, an ambiguous look appearing on her pretty face. Bai Luo, the young girl from the ash-gray cloud evil lands beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo's mansion. When Xueqi Meng and Luo Xiaoman were under house arrest by Shan Qing Luo, they had a brief encounter with her. One day, Bai Luo had even witnessed the happy occasion between her and Yang Kai. Now that she saw this young girl, Xueqi Meng couldn't help recalling the scene from that day, recalling the milky white liquid at the corner of this young girl's mouth. Suddenly, her face flushed red. Yang Kai also couldn't help but stare at Bai Luo's thin lips. This little mouth of hers was not bad. So it turns out that young Master Yang and this girl are old acquaintances, Li Yuan-chun chuckled. We also met here and didn't come here together. I know. Yang Kai nodded. Li Yuan-chun and the others were from the Endless Sea Islands and Bai Luo was from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. But, what was Bai Luo doing here? Kai Yang suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. I know why you're here. Let's talk about it first. Yang Kai gestured and opened up half of his body. Hearing this, the people from the Endless Sea Islands were overjoyed, and even the way they looked at him became much friendlier. At the very least, he didn't deny that he had obtained those treasures. Did this mean that he was willing to return those things? With this thought in mind, everyone entered the mansion one by one. Bai Luo, come in too. Yang Kai called out. You go first, I want to stay away from you. Bai Luo snorted. Since that day when she had done that thing with Yang Kai, Bai Luo had become very wary of Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and didn't insist, simply saying to Xueqi Meng, go ahead and greet Herve. Xueqi Meng nodded gently and smiled to Bai Luo. Sister Bai Luo, it's been a long time. It's you. Bai Luo grinned, it's been a long time. Saying so, she rushed up and grabbed Xueqi Meng's hand affectionately. Although Xueqi Meng felt a bit strange, she didn't think too much about it and simply let her hold her hand as they walked into the house. Where's that little girl with big breasts? Bai Luo's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she asked Xueqi Meng. You mean Xiaoman? Xueqi Meng smiled lightly. She's also in the house, you'll see her soon. Bai Luo smiled, a look of longing filling her face. Inside the main hall, the Endless Sea Islands all took their seats and Yang Kai ordered tea to be served. The scene was harmonious as everyone sipped tea and rested, not seeming to be in a hurry. Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to say anything, simply sipping his tea while watching Bai Luo quietly molest Xueqi Meng. The Qiu family's first young lady also noticed that something was wrong, because Bai Luo kept rubbing her hand, praising how smooth her skin was and how well it was maintained. From time to time, Bai Luo would even touch her waist and chest. Xueqi Meng's face blushed. However, in front of so many people, Xueqi Meng couldn't resist, so she could only cast a pleading look towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai pretended not to notice. After a while, Li Yuan-chun chuckled. Young Master Yang really is a dragon among men. Although on the way here we heard a lot about the Yang family's inheritance war and knew some of young Master Yang's feats, after arriving at your house today, we can see that the rumors are not false. There really are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Truly amazing. Senior is too kind. Yang Kai said lightly. The inland is not comparable to the Endless Sea Islands. The Endless Sea Islands have abundant world energy and countless precious treasures. That is the place I yearn for. Li Yuan-chun laughed. The Endless Sea Islands have its own conveniences, but the inland also has its own advantages. However, listening to young Master Yang's tone, it seems you really have been to the Endless Sea Islands. A few years ago, I went to the Endless Sea Islands and fell into the Red Cloud sect. Li Yuan-chun narrowed his eyes. The Red Cloud sect that was destroyed by Ancient Cloud Island. Ancient Cloud Island's island master, Gu Feng, was in the Red Cloud sect and found the Broken Moon transformation art they had lost 300 years ago. In other words, all of this was orchestrated by young Master Yang. I had some grievances with the Red Cloud sect. At that time, I was too weak, so I could only borrow the hand of Ancient Cloud Island to destroy this sect. Li Yuan-chun sucked in a breath of cold air. Young Master Yang's style is quite bold. Everyone else also paled. A few years ago, just how old was this young man in front of them? With just a few tricks, he was able to destroy a sect. This kind of temperament was truly incomparable to others. Since young Master Yang found the Broken Moon transformation art, you must have found other things as well, right? Li Yuan-chun stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. All of them are with me. Yang Kai chuckled and flipped his hand, revealing a crimson-red long sword in front of him. In front of him floated a gorgeous flower filled with thick evil qi. A faint floral fragrance filled the air. Azura sword. Thousand blossoming blood begonia. Azura Sex Yifang and Falling Flower Sex Hua Duanhun stood up at the same time, their eyes greedily staring at the two heaven-grade artifacts in front of Yang Kai as they cried out in alarm. Their sex had been searching for more than 300 years but had not found a single trace of them. Now that these two hallowed treasures had suddenly appeared in front of them, how could they not be excited? Sit down, Li Yuan-chun ordered. Yifang and Hua Duanhun wore conflicted expressions as they hesitated for a moment before sitting down, but their eyes were still glued to their respective sex treasures. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness as he placed the Azura sword and thousand blossoming blood begonia on the table next to him, calmly staring at the endless sea island's people. Li Yuan-chun lightly coughed and frowned, asking, Young Master Yang said that everything is with you, so why can't this old master sense the aura of the supreme solitary seal? Even though it had been refined by Yang Kai into his body, he could still sense the existence of the supreme solitary seal through his sex secret technique. The Supreme Solitary Seal was Supreme Solitary Sex hallowed treasure. The Supreme Solitary Seal requires Supreme Solitary Sex unique secret technique, Yu Qi. I didn't refine it, so I put it in a safe place, Yang Kai chuckled. I also put everything else together. These things had been stored inside the black book space, so Li Yuan-chun and the others naturally couldn't sense them. 100-degree search, 8-1 middle text. So that's how it is. Li Yuan-chun nodded gently, his doubts disappearing. Young Master Yang being so open and honest is truly admirable. Before coming here, they were afraid that the other party would not admit to their actions, so they were prepared to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched more than 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, led by an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. It was obvious how much importance they attached to this matter. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, a few years ago, Ancient Cloud Island suddenly found the Broken Moon transformation art that had been lost for 300 years in the Red Cloud sect. The other Endless Sea Island's great forces all went to Ancient Cloud Island to inquire but failed to obtain any useful information. After calming down, everyone sat down and discussed the matter, suddenly feeling that the appearance of the Broken Moon transformation art on Red Cloud Island was quite strange, and also inferred that Red Cloud sect had been framed. Since this person had obtained Ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art, perhaps he had also obtained the hallowed treasures of other sects. In the past few years, the Endless Sea Islands forces had frequently sent people to the mainland to inquire about news. Yang Kai had used the Azura sword and the Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia many times, so naturally these people had glimpsed some clues. After the news was passed back, they saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly rushed here. Now that this hope had come true, everyone was very excited. Young Master Yang must also know that although the grade of these things is not very high, and some are even useless to a cultivator, they have a very special significance to our Endless Sea Island sects. Because these things were left behind by our sect's ancestral founder as a token of our sect master. Li Yuan-chun didn't take advantage of his seniority, nor did he use his status to oppress Yang Kai. Instead, he spoke in a sincere tone. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He had already known this information. Of the things obtained on Hidden Island, some were really useless and could only be used as tokens. As for the purpose of this old man's visit, young Master Yang must be clear about it. Li Yuan-chun carefully chose his words and hesitated for a moment before asking, Dare I ask young Master Yang, what are the conditions for you to return these things to us? That depends on what you are willing to pay. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, looking like he was sitting on the ground and raising the price. He really didn't care about the things he obtained from Hidden Island. He could even give up the Azura sword and the Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia. With the improvement of his strength, these things were no longer of much value to him, but it was impossible for him to give them away for free. He wasn't a hypocrite. If he wanted these things, he needed to show some sincerity. Especially now, with so many things bothering him, and the Endless Sea Islands forces coming here at this time, it just so happened that Yang Kai's gun was pointed at them. Li Yuan-chun suddenly felt awkward. They hadn't brought any treasures or valuables with them this time, so Yang Kai's request naturally made them feel a little helpless. Chapter 559. These endless sea islands masters hadn't expected that Xueqi would be so easy to negotiate with. Their original intention was to simply snatch what they wanted from him. In any case, they were endless sea islands forces, so the central capital's 8 great families couldn't control them. After snatching what they wanted, all they had to do was run away. As long as they returned to the endless sea islands, the 8 great families wouldn't even be worth a fart. However, the auras of the masters in Xueqi's house made Li Yuan-chun and the others' original plan useless. If they really had to fight, they might not necessarily win. What's more, only the Azura sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia had surfaced. They didn't know where the other treasures were. If they really provoked this Yang family little brat and fought to the death, it wouldn't be good for any of them. That's what we should do. Li Yuan-chun was also an old fox, so he quickly followed up, turning to Xueqi and asking, "Can we discuss this for a moment?" Xueqi smiled, indicating that he could wait. The Endless Sea Islands masters exchanged glances and seemed to be discussing something. Xueqi turned his eyes to Bai Luo and asked, "Why did Bai Luo come here?" Bai Luo was still holding onto Qiu Yimeng's hand, saying this and that, causing Qiu Yimeng's expression to darken. She had tried several times to pull her hand away but failed. Hearing Xueqi's question, Qiu Yimeng was suddenly overjoyed. Bai Luo froze for a moment before suddenly standing up and saying, "I almost forgot. Master asked me to pass you a message." "What message?" "Hurry up and leave here, the Holy Land's people are coming." "What?" Xueqi paled. "Where are they coming from?" "Here." Bai Luo's expression became dignified. "While your Yang family is in the middle of the inheritance war and the 8 great families' forces are scattered, they will first sweep through War City and then attack the central capital. The 6 master families under the leadership of the Demon Lord have all been dispatched, and the Holy Land's masters are also heading here. War City won't be able to stop them. You need to hurry up and leave." "When will they arrive?" Xueqi asked, instantly realizing that the situation was far from good. "Tonight." When Bai Luo said this, she couldn't help grinning. "Why didn't you say such a big thing earlier?" Xueqi, however, after he finished speaking, he noticed the slight smirk on Bai Luo's face and realized that she had done so deliberately. If he hadn't asked, she might not have told him. This woman, Xueqi couldn't wait to use her as a lantern right now. Under Shanqing Luo's orders, it was already very good that she could inform him. He was afraid that she was so infatuated with Shanqing Luo that she couldn't wait for him to die. Kai Yang's heart was as clear as snow, and he also knew what she was thinking. Qiu Yimeng was also dumbfounded and was stunned for a moment before asking, "You mean the Demon Lord led the 6 great evil dynasties here?" "This includes most of the Holy Land's masters," Bai Luo quickly said. "How bold." Qiu Yimeng's expression became cold. "Do you really think my 8 great families are made of mud? You still want to resist?" Bai Luo stared at Qiu Yimeng mockingly. Since the Holy Land's people dared to come here, they must have absolute confidence in themselves. "Like I said, you can't stop them." "How many above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters are there?" Qiu Yimeng didn't argue with her and instead quickly inquired about some useful information. "A dozen or so, except for my master who is the only one at this realm in her territory. The other masters all have at least 2. Shanqing Luo also broke through. Xueqi was stunned. When he had separated from her, she had only been a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. But now, after more than a year, she had actually broken through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's 6 great evil kings, from ancient times to the present, had all reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary, and each of them possessed extraordinary strength and astonishing means. If not for this, more than a year ago, the siege of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land would not have failed. With only a dozen or so people, War City already has 7 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Qiu Yimeng sneered. Although she said so, she also knew that the situation was not optimistic. Bai Luo slowly shook her head, a trace of contempt appearing on her enchanting face. "It's useless. Forget about the 7 people here. Even if all the above Immortal Ascension boundary masters from your 8 great families were dispatched, they still wouldn't be able to stop the Demon Lord. This Demon Lord is somewhat different. My master said that in this world, no one is his opponent. If he wants to, he can defeat an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master in a single move and kill 1 in 3. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face was filled with shock. What's more, the Demon Lord also has the Thunderbolt Beast King, Tyrannical Force King, Profound Een Ghost King, Lightning Flash Shadow King, Annihilating Poison King, and Beguiling Demon Queen. Of these 6, my master's strength is the lowest. Bai Luo said indifferently. Young Kai, what should we do? Xueqi Meng asked anxiously. Such an important matter had impacted her mind greatly, causing her to suddenly become confused. Perhaps if Young Kai wasn't here, she would still be able to maintain her own opinions. But when there was someone she could rely on, Xueqi Meng lost her ability to judge. Young Kai's expression became gloomy as he stared at Bai Luo. Bai Luo sending him a message should not be false. Although Shanqing Luo was also one of the 6 great evil kings, from the time he had spent with her, this woman's nature was not bad, so there was no need for her to send Bai Luo to amuse him. Xueqi Meng, you go with Stars Hua to the Seal Temple and inform the 7 great evil kings of the news we obtained here. Young Kai made a prompt decision. Good. Xueqi Meng nodded quickly then asked, but if they ask about the source of the news, what should we do? Answer truthfully. Xueqi Meng smiled bitterly, then I'll go. The 7 great evil kings would definitely ask about the source of the news. If she answered truthfully, regardless of whether they would believe her or not, it would only further solidify the accusation that Young Kai was colluding with the Demon Lord. Having a connection with the Beguiling Demon Queen, if this wasn't collusion, then what was? But now that a great disaster had befallen them, Young Kai could not conceal this fact. While Young Kai was making arrangements, Bai Luo just stood there quietly, neither stopping nor objecting, as if none of this had anything to do with her. After Xueqi Meng left, Young Kai also hurriedly left. Young Master Young. Li Yuan-chun couldn't sit still and quickly called out. He and the others had come all the way here in search of their respective sects' hallowed artifacts, and were just about to reach an agreement with Young Kai when suddenly this kind of thing happened. How could they not be anxious? If Young Kai died in this conflict, who would they go to? Everyone, please wait a moment. Young Kai didn't have time to pay attention to them and immediately disappeared. Li Yuan-chun's expression became quite ugly. The Endless Sea Islands masters also glared at Bai Luo. If it weren't for this little girl bringing them this news, they would have been able to negotiate with Young Kai right now. Bai Luo was frightened by everyone's stares and quickly fled. Arriving at the courtyard, Young Kai blew a loud whistle and in the next moment, countless figures flew over. What is it, little lord? Tu Feng asked. Come with me. Young Kai didn't stop and hurriedly walked towards Meng Wuya's room while thinking about the next step of his plan. After arriving at Meng Wuya's room, Young Kai kicked open the door and, ignoring Treasurer Meng's angry rebuke, took out a pen and paper and began writing a letter. What the hell is going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Meng Wuya asked gloomily. Ling Tai Su also heard the commotion and stared at Young Kai suspiciously. The people from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land are heading this way. Young Kai briefly explained the information he had obtained, causing everyone's faces to pale as they hurriedly inquired about the reliability of this information. 90% sure. Young Kai replied, handing the letter to Ing Jiao and saying, Go back to the Young family and give this letter to my father. Yes. Ing Jiao took the letter and flew off like a bolt of lightning. Of all the blood warriors, he was the fastest, so the task of delivering the letter was naturally handed over to him. What are you going to do? Meng Wuya asked. Leave here quickly, there's still some time. Young Kai took a deep breath. Although there were many masters in his house, there were also many with low strength, especially Young Kai's friends. If they were really involved in the war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, it was very likely they would die here. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had come prepared this time. The Young family's inheritance war had spread out the strength of the 8 great families across the 2 cities. War City's defense was not as tight as the central capital's, so it was very likely it would be directly destroyed. Continuing to stay here was not a wise move. All Young Kai could do was send Xueqi Meng and Huaxing Chen to the Seal Temple and inform the 7 people who were guarding the Seal Temple of the seriousness of the situation. Young Kai could only ask Ing Jiao to bring his letter back to the Young family and ask his parents to warn the Young family so they could prepare. He had done everything he could. Listening to him say this, Meng Wuya also nodded gently. A good choice. Tu Feng, pass down the order. Tell everyone in the house to hurry up and prepare. Within half an hour, everything must be ready. Yes. Tu Feng nodded. Soon, everyone in the house began to move. Although no one understood what was going on, looking at Tu Feng's expression, they knew that the situation was very serious. One by one, the leaders of the younger generation ran over to Young Kai to ask, but after learning the answer, All of them were dumbfounded. It can't be, the ash-gray cloud evil land is making such a big move. Why hasn't there been any news yet? Xuefeng muttered. Dong Qinghan's expression became heavy as he muttered. I'm afraid wherever they went, there was no one left alive. Under the evil lord, there were the 6 great evil kings and countless experts. Everywhere they went, not even a blade of grass grew. Everywhere they went, the earth was scorched, and the earth was in ruins. Such a scene appeared in everyone's mind. All of them couldn't help shivering. With a loud cry, Yang Kai released the golden feather eagle beside him. This golden feather eagle had been staying in Yang Kai's house for a long time and had now successfully evolved into a 6th-order monster beast. But as the inheritance war progressed, the role it could play was becoming smaller and smaller. Normally, it was only used as a plaything for the girls. Now, it was time for it to go out and investigate the situation. Half an hour later, everyone was ready. Seemingly aware of the abnormality in the house, the Endless Sea Islands people under the leadership of Li Yuanchun hurriedly found Yang Kai. But before he had time to speak, Yang Kai blocked his mouth and said, "Senior, let's not talk about your affairs for now. Junior guarantees that your things will be returned, but not now. How about this? Let's go together and talk as we go." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.